Right, well, I'm not having that anymore.
Loses never loses. Finish. You want to call, call. Good luck.
I think open jam is an option for him last hand as well to avoid that spot. The previous one, I mean, when he's on the button.
I should do the same.
Having some stream technical difficulties, chat. For those of you that can hear us.
Colombia.
Colombia.
Apologies.
Fantastic.
Okay.
Northern
I'm the consul of
Cyprus.
Peru.
Some gremlins in the internet
Where?
In Ghana,
feed, cables.
West Africa.
I've been to Peru. It's nice country.
Beautiful.
You go there all the time?
Sometime on official visits.
They invited me
You?
this year
Where you
for.
from?
Kabaze still in. Also looking for back-to-back caches. Well, he might have played something in between, we don't know, but you know. Back-to-back main caches.
We got a three-way part.
Looks like a 5-5-8 board with perhaps 2 spades.
Yeah, you spot 8 spades, 5 spades, 5 of diamonds.
C5 firing out 85k into a pot of roughly 200k, 220k, something like that.
The action on C6.
Lets it go. Looks like a very healthy stack there as well, something like 1.6 million for seat 6. Stefan still in and still nursing that short stack. Seat 5 taking that one down with the bet on the flop. Bubble continues. Bit of a glimpse around the room.
Still there, huh?
Ace-6 off in the cutoff for Corkmaz into the muck with 2 big stacks on his left.
We have liftoff. We have live chat.
Excellent.
Let's go.
Did you change your mind?
About going to visit you in Peru? No.
You don't want to come to Peru?
Yeah. Still want to go visit you, but I still wait for TV to see what I have.
You know, your old president, Turbay. You had a president called Turbay family. He's originally from Lebanon.
Oh, okay. My grandfather is from Lebanon too.
Yeah? Which family?
So again, back out to the outer table. Little look about. Bon voyage.
Ambassador to Ghana from Colombia. She's the daughter of the old president.
Yeah.
You know, her sister passed away during the
The COVID?
attack. No,
Oh, during the attack.
the attack on the police killed her. You know, you've seen Marcos.
With the attempt.
Yeah.
You know the history of Colombia better than him.
Probably.
No, not really. You know,
So
I'm
I
only
feel a
talking
lot of
because I
time
want
whenever I
to
meet
tell
someone, they're like, where are you from? Like, from the
you. He's
UK.
not telling you, but I'm
They
gonna
start
say-
going on tangents
After
about
I see it on
UK
television,
history. I'm
I
like,
will
look,
tell you.
I'm sorry, I haven't lived there
You
in a long
cannot,
time.
you cannot hide it from me anymore.
I don't lie. That's why I don't want to say.
10-4
Yeah.
suited under the gun for Yarad into the
Okay,
muck.
I have another 15 minutes.
Round to Langer on the button.
Enjoy.
Nothing for him, despite being chip leader. Got to let some of them go.
Find it early.
I wanted so much to call.
Outer table action. Looks like an open from Kamatsky in the cutoff. And a 3-bet, small 3-bet on the button, 140k. Button only playing 800k or so. 950 including the 3-bet, so around 32 bigs. And Kamatsky in the cutoff relatively short as well. Only about 500k or so back in his stack. A little over, perhaps we have a count now. 250, 350, 450, 520 back in his stack. 60 in the middle, 580 total, 19 bigs.
That's a man that's not money scared, I'll tell you that much.
The Bowman Paris jumper on.
Oh, yeah, sure. Well, there's that. I was talking more about Kamatsky.
All right.
He'll take a spot if he feels like he needs to take it.
Yeah, we don't get it. We don't know any hole cards here, but
Is Bowman Paris a thing, is it?
it's just one of those brands, isn't it? It's
Or like a Louis Vuitton or
yeah,
something?
yeah, exactly.
Oh, I saw the Ace of Clubs.
Nice. Hublot watch on as well.
I was reading this. Actually, no, I'm not going to open up that can of worms.
What's that?
It's this thread, this very detailed thread on
Jacks.
how certain money talks and how wealth, like,
Remain silent.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Welcome to poker, ladies and gentlemen. So,
True though.
yeah, it's very true.
Jatin ace-7 suited in the hijack makes it 75k, 2.5x. And if he wins a couple more pots, he is going to overtake Langer. Langer not going to put up any resistance in this one. Jared in the big blind not going to be able to put up any resistance either with the 4-2 offsuit, much as he might want to.
They wait always for our table. See? So slow.
Still on the stone cold bubble.
So slow.
Next player going to get absolutely nothing.
Tournament poker, baby.
Yeah, we love it. Just as we were saying earlier.
Is that anyone I know? Or? Oh, okay.
Jatin once again putting in the open ace-deuce offsuit. Jatin absolutely pressing on this bubble.
What time they start showing the antique?
Another swing back out to the outer table. I recognize that man. 9-6, going to be good. 2 pair. So it looks like we've got the streams up and running. So I've also got you all here. Welcome, one and all. Merit Poker Vintage Series High Roller final day. We are on the Stone Bubble. Leo Worthington Lease in the commentary booth alongside myself, Henry Kilbane, for this one. 184,000 for first. 9.9k min cash.
Yes,
So we lose one more player. Langho with the 10s. Gonna bump things up.
Tens once again. We saw them folded once already, but different spot here. Chip leader this time. Although he is opening into a very, very similar stacked Jatin in the big blind. But not a spot Jatin's probably likely to overdo it, although he has now pushed himself into the lead up to 60 big blinds. Got him slightly covered, but still deep in quite a strong range. Let's go. Not looking to get involved with another big stack with a marginal hand out of position when he can just keep pressing raise. Winning the blinds and antes nice and easily.
So we currently have 3 tables of 6. Don't know whether this was eight-handed high roller. 18 players left.
They said there was a redraw, didn't they, for 2 tables? So yeah, probably is 8-handed. Most high rollers tend to be 8-handed. Jack 8 for Jatin in the small blind. Completes. And Langar with the Queen 7 off in the big blind. Covered now. Does check it back. Off to the flop.
Yeah, these two not looking to play huge pots against each other. Langer flopping trips. Jatin with Jack high.
Might see Jatin stab here though. So much of Langar's range, 100% range, is just completely with this flop, and he gets a bunch of folds by betting here. So fires out 2.5 bigs. Interesting. Langar obviously going to be liking that.
Does just come with flat. 240 in the middle. Turns the stone cold nuts. Unfortunately for Langer, I mean, he's doing backflips in his head. He's like, hang on a minute, potential to play a 3.5 million chip pot here.
Jetin does slow down now on the turn. Obviously going to be pretty suspicious after betting big on such a flop and getting continued. Going to be a whole bunch of Queen X in that range. And for that reason, he just decides to just give it up. See what Langer decides to do on the turn. He wants to be able to get all the chips in versus a worse queen. Get called by a flush draw. Potentially some overpairs in there too. So does decide to bet, doesn't go big, 90k. To 240. Jetin lets it go. Langer back now 1.9 million. Retakes the chip lead after that one. On this table.
So a quick look at the chip counter at this feature table. Chip leader, Vlad Langer with this ongoing bubble. Blinds going up to 20,000, 40,000. Just 47 bigs. It could be. I don't want to say it. I don't want to jinx it. Leo, could be a quick day in the office here.
Could be. Could also not be. We will see.
It's a flip, mate.
How many big blinds we got in play?
It's 50-50.
Let's do a bit of elementary maths again.
It's either a long day or a short day.
Exactly.
I don't.
150 something players times 100k, right?
Yeah.
15 mil.
Yeah.
So you guys have got 10%. 50. If there's 15 million playing blinds, there's only that can't be right. 400 bigs in play at the moment. Yeah, I suppose that's about right.
Yeah.
100k starting start, yeah.
100k starting.
400 bigs at the moment between 18. So average is about 22.5 bigs, right? 400 divided by 18, 22.222.
Well, that's the average stack right now.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, it actually is. Look at this. I mean, Yared, ace queen, 650k.
Yeah, and he jammed last time. Blinds are up this time. 16 bigs. Jetin with jacks on the button. After rejamming on Yared before and getting him to fold ace-queen. Jetin finds another spot to put the 3-bet in.
Yes. And it's the same hand for Yared, bless him. He had the ace-queen, got jammed on by the queen-jack. Had to fold. Very next hand had ace-queen again. Just moved all in himself. He's like, that's it. I'm not going to let you guys put pressure on me pre. And now he's come for the open. He's going to get 3-bet. Is he going to just rifle this in?
Snap jams.
Just
Had
moves
enough
all
this time.
in.
He's like, no, not this time. We are all in and cool on the stone bubble.
Okay then. Okay.
A flip. Not going to show their cards yet. Just going to wait until the hand has finished on the outer table. Outer tables? 2 outer tables, right?
2 out tables, yeah.
Yeah. So wait till those hands are done.
Yeah, this one just set itself up perfectly, didn't it, with the dynamic and the history between these two. So
And now on their backs.
On their backs. Leo, relatively short bubble here.
Could be. Could not be, though. Yared still has a 43% chance of doubling up, so pretty much just a flip. And he'll have a healthy stack if he does, up to 1.4 mil. Taken from one of the chip leaders as well. No help on the flop, but not dead by any means. Got backdoor hearts. Backdoor straight, although Jetin does have 2 of the jacks and a heart in his hand. So pretty solid flop for the jacks.
It's a strong start for the jacks.
Strong start. Jetin is had a bit of a great day today. He's just had a hand pretty much every hand. Every spot's worked out. And wins his first flip of the day.
First flip of the day on the bubble. Handshakes all around as we lose Yared in 18th. That means everyone else is now guaranteed $9,900 for their efforts. And that man Jatin, as Leo already mentioned, off to an absolute flyer here. Start the day with 700k, bang on in the middle of the pack. Now one of the tournament chip leaders.
If not the chip leader.
With 2.4 million chips. 61 big blinds. That's
3 times the average.
Yeah, absolutely flying. Alexander Pak sneaking into the money. There's 6 bigs. Giannis, another strong performance for him here. I say strong performance. Another cash. We'll get down to the final.
Strong
Final 10
in a
before.
tough 5k.
Yeah. I mean, looking at this field, some true crushers out there. Farah Jatin, number 1 on Colombia's all-time money list. Would you believe 7 million plus?
Giannis number
total
1 on
earnings.
Cyprus. So we've got 2 number 1ers.
That is a very strong pendant mob, man. I mean, 25k, couple of back-to-back victories. Last Aussie Millions just before the pandemic. Done a 25k challenge, then the 25k PLO.
I went to that.
Yeah, you did. That was after Bali, wasn't it?
Yeah.
What else? Pipe Poker Millions High Roller victory. This guy knows a thing or two about poker.
Or he's just super lucky.
Yeah, he just keeps clicking the reg button.
Gets dealt jacks plus every hand.
Yeah. Keeps clicking the old reg button. He's won a high roller here before, back in 2015.
They are with the 3 of some description on the button. In the money now, so pressure off. Not going to get anywhere near as many pre-flop folds as he was before. Ace-5 off it, the small blind per pack. Ships his last 6 big blinds in, and up to Giannis. Jack-2 off, not going to make the cut.
Oh wow, Jatin FT'd the 25k PSPC. Came 7th, the one that Ramon Kalidos won. I didn't know that.
I did not know that either.
Yeah. Thank you.
Looks like we got Arseny
He's not lying.
Komatsky in the chat.
No, it's not.
He had king queen.
Think this is him? It'd be a bit strange if it wasn't him.
Second
Queen
score.
Jack against him.
Spelt different, isn't it? Spelt
Yeah,
wrong.
Queen
Isn't it
Jack.
Kamachki, no N. He's got
Versus me.
Kanmatsky there.
I open your 3-bet.
I don't know, I think it's Kama.
I fold 10.
No K with no N.
You shouldn't open it.
Huh?
You should just jam. Still, we're still gonna call it.
Would you 4-bet jam, Milad? Intense?
Sense? No.
I think
Sense that you're
there's
still gonna
perhaps
call I don't know, with him
I like
from your
a
left
redraw
perspective.
about to happen. We may have lost another player on the
I'm
other table
opening
because we have
UPG.
paused here at this table.
Yeah, just waiting for the floor
Not
to
jacks.
confirm. But yeah, looks like you're right. Looks like we are going on a redraw break. We're in the money. Let's go.
Put my microphone back in front
That's
of my mouth.
right,
That
mate.
normally helps, doesn't it?
Yeah, it'd probably help you
Talk
too.
into the abyss.
The commentary job, yeah. First break of the day, 20 minutes or so. We are ITM of the 5k high roller, part of the vintage style series here in the Crystal Cove. Dessert break for us, Leo? Or
Already? Go on then.
Go on then. We'll see you on the flip side of break. 100k 5K scores dished out today, playing down to a winner. We'll see you guys in 20 minutes.
Floor. Why do you take the...
Giannis with another pretty hand, but the wrong situation to be getting involved from middle position for 15 bigs, opening into all stacks that cover us. Chip leader in the big blind. Lets it go.
Jatin with jacks. 24, chip leader on his direct left in the big blind. Love to see it limp here. Although, yeah, honestly, I don't even know about this spot. 24 bigs, 3.5x to call it off, or limp jam. What do I prefer? Probably prefer limp jam.
Yeah. Yeah, we unblock a load of hands that covering stack is going to choose to ISO. This is actually a really good hand for Langar to ISO, so
dreamy spot.
I think we might see Langar make it like 100k or something here. But he does decide to just check it back. Interesting. Would have expected an ISO there. These kind of one blocker hand, one unblocker hand, well, like one blocker card, one unblocker card hands tend to make really good ISOs, so Jatin's not really going to be limping very much deuce X at all, so having a deuce is actually really good because you don't block any folds at all. And you unblock all that middle stuff, which is going to like limp fold, like all the kind of queen 8s and 10-6 suiteds and stuff like that.
$155 people, eh? Little 5k. Little 5k high roller.
Yeah, a little sit and go. A 180 man.
Do you remember that back in the day?
Mate, do I remember that? That's how I built
mate.
a bankroll in the first place. I used to grind those things.
You did. I
Yeah,
remember.
big time.
I
And
do
absolutely
remember.
bashed them up and taught one of my friends my exact strategy. And he played, I can't remember how many, about 2,500 or 3,000 of those games after I taught him my exact strategy. I made it super simple, taught him, and he finished those games with 110% ROI.
I remember hearing ridiculous rumors about some of the ROIs and that in those games back in the day.
Yeah. They were and still are. They just hardly exist anymore. They basically never get running. But back when we were playing them, you could like register 3 or 4 at the same time. You know, there were tons running. You could play 60, 70, 100 a day on a good day. On a Sunday, you could get like well into the hundreds of games in. And they just used to pop up every 10 minutes. God, that was the poker heyday, honestly. Those things. $500 for first, little $3 rebuy, 180 man sit and go.
Yeah.
Perfect. And what a turn card. The Case Jack. Langar bet the flop after being checked to. Now picks up a pair on the turn. May well just believe that a Jack is the best hand here.
Yeah, no reason to think that it's not, right?
Yeah. He can still get value from 6x, 3x, some 4-5s. There's some 6x with backdoor flush draws. There's some gut shots with backdoor flush draws in there. So plenty to get value from. Not surprised to see another bet here. Would probably like to go a little bit bigger, I think. Just slightly, but half pot. Just under half, going around 40%. I think there's definitely enough combos of stuff we can get value from, and we can maybe eliminate some Queen X, because Jatin just check called the flop. We might think he bets some, we might think he raises some pre. Jatin just going to be absolutely loving this spot. Interesting for him how to proceed. Obviously, when he has 2 jacks, he blocks a lot of the jack X value. So now it's a question of, is Langer going to go for free streets with a weak queen? Does Langer call a raise on the turn with his weak queen X, or does he start to get immediately suspicious and maybe we get him to overfold? Is he going to barrel it off with his air balls? Do we need to get more value from potential draw combos? There's definitely multiple directions you could go in with this hand. And he looks like he is going for the raise. Just wants to be able to bet the river and give himself an opportunity to get it all in. Doesn't want to risk Langer just checking back the river with a wide range. If he like just somehow checks back queen 2 or something on the river, it's a bit of a disaster, especially if that would call a raise on the turn. And he's gone just over a 3x check raise. If Langer calls here, there's going to be about 600k in the pot and 435k behind in the stack, so about 2/3 pot on the river as a jam, but Langer really now not beating much. The thing is he blocks quite a lot of hands that Jatin might play this way, which would be something like Jack 6 suited that's turn 2 pair, or Queen Jack. Does he play an overpair this way? Limp pre, check call flop, check raise turn? Does he wanna? Yeah, I guess it's definitely plausible too. So more stuff to be worried about. Does he ever like check call the flop? What draws can he have? Bare draws that start to bluff this way. Like he's not gonna have much just bare flush draws. A lot of it's gonna be like a gut shot on a flush draw or a pair and a flush draw. Or like a 4-5 of diamonds type thing, you know, open end of a flush draw. Do those want to just check raise at this stage of the tournament, you know, 2 away from the money? Or are they just going to try and check call, getting a really good price on the turn as well, facing a 40% pot bet, so it's not like it was a bad price to call at all. You just don't seem to get you don't seem to see draws played this way. So I think we might see Langer get out of the way here. Does let it go. Nice fold. Nice pot going Jatin's way. Up to around 30 bigs now. 900k just under.
Huge day ahead.
Huber's shortest. Kabaze down there as well, 265. So a few like 10 big blind stacks. There was four kind of very short stacks at the start of the day. And we are now on a stone bubble hand for hand.
Yeah, we'll obviously be swinging out to the outer table should there be any big hands of interest. Back to this one though. Aces to kick things off.
Decent.
Got a funny feeling that we're going to be here a while.
King Queen for Jatin on the button. Facing the cutoff open as well. Interesting to see what happens here. Feels like 3-bet or call are both reasonable options. Does just make the call. Now interesting spot, really interesting for Pack. 9's in the big blind versus these positions. Cut off, open, button, call. The problem is stone bubble. Jatin's range has strengthened considerably. Pack may be worried there are even some traps in there. Really interesting spot for 9's. Yeah, and he decides to just make the call, not taking any unnecessary risks. Another spot I'm interested. I'm going to take a quick photo of all of these. Just homework for later.
Oh boy.
9's feels super close to a jam pre-flop just because it's cut off and button, and cut off has 33 bigs. But the thing is the cut off is opening into the chip leader small blind. So that makes this range a little bit stronger. It's not like, oh, I'm opening into the chip leader small blind, so I have to fold everything, but there is going to be that consideration. It's the stone bubble. His 3-bet percentage is likely to go up a reasonable amount in this spot. So, but still, like, he's going to have all those king jack offsuits still. He's not just going to open fold something like that. King 10 suited, all those hands that nines gets to fold pre, plus Pack's range is going to look super strong jamming pre, so he's just going to get extra folds. He might even get something like ace queen to fold pre-flop if it just goes, because Jatin is flatted on the button as well. Both of these ranges look quite strong to the opener, so a jam pre from Pack might get some very strong hands to fold too. So definitely a super interesting spot. And king high board, going to be trouble for Jatin.
Yeah, Korkmaz going with around 40%. I note the size of the pot, Leo, just going to the turn already. SPR going to be 2 should... I'm trying to think of natural turn barrel cards, but like a 10. Oh, wow. Wow, king of diamonds.
Yeah, but that's not going to be good for Korkmaz at all. He's really not going to like that. Like, there's going to be a lot of king X in Jatin's range, especially once he calls the flop with the player behind. This range is going to be getting pretty strong, like calling pre on the bubble, calling flop multi-way. Really, really bad turn card and just unlucky for Korkmaz, but still 2 outs for the absolute carnage.
For the bubble to be burst in a very short time. See what Jatin comes with. 3-9-5 in the middle, queen of diamonds in hand as well. Less concerned about hands like ace queen of diamonds. It was relatively small, just north of quarter pot. Setting up a very natural river SPR of around 1 as well for river gem, although I guess going to non-diamond rivers, brick rivers, he's going to have non-all-in sizings on the river. Especially on that river.
Yeah, this size on the turn just allows Korkmaz to believe there's some...
Oh, Pack's face, mate. Oh no, I didn't even remember that Pack had 9s in the big.
Yeah, what a run out that would have been as well. All
wow.
in 3, snapped off by aces, river 9 on the stone bubble, million chips, wow.
Korkmaz was just losing this hand.
Yeah, but I mean, Pack was never going to get anywhere near this river once he peeled pre-flop, so Korkmaz, yeah, can think there were potentially some hands like 10s, 9s, jacks in Jatin's range that peel the flop and then bet this size on the turn just to try and get a showdown. But once those hands don't check back the river after about 5 to 10 seconds, you're really hating it. Now this is going to become a very king X heavy and kind of pocket 5s, pocket 3s type deal. So I expect Korkmaz is going to be able to get away from this on the river, to be honest. Saudi Arabia win. 2-1. GG.
Biggest upset of the tournament already.
Yeah, that was a pretty big one. Especially as they were 1-0 down.
For me.
Yeah, does get away from it. Nicely done. Yeah.
I don't know.
Huh?
So a quick look at the outer table. Armetsky, our warm-up champion, main event runner-up in the MPP festival. Looks like it's Karmatsky against Canet.
Can it fire 70k?
Yeah, on the
On the
turn.
Queen, queen. 6, 6.
So,
Is that what that is? Can you zoom in on our photo? Queen, queen, 6, 6. Rainbow.
yeah. Musky's got a few chips. Probably sitting around
Oh, it's
average.
a flush draw, but not super relevant anymore after it goes bet call on the turn. You expect a lot of flush draws to fold. Maybe some ace high flush draws continue because they might just be the best hand sometimes. Don't know what the action is though, so hard to tell. Could be. Looks like Knit's going to have check called flop led turn, or it went check on the flop and Knit has led the turn. But there's quite a lot of chips in the pot for that to be the case.
Eight of Hearts River. And Knit coming with the pretty significant size down, given that on the turn he bet 70k.
Yeah, just a real blocker bet. Just going to be a lot of full houses in here because there's not too much for Knit to get to fold. You know, it's not like he's getting flush draws to fold. It's just going to be, if he is trying to get something to fold, it's like a nines type hand, but 8's made a full house on the river, so it's really like only 9s and 7s, maybe some 10s. His flush draws don't make very good. If it has gone check call flop lead turn, his flush draws don't make very good bluffs either. So I expect this to just be like a 6 or a decent amount. Don't know if we'll get to find out or not.
Yeah, it looks like he's defended the big, Leo.
Yeah.
So definitely going to have, you know, all the suited Queen X, Queen Deuce, Queen 3, obviously going to be defending.
Yeah. I think those are going to be going bigger though at some stage in this hand. Yeah.
So it's big blind 30k. Just take it down on the river with a small bet.
Potentially had some. So if it did, strikes me as it either went check on the flop and then can it just bet small twice, trying to get ace high to fold or call. You know, making ace high indifferent basically.
Well, I'll tell you what. How about we have a little €10 bet between us on what can it had?
You'll see, right? In 30 minutes.
Yes.
If I ever use that line on a live feature table chat,
Which line?
feel free to berate me, as much as you please.
Which line's that?
The good old, oh, you're gonna see in 30 minutes, mate. Oi, oi.
Hey!
Hey.
Let's.
Did I have it? Was I bluffing? That's good banter.
Poland, Argentina. Poland 5.5 to 1. Argentina 1.6. I'm having a little lump on Poland for that
I'm
now
a
before the price
magician.
changes.
You did your magic, huh?
I just.
What, in part of an acca?
No,
It worked, yeah.
obviously not. Just a single.
But now you don't want to play.
All right, can you just go for like a mad
Come on, I
acca for
told
like
you.
Like the rest of
50p?
the World
Work
Cup.
all the time.
Just like a 50p
Can't go wrong.
absolute nonsense acca.
Okay, well at the moment I've got a 23 fold
5, 6.
at 12,000 to 1. How's that?
So you put 50p on, you get 6 back.
I'm gonna put £5 on and get 60k.
back.
Yeah.
An absolute punter, mate. A 23
Mate,
fold.
it's a fiver. Do you think I care? I just want something to sweat every day. Endrit won one of these ones. The most absurd thing ever. He put like
Let's Endrit.
I know he
let's
put like
Endrit.
£5 on a bet and won 12k or 18k or something ridiculous.
Endrit,
Kid
mate.
just never misses. You watch this. You watch like
Next one, I
every single team lose.
bet like huge sizing more than.
No, I'm gonna do a bit more reasonable. I just want a moonshot, you know, because who cares? I'm not gonna miss a fiver, am I?
He's putting maximum pressure.
But
No,
I would
not
like to win 60k.
Yeah, when you're 80, you're not going to look back and be like,
Yeah, damn, I lost a fiver.
damn, that 23 fold back that I put on during
Ruined my life.
the...
Exactly. Yared on the button. Ace Queen playing around 24 bigs. Makes it 80k at the 30k big blind. Sizing up slightly and Jatin with the Queen Jack off in a small blind.
Wow.
Goes for a massive jam out of the big blind.
Warm welcome back to the Crystal Cove. Bit of a weird entry there, but we're back. Here we are. 16 players left in the 5K high roller. The bubble has been burst, and everyone is now guaranteed $9,900 for the reference. We are at a pay jump. $1,600 pay jump. My name's Henry Kilbane, joined by recent high roller. I was about to say winner. You did us proud though. You won the hearts of the people.
Yeah.
You chopped it like
Chopped
forward.
it, so it's
Basically a win.
it was very shallow by the end, and everybody left was very capable. So
Yeah.
we didn't see much edge. It was like 18 big blinds average, 4 ways, and we all had within like within 4 big blinds from first to second. So it was like 1 big blind less, 1 big blind less, 1 big blind less. So just did ICM. Korkmaz all in for his last 13 bigs.
Yeah, that was going to be my introduction. High roller final tableist Leo Worth, joined by myself, Henry
It was
Kilbane, for
above
this one.
final tableist, but slightly below Victor, but also
Somewhere.
solid.
Solid.
Happy with it. Very happy with that.
Mustafa Canet, Italian legend. Number 2, I want to say, on Italy's all-time money list. Second to San Martino, if I had to guess. Yeah, he is second. And he's second to San Martino. Do know my Italians. 12 million, mate.
Oh yeah, you know your Italians, do you? Well, in that case, who's 34th?
I know the important ones.
You hear that, chat? If you're the 35th ranked Italian, I apologise for that insensitive statement by Henry calling you unimportant.
12 million. You remember watching Canet back in the day, mate? Like,
Yes.
like 18 or whatever.
Mustache can it.
Yeah.
Great mustache at all times.
Such a just true legend of the game.
Yeah.
I think he was took a bit of a while off. I saw him put a story out over the last, I think it was like yesterday or the day before, that he's going on a live trip for the next 3 months. Plans on grinding a lot live.
Nice.
Strong start to said trip for him here. Some incredible final tables. EPT high roller victories, left, right, and center. And final tables pack, just moving all in from the cutoff for his final 8 bigs. Gonna see a lot of this. There are a lot of short stacks.
Yeah. Pretty shallow average stack, all things considered. Just a few people with a chunk at the moment.
What a treat. What an absolute treat. Midweek high roller. Some absolute crushers here. The Crystal Cove. Quick look at the chip counts. Korkmaz, Alexander Pak, and Yanis Liparis all looking to get their chips in with the next couple of orbits or so. Don't want to get blinded out of the tournament. Squeaky bum time, Leo.
You just got to take the spots that present themselves. Can't do more or less than that. So if you get blinded out, you get blinded out. If it gets that bad, it gets that bad. It's pretty rare though, because the threshold gets pretty low as you get towards 4, 5 big blinds first in. It's especially in later positions.
Great start to the series for that young man there, Langer. Final tabled the warm-up. I mean, I guess it could have been much better for him, given the way that warm-up started as well.
Yeah.
Kings against ace-king. Out in 9th.
Brutal. Brutal. And it's so recent, it's not even going to be on there yet.
Number 4 on Iran's all-time money list.
Посмотрим, насколько тебе хватит в своем новом хобби.
So seat 2 against seat 7. Just saw there, little glimpse. Jacks against ace-9 of spades. And we are down to 16, I believe.
Is that a bust? That
Well, that was the bust.
Jack's all in and ace-9 wins, right? Jack's all in and Jack's win.
Jack's all in. Yeah, yeah, Jack's all in. And
So
Jack's
no
win,
bust
so
out,
no
still
bust.
16.
Shout out to the 143 viewers over on YouTube. See the chat payouts, or the payouts in the chat rather.
Chat
Those
in
you-
the payouts in the chat.
There we go. For those of you that are watching over on YouTube, you could go ahead and smash that like button. It really does help us grow the channel, reach a wider audience. And who wouldn't want more people tuning in for this coverage of the vintage style series high roller? Also means that Leo and I get to keep our jobs for at least another day.
That would be nice.
Would be nice. Do like it here. So much so.
I'll just sleep outside on the front porch if I get kicked out. Come in for the buffet in the morning and the afternoon and the evening. Chill in the spa all day.
Great food.
Just pretend I live here. Al Kubazi finds pocket 9s under the gun, 2.5x's. Gets it through up to 900k.
Oh, Kabazi. I don't think we've had a look at Kabazi yet. No recorded caches here. Al Kabazi that I found has 1,600 in total live earnings.
Could be him.
Could be him.
Is that Iraqi flag? Yeah, could well be him. Would make not much sense, but whatever. Perhaps a cash game player, just fancy flicking it in. Perhaps on a satellite.
Satellite's running, yeah.
Giannis finding queens. Last 7.5 bigs, pretty good as far as things go. When you got 7.5 bigs, queens. Yeah, take that.
How is he working up with queens here?
Easy, you get it sometimes. You're in this spot enough times, sometimes you're going to have queens. Solved.
It's almost feels like you can have like ace deuce suited, but queens, come on.
Langer, was that asking or falling or stating?
Is asking.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think he ever jams.
Why not?
Because I think the idea of that I've seen from a lot of the high rollers of leaving the one chip behind is obviously okay. It does just come over the top. Because it's
Big blind doesn't have much though, and he's a small blind, so big blind's only got 20 bigs. It's 20 effective.
big blind ante first. So they leave the 5k behind. It's going to call it off in great shape. So Yanis looking to get back up to 16 bigs if he can just hold here with the ladies.
290.
Doing the old prepay.
Oh.
Oh no, dealer. Dealer. King 8 deuce. Yanis drawing to just one out. We saw Queen of Hearts folded. Calipris get there. He can't. Quads on the river for Langer.
GG, Yanis, unlucky. Nothing to be done there, obviously.
Another cash here for Yanis. 16th, $9,900 for his efforts in. I'm sure it'll be straight into a satellite into the main or one of the side events. Langer.
Main's already started. Day one of the main today.
Yeah, straight into the main.
Might straight be in there, yeah.
We go for some food before jumping in. The first ladder since we made it into the money, 11,530. Now locked up for these final 15 players.
Scoop around good one.
Pack intimidates me, and I'm not even at the table with him. And it's hilarious because he's such a nice guy in real life.
Can't comment. I've never met him. But I trust you. Jatin was 6-3 suited in the cutoff. One of the chip leaders, if not the chip leader, so could see him pipping very wide in certain spots, approaching the final table. Just trying to leverage that stack as much as possible, because there's a difference between being big chip leader, but everybody else has still got a lot. Like you've got 80 bigs and everybody else has got 40.
Yeah, of course.
And you having chunks and everybody else is on like a 20 big blind average is a big, big difference. So these spots, you really got to press as hard as you can, basically.
Biz in the big blind, going to get out there. 7 deuces spades, not going to cut it. Chat in with the old raise and take. Cheeky one at that, 6-3 of clubs. Quite the field here. This high roller. Hopefully see and hear more from Canet on the final table if he gets there.
Yep.
I must say, everyone's been pretty quiet at the feature tables compared to some other events I've covered recently.
Ace-8 for Jatin in the hijack. Expect him to open this one. Same reasons as last hand.
Oh, the 3x now.
Just trying to put max pressure on the cutoff on the button to get out of the way so that he can play in position should it come to it. Ace queen suited for Biz in the small blind. Interesting to see how he decides to proceed versus the 3x open. I think we will just see an all-in. 25 big
You are
blinds.
from Italy, right?
Originally Morocco.
Morocco.
I know they told me many times that if I like this in Turkey as well. But
And also Kanat is also Turkish too.
yeah, they told me. Many people.
And also you look like little Turkish too.
Other side.
So that's just cool.
Turkish.
Don't think it's too bad. I think it's pretty reasonable. We've got a hand that plays well out of position. Can definitely
You wonder
call
if you
pretty
have
much
some
every flop.
relationship with Turkish family maybe or
Gonna keep in ace-x type hands that we dominate and queen-x type hands that we dominate that might just fold to a jam, but look at that, 8 on the flop.
Has a meaning
Jatin
in
hits his 3
Moroccan.
out, picks up the backdoor flush draw to go with it with the ace of spades, but Biz also has backdoor diamonds, 2 overs, backdoor straight draw.
And PH.
So,
Morocco.
Might see a small bet from Jatin or a check.
Like that too.
And expect Biz to continue either way. I don't think Jatin's going to bet big with this hand on this board very often, if at all.
And Biz with the 2 overs, backdoor diamonds. Under reps his hand pre. Expect to see a float depending on sizing should Jatin elect to see bet. It's going to knuckle it back, ace of spades in hand, and well, how about that for a turn card? Ace of clubs, giving Biz top pair, second nut kicker. Jatin, the very disguised 2 pair. Hand number 25 could be showers, depending on the river card. It's been all Jatin today. Started off with around about 700k. Came back with 19. He's up to 2.4 million. He's 1 card away from being 2.7 at least.
Don't think there's too much for Biz to do here other than call. Check raise, potentially, I could understand why you would go for it. I think it might even be a good play. But I think default definitely is just a call here because it's such a good card for Jatin to bluff if he check back the flop with something like 6-7 that didn't want to bet and get face check raise like 6-7 of clubs. Or like a Jack-9 of clubs type hand, then we just allow him to keep blasting those because it's such a good card for his range. But
What? What just happened? Just soul reads. The ace king, ace 8, ace 10. I mean, we're at a loss for words in one hand. The 6-4-0 in the warm-up. I'm at a loss for words in this one. Just folding. Ace queen on the turn and correctly as well.
I don't understand. Just when you think you're getting somewhere in this game.
You
would never see me fold there. And I'm like contemplating going for a check raise for value, and he's there just like, I'm going to fold. Guy's got 2 pair, even though I've got an ace.
That's why you're out the tournament, mate.
Yeah, I haven't played the tournament, but I would have got wrecked if I did. Don't know what to say. Unbelievable fold. What if he's just convinced himself he's got ace king now, and that's why he didn't jam pre? That's more what I was thinking when I saw that fold. He didn't jam pre-flop versus a 3x. I don't know if it was like, oh, I'm going to keep dominated stuff in, or I don't want to bust, because he's not a player that I've ever seen before. I imagine this is a relatively big spot for him. And what if he's just convinced himself, well, he's checked back the flop, he's probably going to have ace high a lot, and now he's bet the turn, so he won't 3x pre, that might be ace king.
Yeah, that's true. Don't really beat much, right?
Don't really beat much, beat ace jack though. I mean, it's, yeah. It's hard to say because he's made an absolute soul read and made a really, really results-orientated good fold, but it's hard to say that was a good fold, you know, because generally it's going to be a bit of a blunder to fold there.
Oh, I'm kind of shocked, I'm not gonna lie, as we sweep out to the outer tables. Or one of the outer table rather, so
Yeah,
it's three-way.
Yeah, looks like Kabazi's in. Ace 8.
Yeah, so we got Ivanov short stack with the king jack.
Looks like king jack wins that one. 2 kings on the board.
Alexander here's with ace 9 and Jakub Mikulak with ace 10. So king jack getting the triple up.
No bust.
No bust just yet. There we go. The numbers are creeping up over on YouTube.
After some technical difficulties. Sorry for the short technical difficulties.
Please mind the gap between the train and the platform.
Between the stream and the internet.
11,530 locked up.
8-4-4. Hijack versus big blind. Langer with the best hand. Can understandably check calling with the strong ace high. Going to be the best hand a bunch of the time. Langer, I can definitely perceive that Knit has a fair few straight draws here, although some of them may decide to check raise on the flop. Knit also just going to have a lot of floats. He's going to have 8x obviously. He's going to have some pocket pairs himself. But Langer going for another street of value. Just trying to get extra protection against those 5-6 type hands. 5-6, 6-7. Ace highs, all the overcards, floats, all the hands that didn't turn a backdoor flush draw. Just trying to get folds from all of them. Protect his threes.
Last call from Mr. George, Texas Holder 5, Penny table open, please.
And Mustafa gets out of the way on the turn.
Looks like we're going to swing out to the outer table again.
Eight, 4, deuce, flopped. 3 clubs by the looks of it. Oh no, 2 club, 1 club, 2 spades, wow. Not even, definitely not 3. Oh, 3, 2? Ah, that's actually no clubs, they're all diamonds.
Hope it's 7-5 of cards going for it.
And showdown versus the short stack all in.
Just dead.
Dead.
Just dead. So GG's to Jakub Mikulak out in 15th. Going home with a little 2x, $11,530 for his efforts.
All in.
a bit cagey out there, isn't it?
Knit silently getting it done. 2 mil, creeping up. Over 2 mil. Lying out under the gun. Also playing over 2 mil, 2.3, 2.4 mil. Biz, biz, biz. Absolute soul read fold.
Yeah, I'm still lost for words on that one, to be honest with you.
Reeling, absolutely reeling.
Pack going for the spin.
Yeah, fair enough.
Oh, hello.
Yeah, gonna call this one, I believe. No raising needed. It's already a big enough jam that we don't need to raise to get extra protection. People are just going to be folding quite honestly behind. We can have all of our strong hands in a call as well, so in position.
Does have 2 huge stacks to his left.
Yeah, more incentive to just call really.
Let's make the call. Cuts out the 3-3-5. So Pack all in at risk as the blinds get out of the way. Seems like it's about as fair as it gets, mate, when you get down to 8 bigs.
It's okay. We saw a jack folded, jack of clubs though, so bit from each column.
Canet looking to just hold and be up to 2.5 million.
Jack high. Pretty good start. No backdoor flush off a pack, just drawn to a queen.
Very strong start. Oh, hello.
Good sweat.
Adds 1 out.
That's one out because we take away the hearts.
It's for TV. That comes queen off.
4 clubs.
Yeah.
GG. 2 pack.
Improved.
15th, 14th. 14th.
Yeah, no, but it's worse
Yeah.
because he
Had
goes
me
from 3
confused
outs
for a second
to-
there.
Yeah, two have definitely busted. We had Yanis first. GG, sir. 14th
Yeah,
place.
also 2
Not a
sixes.
bad run. Got to
He
win
was
your
1
flips.
$11,530 for Pack.
Even though looks cool.
It's a sweat.
Becoming a bit of
Doesn't look
a
good.
name hit in Merit. Competing at the highest level, always seems to be running deep in pretty much anything and everything. Mains, warm-ups, high rollers. 2.3k ladder between 13th and 12th. Could be down to the final table pretty soon. I mean, dropping like flies at the moment.
Yeah. Another $1 million bounty jackpot's been won on GG.
What?
You know they do the new bounty hunter, they kind of split the bounty price for all that. So in a PKO you would always just knock out the person and get whatever their bounty was worth.
Right.
But now they've been doing it where you get half of their bounty and then half of it you spin for, and the minimum you get is the correct amount, right?
Right.
And the maximum you can get, there's obviously extra rake. And the maximum you can get is $1 million, so there's varying levels of jackpots you can get for knocking somebody out. Maximum one being $1 million. And there's been 2 gone now in the past couple of months. Somebody's just got the second one. The first one was in a $30 tournament or a $50 tournament. Somebody just got it all in with like ace 10 against jacks or something like that on a 10 high board, ace on the river, $1 million. And now this one.
Oh my god.
This one was in I don't know, I can't see, but it looks like a low stakes because his bounty was $750, so that's a $30 tournament. Again. Eddie Lee from China.
That's mad, isn't it? A $30 tournament. Jatin with a 3-bet from the small blind. Running well and playing well. Picking up hands.
Ace-8 in the hijack for Biz. Lets it go. This time he really did have ace-king.
Küçük naçizane bir perim vardı benim.
Ace-4 suited for Korkmaz in the cutoff. Playing just 11 big blinds now. I think we could see a jam here. Potentially a min raise. Definitely a thing at 11 big blinds in these later positions. Does just put it all in, and so far so good. Alkibasi not going to be giving him any trouble with the 9-6.
Korkmaz crippled on, well, I say crippled. It wasn't really crippled, but more just lost an important one on the bubble. Left him kind of stuck in the middle. His aces got cracked by King Queen O.
That's true, and he had to raise 4 10s as well.
That's true. Yeah, I didn't even remember that. Raise folding 10s. Ace is getting cracked. Front currently guaranteed $11,530. Those of you watching over on YouTube, my name's Henry Kilbane, joined by my co-host Leo Worthington-Lees. Got 200 of you tuning in for this. Going to be playing down to a winner today. Said winner is going to be walking away with $184,000 for their efforts. We're live from the Crystal Cove here in Cyprus on a 30-minute delay to obviously protect the integrity of the game. But if you could all go ahead, take a couple of seconds out of your day to click that like button.
Couple of seconds?
Couple of seconds.
Is it even? Is it just like a slide the mouse?
Grab the mouse, click like.
Done.
Done. We get to keep our jobs. And it also helps reach a wider audience. Bring new players to the game.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Quick dealer change. While we take a look at the chip counts. Jatin up the top, 56 bigs, 30% of the chips at the table. Kennett keeping up with him, 51 bigs. Milad up there too. And then 3 short stacks down at the other end. 15, 14, 11 bigs. Short-handed as well, so those stacks can expire a little bit faster.
Yeah, it's getting pretty dicey down there at the bottom, 6-handed. Biz, Al-Kabasi and Korkmaz looking to make moves sooner rather than later. Some short stacks on the outer table as well.
Al-Kubazi not picking up one he can really do much with on the bottom. With 2 short stacks in the blinds, these hands actually become really, really bad because you're just blocking folds that you're aiming for with a min-raise and it's not quite strong enough to jam. But he has decided to just go with the 10-8, jamming 14 big blinds. Neither player in the blinds picking up a hand they can call with, so it's going to take it down, but do not try this one at home.
So he's just run into ace-king and drill the 8-high flop.
Yeah. The fake flip for ace-king.
Again, gonna pan around to the outer table. So what we got going on here? Some all-in situation. Ace-king against 6s.
Ace on the river.
Small body.
Ayah.
Yeah, buddy.
It's almost getting ready to leave.
Yes, feels so grim when you're that close.
Finds the Barry.
Strong hand, ace-king.
It's
Is that Kabazi as well? Spun it up. Was one of the short stacks at the start of the day.
Yeah.
Poised now to potentially make the final table up to about 900, maybe a million, 20 bigs.
I mean, confidence at an all-time high for our man Kabazi.
Yeah.
Yalla.
After I said good game to him in the lift yesterday,
Oh, yeah,
it was
mate.
upwards from there on. There was no chance.
Had nothing to do with the steep run in the
Nope.
warm-up. It's all
No.
just hearing the old GGs from Leo.
Magic touch.
So I've heard. With 13 left here. Oh, 2.3k ladder.
Decent, half a buy-in.
All the boys in the group chat that got a 5-ball as well, you know.
LFG, LFG.
Yeah, a little $125.
Cannon Knit opens the button. King, Queen, O. Jatin in the big blind. 8-4 offsuit.
It's called Can It and It.
Knit.
Wow.
Knitty knit. Jatin just going to let it go. 8-4 off, not in the defense there.
Musty.
50-50.
I was already thinking why he opens two and a half X. I was already thinking like why he opens 2.5 X. But just tricks.
El Kubazi under the gun, not getting dealt much. Making it work though with the 10-8. Ace-9 off and the hijack for Biz. Gets out of the way. Could definitely have seen an open there off the stack depth. Those ace-X hands pretty powerful. Ace-9 just a good strong hand. But allows Knit to open at 4s in the cutoff. Knit may well have just folded versus the open. Probably. Probably would have. Jattin in the big blind, ace-10, oh sorry, in the small blind, excuse me, ace-10 offsuit. Might see him put the 3-bet in here. Does have Knit covered. 50 big blinds effective though. Definitely strong enough to just call versus the cutoff open. We get to keep some of the dominated ace-X and 10x combos in Knit's range, but playing out of position, never too much fun against a crusher. Does elect to just call.
Any crushers in the mix?
Couple.
It's a fair few, mate. There's like
half the field.
25 million in earnings just at this table alone. Six-handed. That's a pretty tough 5k. You know, it's only 25. What's 25 mil between friends?
Not much, is it? Queen 6-3. Unlikely to give Langer the best hand. Can have Queen 7 of clubs, but also going to have a gut shot, a reasonable amount. No, probably unlikely.
7-6.
Yeah, 7-7 possible as well.
In before Langer has the best hand.
7-7-7.
Kind of 2 overs to his pocket 4s. Does check through.
Makes sense. Jack on the turn. Pretty good for Jattin's hand. Not too good for his range, but not bad at all. Definitely going to have some Queen X, Queen Jacks, a lot of straight draws on this board. Some King Queen offs. Potentially even Ace Queen off. Doesn't want to just 3-bet get him 50 big blinds pre, so can have 6s, can have 3s. Can even just have like a hand like 9s or Jack 10 suited, which are pretty strong hands after the flop checked through. But big blind is still relatively uncapped in this spot because he's unlikely to lead very much on the flop at all, so he can still have very, very strong hands in this range, but we know he's they've both folded anyway, so
They folded. 375.
Well done, Jattin. Don't worry, you're not slowing down the entire game with your absolute nonsense. Too harsh?
too harsh.
Yeah? Well,
Maybe he just couldn't reach. It's quite a big table. And
well, he's got 100k chips there, mate, so, you know.
That's true. Didn't want to use them, did he? He wanted to go for the old, I'm going to put loads of chips in the pot, make them fold. Live reads.
Any live reads about Farid Jattin out in front. 59 bigs. Plays 49, 42, 17, 17 and 8. Stafford Canet and Milad Langer with very healthy stacks. Going to be top 5 overall. Going to scan around to the outer table in a couple of minutes' time. The Biz and Al Kabasi also very comfortable. 17 big blinds. Big blind 50k.
Can we hand and mob Mr. Biz?
Mr. Biz. Let's have a look at Biz.
Mustafa Biz.
I'm going to go with 400k total live earnings. How about 1.3 million?
That's our man, is it?
That is our man.
218k best score. Grinder from Turkey. Recent cash in EPT Barcelona main event, 35th. 31k. Decent run.
A lot of scores here this year as well.
Yeah.
First place.
So the ace queen was just an absolute soul read then.
In the mystery bounty, it was, mate. Yeah, it was. A lot of cashes here this year. 25 million or so in total live earnings at this table. Let us know over on YouTube whereabouts in the world you are tuning in from, who you're rooting for, who you think would win in a boxing match between me and Leo in the commentary booth. One hand taped behind her back, one leg strapped up as well.
Strategically by a tree surgeon. You got a small weight advantage of about 50%.
We could do a it's like an Iron Man. So swimming being your strength, poker, tournament poker being your strength, well, Hold'em being your strength. We could balance it out.
Is there anything you're good at?
Not really, no. There really isn't. Now that you say it.
That's yours. Yeah, that's you as well.
You know when you just meet annoyingly talented people, you know, you just like go for coffee and like, what do you do? Well, I'm a engineer. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
And then like, but you know, I also teach the piano, violin, and
yeah, I speak 8 languages fluently.
And what do you do? And I'm like, I'm a professional poker player. Yes. Oh, really? And they find so much interest in what you do. Like, hang on a minute.
Yeah.
You speak 17 languages. You play 4 instruments. You could have pursued at least 3 sports professionally, and you're interested in poker.
Yeah. Good. Rightly so. Poker's a great game.
It is a great game. Yeah, do let us know whereabouts Ace of Hearts over on YouTube. Can somebody tell me the entry fee in this event? The clue is in the title, my man. The Merit Poker Vintage Style 50 or $5,300, $5,300 high roller. And the number of players should be on your screen every hand.
Entry fee, though, makes me think perhaps not a regular poker watcher. So the buy-in is that number that Henry listed, $5,300. That was the buy-in, not the prizes. So number of players was about 150, 160, 155.
Top right-hand corner of your screen.
We're down to the last 13, so no more entries now. These are the final 13 players. One of these guys, or one of the guys from the other table not seen on screen, is going to win this tournament, and $187,200.
$184,000. Yeah.
$184,000.
We go back to the outer table for another all-in. It's thick and fast out there.
Yeah. Short stacks, getting it in.
Like Jack 9 against Ace King. So seat 7. That would be our man Damir Zugrilin from Kazakhstan. Out in 13th, so a bit of a pay jump. I say a bit of a pay jump for everyone. Everyone now guaranteed $13,880 for their efforts. Group chats popping off left, right, and center. Al-Kabasi with a couple of
aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, he needs to be careful he doesn't get caught in the crossfire.
Very aggressive.
You want to be at least suited. Jack 9-0 for 17. So I believe if that was seat 5, it's Edward Barsigian with the KO. Dropping like flies here.
Ace-8 in the hijack for Langer. Are only 6-handed. Ace-8 extra valuable. Only has to be the best hand out of 6 hands, not 9 hands anymore. So it becomes much more likely that that is the case. Al-Kabasi gets out of the way. Biz going to be folding this one.
Ace Hart over on YouTube saying, I saw it all. Welcome to the stream, Ace Hart. Hope you're enjoying the show. Thanks for asking questions. That's what we're here for. Anyone else wants to know anything about tournament, upcoming series, future series, all that good stuff. As we've lost another player.
Down to 5 on the outer table now, so 11. Just 2 players away. I'm guessing it's a 9-handed final table.
Yeah, it looked like it was a 3-way all-in.
9-10 suited, Queen 4 off, Ace Jack. So I guess they were both all in for a minimal amount, and then Queen 4's just put it in after opening, or put it in from the big blind or something.
Yeah, Ace Jack had like
4
bigs, 5 bigs.
Blind's got 2.
Oh, so some incredibly short stacks. Seat 2 out of there we just saw. That was the young Belarusian Alexander Heers. Dropping like flies. Speed running their way to this final table. Al-Kabasi with the 4x this time, not all in sizing.
He's a bit of an Ashkenazi character, isn't he?
He is indeed.
Love that. Great for the stream. Great for the entertainment. And Biz facing the 4x. In the cut off with the King Jack off. Can't see him doing much with this one other than just folding. Does get out of the way.
We raise European, 100. We raise Dubai. I say we raise European. You raise Dubai. Dubai raise.
Dubai raise.
Dubai raise, yeah. There's a lot of guys here that play out in Dubai. So, what do you say? Probably 5-hour flight from here? No, less than that. I mean, it's 7 hours from London, right?
Is it?
I think so.
I thought it was more.
I did as well, and then I discovered Bali and Thailand, and
yeah, that was long. Jesus. I'll tell you what was long. Flying from the UK to Australia. Jesus Christ, on a bicycle. Flew to Hong Kong in one go.
That's grim. That's 13 right there. Yeah,
grim. Stayed in Hong Kong. Just got the all-access airport lounge.
100%.
You know, have to be done.
We did that when we went to Bali, didn't we?
Yeah.
In Hong Kong, yeah.
And then flew from Hong Kong direct to Australia, and that was like another 11 hours.
Yeah. Because you go in east, then south.
Yeah. Good Lord. Tell you what, that was something else. Made me never want to do it again.
Yeah.
And then you got to come back as well.
It's not nice.
That is some sitting down. I can see why. If I was super rich, the only thing I would change about my lifestyle is I would fly first class everywhere so I could lie down.
Yep.
That's
100%.
it. Yeah.
Been fortunate to have been offered some incredibly cheap upgrades, and like I'm talking, $150 upgrades from Europe to America on a couple of occasions.
Nice.
I don't know why. I don't know how it works, and why they just randomly offer you.
They tune into the stream, don't they?
Maybe. B-knock.
B-knock.
There we go.
You know it.
And yeah, it's just absolute game changer.
Yeah.
Worst one for me was
You're quite tall as well, so
Vegas to Bangkok.
long way.
Yeah.
I did Japan to Vegas as well. That was pretty far.
That's
really far.
That's San Fran, right? So you go Vegas, San Fran.
I went, no, other way around. I went from Japan to Vegas, so I went from Japan to Hawaii.
Oh, nice.
Stayed in Hawaii for like 24 hours, rented a kind of camper van deal, like a 4x4 that just came with a sleeping bag and a roll-up bed in the back. Camped by the beach. Got in quite late, camped by the beach, woke up in the morning to this unbelievable panorama, volcanoes in the background, perfect blue sky, and there was a surf competition going down on the beach.
So what's going down on the outer table? An all-in and a call. You got ace.
Ace king, I think. Ace king versus kings.
Oh no!
Ace on the
old
flop.
Ace high flop again.
Damn. Double up, no bust outs. Or perhaps bust out, not sure. Let's get confirmation of those stacks.
C5 against C8.
It looks like it's covered, actually. Yeah, covered, so a double up.
Alexander Ivanov.
Gonna have a little left behind. Not much though, just a couple of bigs, 4 or 5 big blinds left behind. About 750k each or something like that, 800k each. So unlucky there. Got to win those ones too.
How much do you have?
Yeah, I spent the next day then just kind of driving around the island. Hiked up some crater, volcano crater at the top, and there was this little bunker thing up there that had unbelievable 360-degree views of the island I was on. And then went to some museum, got my flight out the next day from Miami straight to, from Hawaii straight to LA, and then LA down to Vegas. So nice when you break it up like that, you know, I think. And then I decided after that that's what I was always going to do in the future, is anytime there was like 2 long flights in a row, I'd stop for at least 24 hours.
I'll see. I'd rather just get out of the way with...
Fair enough.
Just get out of the way with shower in Hong Kong or wherever it is that you stop off at. And just get out of the way with... Try and get the body clock catching up. But I respect the old hiring... Is it a camper van?
Yeah, it was more just like a 4x4 with stuff in the back, but I found it on this app called Churro. It's basically like Airbnb for cars. Yeah, we've used it before. Yeah. Rented that little Boxster, didn't we? Do you remember that?
I remember almost crashing that car.
Doing donuts in some lay-by at the side of the highway and on the way to Utah. Great day. I rented a Corvette off Churro once when I was in Vegas as well and drove it to the Hoover Dam. That was very fun. Bright yellow, stupid old thing, but
it's one of the reasons why I always try and convince people that Vegas is good if you
know what you're doing.
If you know what you're doing,
it doesn't have to be too expensive either. Everyone thinks it's, you know, if you go to Vegas, that's it, 10 grand, but it doesn't have to be like that. The key is going for a decent amount of time, getting yourself set up like with a little home life, get a car and everything.
Yeah.
Make sure you go on lots of trips.
Always helps if you're sharing accommodation as well, people, because you can just pull your money together.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I'm not gonna lie.
It is expensive.
Spent a while there this year, quite a bit actually, and it's definitely gone up.
Oh yeah, big time. I remember when first time I went to WSOP, I paid about £700 for a shared house, like 6-bedroom house, but we all had our own massive double room, ensuite, swimming pool, golf course in the garden. Type deal, pool table, everything. We paid about 750 quid each for 6 weeks. And now you go there and it's like 1,500 quid a month for your own thing. Minimum. Your own place. Even just like a little 1-bed apartment.
Chatting. Flop the best of it. Managed to get some value out of Kabasi's turn. Pair of 7s. Chatting's now rivered a straight.
Yeah, and Kabasi strikes me as the type who might launch a bluff here versus a small bet. So interesting to see what size Jatin chooses, but I think he's just going to go relatively big to try to punish all the showdown value hands. There's a lot of 9x, 7x hands that have good blockers to a straight as well, even 2 pairs and stuff. So blocking some of those though with the 8. Does go big, 295. Two-thirds or so.
Just checking the itinerary. Staring Jatin down, maybe thinking of heroing this one off.
Certainly appears that way.
Some of the... I mean, the problem with like a lot of the 10x and jack-x is they're going to stab flop, start setting something up, like queen jack, queen 10.
They might not always, because of
not
the
always,
effective
for
stack
sure.
size. So
yeah.
they don't want to, like, you don't want to bet call, you don't want to bet face a check raise with jack 10 of hearts or Queen Jack with a club. So I could definitely see them being in there, checking. Can definitely credibly repping bluffs, but the worst part about those hands is that we have a queen in our hand.
That's very true. Yeah, that's very true.
Blocking bluffs.
So here we are, ladies and gentlemen. 12 left. 5k high roller. Some incredibly short stacks out there. Everyone currently guaranteed $13,880 for their efforts. Playing for 184k. That's pretty ridiculous. That's what, 36 buy-ins
from a field of 155. 20, just over
11
20%.
left.
I like that.
11 left now. Oh, we did have bust outs in the other table.
King Jack for Jatin in the cut-off. 100k to go. Alcabazi in the small blind this time. 10-9 offsuit. Let's it go. And Biz in the big blind. 10-3-0. No. Jatin cruising over 60 bigs.
Did you ever see this one? Like, he's gone for like 5 minutes.
Who's been gone for 5 minutes?
Don't know.
Short stack next has the blind.
Oh, wow.
Who was sitting there? Oh, it was Mr. Folded Tens and that. What's his name?
I understand.
He was Reg.
Yeah, that is incredibly strange.
Oh, he's so lucky.
Oh, is the sim coming back?
Yeah.
When you gotta go.
Yeah, you had to.
I wish you wait for me.
Corkmas.
Wait.
Ran somewhere, out of breath.
Alright, Corkmas. 500k in total live earnings. 110k. Biggest cash here in this very room. MPP main event.
Nice one.
Came 6th.
No fair play.
That's the one that Yanis final table. Steve Warburton, Arseny Kamatsky came 2nd. Hannes Jessica ended up taking that one down.
And Langer putting in a 3-bet. 310k to go. Queen Jack off. Love this. Fighting back against Jatin, who's just been running it over so far. Langer realizes he's probably opening a bit wide. So chooses a nice blocker hand. Good positions. And lets it go. Nice hand for Langer. Up over 2 mil. 2.5 mil, excuse me. 50 big blinds, very healthy stack. Setting himself up well for a run at the win.
Like 2 million? Like 2 million? Oh. 3 million. 3 million in the pocket.
I got where you make a month.
And this is what you're making money?
Might get in the cash game streets today if we finish early.
Yeah, I think so. I was thinking that.
Your salary?
Might be a satellite to that 1k, you never know. Doubt it. Possible though. Langer opens up under the hijack now. Under the hijack? Under the gun, Jack. Where'd you go, Jack? I'm in the low, Jack. Opens the hijack. Ace king off. King 8 suited on the button for Biz. Excuse me. Could have seen a free bet with that one. Wouldn't be too surprised. But he's been snug.
Maybe better for me.
233 of you over on YouTube watching now.
Very nice.
Final table bubble of this $5,300 high roller, part of the Merit Poker Vintage Style Series.
Everyone trying to learn something, including us.
Yeah, quite the treat. 25 million in total live earnings at this table alone. Some real crushers in the mix.
Same as Iran.
That man right there, Langer, fresh off of an FT in the warm-up. For those of you that are enjoying this coverage from the Merit Crystal Cove, you could go ahead and click that like button. Drop us a message in the chat, let us know whereabouts in the world you're tuning in from. Can it with an ace on the button. Wow, Corkmans.
I'll give it to you.
All in for his final 3.5 bigs.
Yeah.
Interestingly, Canet does have a step, but let's see if that deters.
Yeah, I think Jatten's gonna raise here, make it like 350 or something like that. 400k. Wants to get heads up. Just isolate the all-in range, which he's miles ahead of. Canet's range not going to be super tight. He opened the button after all, so does make it 415. Canet just going to get out of the way, I think.
Only so ace. Deuce. Deuce. We need deuce.
So he only saw the ace. You ever done that before? You short stack, you just like peek the first card.
Yeah, if you know that it's any ace-X in that spot, then you don't need to look at the second card.
Get to sweat the second one.
It's going to be aces sometimes, isn't it?
Peel it from the side. Corkmaz looking for some help from the deck.
Not a great start, but no jack at least.
Let's get back up to 10 big blinds.
Okay.
Hello.
Picks up a gutter. We saw Mustafa fold ace-3 on the button, so one of the outs gone. Says 7, but it's actually 6.
3 or deuce needed.
Hello. It is one of the 3s on the river. Corkmaz getting that double up over 10 bigs again now. Life, fresh life. You feel very down and out.
Yeah, almost.
When you're down to that few big blinds.
Butterfly effect of speed running a toilet break. He goes on to win the tournament now. Best timed toilet break of his life.
Yeah, maybe he was sitting out of a cooler that would have seen him eliminated.
Yeah, or just the way that he would have played the cards, or
the
10 seconds he would have taken to tank.
Different interaction with the dealer would have made the shuffle different.
Ooh. Ooh. Even he's feeling it. There's still 11 places.
I need one more.
Fabian Wengart saying,
And I will be in the game then.
Wheelie? Wheelie? You tuning in from Wheelie? Where is Wheelie?
Wheelie is not a place.
Well, I'm about to see if it is.
No. It's just not a place. Do you know what? I had a bet with somebody on the train the other day, a friend of a friend, whether or not.
You absolutely love betting, like.
We were playing.
I already know what this bet's going to be.
We were playing like the rhyming game, where because we were going out to this gig, and obviously we were like trying to have a few drinks on the train or whatever. We were playing this rhyming game where you say something and the next person has to make a word that rhymes with it. And if you take more than like 1 second, you have to drink. and the word was green, and he said, oh, what was the word? What was the word? Hang on a second, let me just find it.
So the word was what? Sorry, they had to rhyme?
It was green, and it had gone round a couple of times as well.
Mean, lean.
Yeah, well, yeah, so
Machine.
we'd had a bunch of those. We were on
Pristine.
You wait 3 hours.
no,
for
the
the
word was like the split,
I'm going to jump to the outer table. Sixes against ace queen. It looks like our man who lost the kings against ace king, Mr. Edouard Bosegian, staying alive. 295, so back up to around about 700k with the dead money in the middle.
Anyway, he came up with this rhyme that was clearly not a word. I can't remember exactly what it was. It was like sleen or something like that. And he was like, sleen's a word, looking it up on his phone and all this, and all he could find was Urban Dictionary, and the definition of it was the opposite of a chode. I was like, we're not having that. That doesn't count as a real word. You can't have that.
Yeah, if you have to go to Urban Dictionary.
Yeah, I said 50 quid says this is not a word before we looked it up. And he was like, yeah, you know what drunk people are like. Just absolutely no inhibitions whatsoever. Yeah, we'll do that. I'm telling you, mate, it is not a word. And we got an all-in and a call here. It's going to be a flip.
Jacks, Abidjan.
Lucky to hold and go into
Jack.
the final 10 as chip leader.
Good luck.
Jack's not so bad to see.
Started off the day as chip leader.
I don't give up. You don't stay here. Jack of hearts. Jack 10.
Big old flip, 9-4 tray. Great start for the pocket jacks. 2 to come.
Here space.
Some backdoor for Biz. Wow.
Picks up some equity.
Goes from 6 to 13 outs.
Dad, I
That
folded
too
the
many
jack.
outs, chat? Too many outs?
I think it's just the right amount.
13 ounce ones?
Yeah.
9 of clubs.
This time.
Cut it. Love to see the sportsmanship shown around the table.
Bro, it doesn't
So
change
final table
anything.
bubble.
Doesn't change anything. You idiot.
Made the soul read earlier with the ace queen, but folding that, not enough.
A
Yeah,
red jack, bro. I folded a red jack.
and home with $13,880. Stone cold bubble is Milad Langer out in front, starting off the day as chip leader. He's chipped up quite a bit, came in with around about 1.7 up to 3.3, 56 big blinds for him. Farah Jatin with 48 bigs, Mustafa Khan on 37. Al Kabasi and Korkmaz on the short side, playing 11 bigs and 9 bigs for Korkmaz. I mean, this, I mean, we're on the bubble. Could take a while, obviously, but I've got a funny feeling. This
Could be
is
a
gonna
quick one.
It's going to be a quick day.
Yeah, 9 bigs, 11 bigs, not going to last you too long, 5-handed.
Don't go too far, chat. 184,000 for first. We are going to be playing down to a winner today. A massive shout out to all of you that have been keeping myself and Leo company. And it looks like we're actually going on break. Players remaining 9, so the bubble has been burst on the outer table. So 30-minute break. When we come back, final table time here at the Crystal Cove. It's the 5K High Roller, part of the Vintage Style Series. Leo Worthington and myself, Henry Kilbane, going to be calling the action all the way down to a winner, where the eventual champion is going to be walking away with $184,000. We will see you guys on the flip side of this dinner break. Peace.
lets it go.
Jatin with jacks. 24, chip leader on his direct left in the big blind. I'd love to see it limp here. Although, yeah, honestly, I don't even know about this spot. 24 bigs, 3.5x to call it off or limp jam. What do I prefer? Probably prefer limp jam.
Yeah. Yeah, we unblock a load of hands that covering stack is going to choose to ISO. This is actually a really good hand for Lang to ISO, so
dreamy spot.
I think we might see Langar make it like 100k or something here. But he does decide to just check it back. Interesting. Would have expected an ISO though. These kind of one blocker hand, one unblocker hand, well, like one blocker card, one unblocker card hands tend to make really good ISOs, so Jatin's not really going to be limping very much deuce X at all, so having a deuce is actually really good because you don't block any folds at all. And you unblock all that middle stuff, which is going to like limp fold, like all the kind of queen 8s and 10-6 suiteds and stuff like that.
$155 people, eh? Little 5k. Little 5k high roller.
Yeah, a little sit and go. A 180 man.
Do you remember that back in the day?
Mate, do I remember that? That's how I built a bankroll in the first place. I used to grind those things.
You did. I
yeah,
remember.
big time. And absolutely bashed them up and taught one of my friends my exact strategy. And he played, I can't remember how many, about 2,500 or 3,000 of those games after I taught him my exact strategy. I made it super simple, taught him, and he finished those games with 110% ROI.
I remember hearing ridiculous rumors about some of the ROIs and that in those games back in the day.
Yeah. They were and still are. They just hardly exist anymore. They basically never get running. But back when we were playing them, you could like register 3 or 4 at the same time. You know, there were tons running. You could play 60, 70, 100 a day on a good day. On a Sunday, you could get like well into the hundreds of games in. And they just used to pop up every 10 minutes. God, that was the poker heyday, honestly. Those things. $500 for first, little $3 rebuy, 180 man sit and go.
Yeah.
Ah, perfect. And what a turn card. The Case Jack. Langar bet the flop after being checked to. Now picks up a pair on the turn. May well just believe that a Jack is the best hand here.
Yeah, no reason to think that it's not, right?
Yeah. He can still get value from 6x, 3x, some 4-5s. There's some 6x with backdoor flush draws. There's some gut shots with backdoor flush draws in there. So plenty to get value from. Not surprised to see another bet here. Would probably like to go a little bit bigger, I think. Just slightly, but half pot. Just under half, going around 40%. I think there's definitely enough combos of stuff we can get value from, and we can maybe eliminate some Queen X, because Jatin just check called the flop. We might think he bets some, we might think he raises some pre. Jatin just going to be absolutely loving this spot. Interesting for him how to proceed. Obviously, when he has 2 jacks, he blocks a lot of the Jack X value. So now it's a question of, is Langar going to go for free streets with a weak queen? Does Langar call a raise on the turn with his weak queen X, or does he start to get immediately suspicious and maybe we get him to overfold? Is he going to barrel it off with his air balls? Do we need to get more value from potential draw combos? There's definitely multiple directions you could go in with this hand. And he looks like he is going for the raise. Just wants to be able to bet the river and give himself an opportunity to get it all in. Doesn't want to risk Langar. Just checking back the river with a wide range. If he like just somehow checks back Queen 2 or something on the river, it's a bit of a disaster, especially if that would call a raise on the turn. And he's gone just over a 3x check raise. If Langar calls here, there's going to be about 600k in the pot and 435k behind in the stack, so about 2/3 pot on the river as a jam, but Langar really now not beating much. The thing is he blocks quite a lot of hands that Jatin might play this way, which would be something like Jack 6 suited that's turn 2 pair or Queen Jack. Does he play an overpair this way? Limp pre, check call flop, check raise turn. Does he wanna? Yeah, I guess it's definitely plausible too. So more stuff to be worried about. Does he ever like check call the flop? What draws can he have? Bare draws that start to bluff this way. Like he's not gonna have much just bare flush draws. A lot of it's going to be like a gut shot on a flush draw or a pair and a flush draw. Or like a, 4-5 of diamonds type thing, you know, open end of a flush draw. Do those want to just check raise at this stage of the tournament, you know, 2 away from the money? Or are they just going to try and check call, getting a really good price on the turn as well, facing a 40% pot bet, so it's not like it was a bad price to call at all. You just don't seem to get you don't seem to see draws played this way. So, I think we might see Langar get out of the way here. Does let it go. Nice fold. Nice pot going Jatin's way. Up to around 30 bigs now. 900k, just under.
Ahead.
Huber's shortest. Kabaze down there as well, 265. So a few like 10 big blind stacks. There was four kind of very short stacks at the start of the day. And we are now on a stone bubble hand for hand.
It will obviously be swinging out to the outer table should there be any big hands of interest. Back to this one though. Aces to kick things off.
Decent.
Got a funny feeling that we're going to be here a while.
King Queen for Jatin on the button. Facing the cutoff open as well. Interesting to see what happens here. Feels like 3-bet or call are both reasonable options. Does just make the call. Now interesting spot, really interesting for Pack. 9's in the big blind versus these positions. Cut off open button call. The problem is stone bubble. Jatin's range has strengthened considerably. Pack may be worried there are even some traps in there. Really, really interesting spot for 9's. Yeah, and he decides to just make the call, not taking any unnecessary risks. Another spot I'm interested. I'm going to take a quick photo of all of these. Just homework for later.
Oh boy.
9's feels super close to a jam pre-flop just because it's cut off and button, and cut off has 33 bigs. But the thing is the cut off is opening into the chip leader small blind. So that that makes his range a little bit stronger. It's not like, oh, I'm opening into the chip leader small blind, so I have to fold everything, but there is going to be that consideration. It's the stone bubble. His 3-bet percentage is likely to go up a reasonable amount in this spot. So, but still, like, he's going to have all those king jack offsuits still. He's not just going to open fold something like that. King 10 suited, all those hands that 9's gets to fold pre, plus Pack's range is going to look super strong jamming pre, so he's just going to get extra folds. He might even get something like ace queen to fold pre-flop if it just go because Jatin is flatted on the button as well. Both of these ranges look quite strong to the opener, so a jam pre from Pack might get some very strong hands to fold too. So definitely a super interesting spot. And king high board going to be trouble for Jatin.
Yeah, Korkmaz going with around 40%. I note the size of the pot, Leo, just going to the turn already. SPR going to be 2 should... I'm trying to think of natural turn barrel cards, but like a 10. Oh, wow. Wow, king of diamonds.
Yeah, that's not going to be good for Korkmaz at all. He's really not going to like that. Like, there's going to be a lot of King X in Jatin's range, especially once he calls the flop with the player behind. This range is going to be getting pretty strong, like calling pre on the bubble, calling flop multi-way.
Less concerned about hands like ace queen of diamonds. It was relatively small, just north of quarter pot. Setting up a very natural river SPR of around 1 as well for river gem, although I guess going to non-diamond rivers, brick rivers, he's going to have non-all-in sizings on the river. Especially on that river.
Yeah, this size on the turn just allows Korkmaz to believe there's some...
Oh, Pack's face, mate. Oh no, I didn't even remember that Pack had 9s in the big.
Yeah, what a run out that would have been as well. All
Wow.
snapped off by aces, river 9 on the stone bubble, million chips, wow.
Korkmaz was just losing this hand.
Yeah, but I mean, Pack was never going to get anywhere near this river once he peeled pre-flop, so Korkmaz, yeah, can think there were potentially some hands like 10s, 9s, jacks in Jatin's range that peel the flop and then bet this size on the turn just to try and get a showdown. But once those hands don't check back the river after about 5 to 10 seconds, you're really hating it. Now this is going to become a very King X heavy and kind of pocket 5s, pocket 3s type deal. So I expect Korkmaz is going to be able to get away from this on the river, to be honest. Saudi Arabia win. 2-1. GG.
Biggest upset of the tournament already.
Yeah, that was a pretty big one. Especially as they were 1-0 down.
Out ever for me.
Yeah, does get away from it. Nicely done.
Huh?
So a quick look at the outer table. Armetsky, our warm-up champion, main event runner-up in the MPP festival. Looks like it's Karmatsky against Canet.
Can it fire 70k?
Yeah, on the
The
turn.
turn. Queen, queen. 6, 6.
So,
Is that what that is? Can you zoom in on our photo? Queen, queen, 6, 6. Rainbow.
yeah. Karmatsky's got a few chips. Probably sitting around
Oh, it's
average.
a flush draw, but not super relevant anymore after it goes bet call on the turn. You expect a lot of flush draws to fold. Maybe some ace high flush draws continue because they might just be the best hand sometimes. Don't know what the action is though, so hard to tell. Could be. Looks like Knit's going to have check called flop led turn, or it went check check on the flop and Knit has led the turn. But there's quite a lot of chips in the pot for that to be the case.
Eight of Hearts River. And Knit coming with the pretty significant size down, given that on the turn he bet 70k.
Yeah, just a real blocker bet. Just going to be a lot of full houses in here because there's not too much for Knit to get to fold. You know, it's not like he's getting flush draws to fold. It's just going to be, if he is trying to get something to fold, it's like a 9s type hand, but 8's made a full house on the river, so it's really like only 9s and 7s, maybe some 10s. his flush draws don't make very good. If it has gone check call flop lead turn, his flush draws don't make very good bluffs either. So I expect this just to be like a 6 or a decent amount. Don't know if we'll get to find out or not.
Yeah, it looks like he's defended the big, Leo.
Yeah.
So definitely going to have, you know, all the suited Queen X, Queen Deuce, Queen 3, obviously going to be defending.
Yeah. I think those are going to be going bigger though at some stage in this hand. Yeah.
So it's big blind 30k. Just take it down on the river with the small bet.
Potentially had to. So if it did, it strikes me as it either went check on the flop and then can it just bet small twice trying to get ace high to fold or call. You know, making ace high indifferent basically.
Well, I'll tell you what. How about if I ever use that line on a live feature table chat?
Which line?
Feel free to berate me, as much as you please.
Which line's that?
The good old, oh, you're going to see in 30 minutes, mate. Oi, oi.
Hey!
Hey!
Let's.
Did I have it? Was I bluffing? That's good banter.
Poland, Argentina. Poland 5.5 to 1. Argentina 1.6. I'm having a little lump on Poland for that now before the price changes.
You did your magic, huh?
I just...
What, in part of an acca?
No.
It worked, yeah.
Obviously not. Just a single.
But now you don't want to play.
Alright, can you just go for like a mad acca for like 50p?
The rest of the World Cup.
All the time.
Just like a 50p
Can't go
absolute nonsense acca.
Okay, well, at the moment, I've got a 23 fold
5, 6,
at 12,000 to 1. How's that?
So you put 50p on, you get 6 back.
I'm going to put £5 on and get 60k
back.
Yeah.
An absolute punter, mate. A 23
Mate,
fold.
it's a fiver. Do you think I care? I just want something to sweat every day. Endrit won one of these ones. The most absurd thing ever. He put like I know. He put like £5 on a bet and won 12k or 18k or something ridiculous. Kid just never misses. You watch this. You watch like every single team lose. No, I'm gonna do a bit more reasonable. I just want a moonshot, you know, because who cares? I'm not gonna miss a fiver, am I?
Putting maximum pressure.
But
you're not
like to win 60k.
Yeah, when you're 80, you're not going to look back and be like,
yeah, damn, I lost a fiver.
Damn that 23 fold back that I put on during
ruined my life. Exactly. Yared on the button. Ace Queen playing around 24 bigs. Makes it 80k at the 30k big blind, sizing up slightly in Jatin with the Queen Jack off in the small blind.
Wow.
Goes for a massive jam. Out of the big blind.
Okay, sorry.
Not too big, I guess. 24 bigs, pretty solid blocker play. I thought he was the small blind for a second, so I thought he was jamming effective with Langar, but now it makes a lot more sense. Yared in a super tough spot. Once again, Jatin just putting people in the bin on the bubble.
Yared very comfortably work his way into the money. Just opened the door for one of the chip leaders to apply max pressure behind the stone bubble. Why so much is the question being asked, and the answer to that
because always fold.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much, mate. I want you to fold, and this is what I'm supposed to do on the bubble. Unfortunately, your ace queen just has to go into the muck. So I assume, chat, this is going to be the good old tank fold, but you never know. He may just spike call it off. Stranger things have happened. It will be in great shape He does find the call. Just heard see open table 5. I don't know if that is part of the high roller or...
You heard what, sorry?
I heard someone shout see open table 5, but I don't think that was from...
Table 5, but that's not high roller, that's main event. They're the ones all over the right side of the room.
Deep in the tank on the stone bubble.
Yeah, really tough spot, to be honest, so can't blame him.
I think it just really depends.
He's gonna be, he's blocking top of range. He's always pretty much got at least 30% equity. He's crushing a lot of hands. Like if he knows that Jatin is, if he's suspicious that Jared is Jatin.
Jared is jatting.
Farid Jatin is jamming. All of his broadways, you know, some Jat 10 offs, even some suited connectors, all of his pocket pairs, all of his ace-x, then ace-queen is looking really, really good. It's just high-risk spot. Min cash like 9k or something, so it's almost almost 10k, 9,900, so it's almost a full 2x min cash. So it's super close spot, and those shorter stacks as well. The thing is ICM pressure here is a bit more severe even than like a pay jump at the final table. This is one of the most severe stages of a tournament because you're getting 0 or you're getting a 2x min cash. Like he's pretty much guaranteed to get a min cash if he folds here. So he's guaranteed to make 10k by folding. So there is an awful lot of pressure in this hand.
I call time on myself.
I think he's probably going to have to fold, and this is something like 9s plus ace king, or maybe even jacks plus ace king on the stone bubble. So it is super close though, and there's a lot of future game involved in these spots. You know, it's like it's not just as simple as oh okay I should fold because I got to make money. There's also like what happens if I win. The thing is winning is just not as valuable. The chips you win are nowhere near as valuable as they are costly if you lose, because you are guaranteed 0 if you lose. And if you win, you're 650k. If you double up and then the bubble bursts, you can still just bust next and get the min cash. And if you fold and the bubble bursts and you bust next, you still get the min cash. And if you call, you're not even bursting the bubble. Unless it's you.
They invited me this year for...
Kabaze still in. Also looking for back-to-back cashes. Well, he might have played something in between, we don't know, but you know. Back-to-back main caches.
We got a three-way pot.
Looks like a 5-5-8 board with perhaps 2 spades.
Yeah, you spot 8 spades, 5 spades, 5 of diamonds.
C5 firing out 85k into a pot of roughly 200k, 220k, something like that.
Yeah, action on C6.
Lets it go. Looks like a very healthy stack there as well, something like 1.6 million for seat 6. Stefan still in and still nursing that short stack. Seat 5 taking that one down with a bet on the flop. Bubble continues. Bit of a glimpse around the room.
My grandfather from Lebanon too.
Yeah? Which family?
So again, back out to the outer table. No look about. Bon voyage.
Ambassador to Ghana from Colombia. She's the daughter of the old president.
Yeah.
You know, her sister passed away during the
Outer table action. Looks like an open from Kamatsky in the cutoff. And a 3-bet, small 3-bet on the button, 140k. Button only playing 800k or so. 950 including the 3-bet, so around 32 bigs. And Kamatsky in the cutoff relatively short as well. Only about 500k or so back in his stack. A little over, perhaps we have a count now. 250, 350, 450, 520 back in his stack. 60 in the middle, 580 total, 19 bigs.
That's a man that's not money scared, I'll tell you that much.
The Bowman Paris jumper on.
Oh, yeah, sure. Well, there's that. I was talking more about Kamatsky.
All right.
He'll take a spot if he feels like he needs to take it.
Yeah, we don't get it. We don't know any hole cards here, but
Is Bowman Paris thing, is it?
it's just one of those brands, isn't it?
Or like a Louis Vuitton or something?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, I saw the Ace of Clubs.
Nice. Hublot watch on as well.
It's reading this. Actually, no, I'm not going to open up that can of worms.
What's that?
That's this thread that's very deep.
It happened! Let's go!
A little bit more, around 40%. 300k to 845.
Shirt the boots.
Four. Why do you take the...
Giannis with another pretty hand, but the wrong situation to be getting involved from middle position for 15 bigs, opening into all stacks that cover us. Chip leader in the big blind. Lets it go.
Jatin with jacks. 24, chip leader on his direct left in the big blind. Love to see it limp here. Although, yeah, honestly, I don't even know about this spot. 24 bigs, 3.5x to call it off or limp jam. What do I prefer? Probably prefer limp jam.
Yeah. Yeah, we unblock a load of hands that covering stack is going to choose to ISO. This is actually a really good hand for Langar to ISO, so
dreamy spot.
I think we might see Langar make it like 100k or something here. But he does decide to just check it back. Interesting. Would have expected an ISO there. These kind of one blocker hand, one unblocker hand, well, like one blocker card, one unblocker card hands tend to make really good ISOs, so Jatin's not really going to be limping very much deuce X at all, so having a deuce is actually really good because you don't block any folds at all. And you unblock all that middle stuff, which is going to like limp fold, like all the kind of queen 8s and 10-6 suiteds and stuff like that.
$155 people, eh? Little 5k. Little 5k high roller.
Yeah, a little sit and go. A 180 man. That was
Do you remember that back in the day?
Mate, do I remember that? That's how I
Oh,
built
mate.
a bankroll in the first place. I used to grind those things.
You did. I
Yeah,
remember.
big time.
I
And
do
absolutely
remember.
bashed them up and taught one of my friends my exact strategy. And he played, I can't remember how many, about 2,500 or 3,000 of those games after I taught him my exact strategy. I made it super simple, taught him, and he finished those games with 110% ROI.
I remember hearing ridiculous rumours about some of the ROIs and that in those games back in the day.
Yeah. They were and still are. They just hardly exist anymore. They basically never get running. But back when we were playing them, you could like register 3 or 4 at the same time. You know, there were tons running. You could play 60, 70, 100 a day on a good day. On a Sunday, you could get like well into the hundreds of games in. And they just used to pop up every 10 minutes. God, that was the poker heyday, honestly. Those things. $500 for first, little $3 rebuy, 180 man sit and go.
Yeah.
Ah, perfect. And what a turn card. The Case Jack. Langar bet the flop after being checked to. Now picks up a pair on the turn. May well just believe that a Jack is the best hand here.
Yeah, no reason to think that it's not, right?
Yeah. He can still get value from 6x, 3x, some 4-5s. There's some 6x with backdoor flush draws. There's some gut shots with backdoor flush draws in there. So plenty to get value from. Not surprised to see another bet here. Would probably like to go a little bit bigger, I think. Just slightly, but half pot. Just under half, gone around 40%. I think there's definitely enough combos of stuff we can get value from, and we can maybe eliminate some Queen X, because Jatin just check called the flop. We might think he bets some, we might think he raises some pre. Jatin just going to be absolutely loving this spot. Interesting for him how to proceed. Obviously, when he has 2 jacks, he blocks a lot of the Jack X value. So now it's a question of, is Langer going to go for free streets with a weak queen? Does Langer call a raise on the turn with his weak queen X, or does he start to get immediately suspicious and maybe we get him to overfold? Is he going to barrel it off with his air balls? Do we need to get more value from potential draw combos? There's definitely multiple directions you could go in with this hand. And he looks like he is going for the raise. Just wants to be able to bet the river and give himself an opportunity to get it all in. Doesn't want to risk Langar. Just checking back the river with a wide range. If he like just somehow checks back Queen 2 or something on the river, it's a bit of a disaster, especially if that would call a raise on the turn. And he's gone just over a 3x check raise. If Langar calls here, there's going to be about 600k in the pot and 435k behind in the stack, so about 2/3 pot on the river as a jam, but Langar really now not beating much. The thing is he blocks quite a lot of hands that Jatin might play this way, which would be something like Jack 6 suited that's turn 2 pair, or Queen Jack. Does he play an overpair this way? Limp pre, check call flop, check raise turn? Does he wanna? Yeah, I guess it's definitely plausible too. So more stuff to be worried about. Does he ever like check call the flop? What draws can he have? Bare draws that start to bluff this way. Like he's not going to have much just bare flush draws. A lot of it's going to be like a gut shot on a flush draw, or a pair and a flush draw, or like a 4-5 of diamonds type thing. You know, open end of a flush draw. Do those want to just check raise at this stage of the tournament? You know, 2 away from the money, or are they just going to try and check call, getting a really good price on the turn as well, facing a 40% pot bet? So it's not like it was a bad price to call at all. You just don't seem to get draw. You don't seem to see draws played this way. So I think we might see Langar get out of the way here. Does let it go. Nice fold. Nice pot going Jatin's way. Up to around 30 bigs now. 900k, just under.
They're ahead.
Huber's shortest. Kabaze down there as well, 265. So a few like 10 big blind stacks. There was four kind of very short stacks at the start of the day. And we are now on a stone bubble hand for hand.
Yeah, we'll obviously be swinging out to the outer table should there be any big hands of interest. Back to this one though. Aces to kick things off.
Decent.
Got a funny feeling that we're going to be here a while.
King Queen for Jatin on the button. Facing the cut-off open as well. Interesting to see what happens here. Feels like 3-bet or call are both reasonable options. Does just make the call. Now interesting spot, really interesting for Pack. 9's in the big blind versus these positions. Cut off open button call. The problem is stone bubble. Jatin's range has strengthened considerably. Pack may be worried there are even some traps in there. Really, really interesting spot for 9's. Yeah, and he decides to just make the call, not taking any unnecessary risks. Another spot I'm interested. I'm going to take a quick photo of all of these. Just homework for later.
Oh boy.
9's feels super close to a jam pre-flop just because it's cut off and button, and the cut off has 33 bigs. But the thing is the cut off is opening into the chip leader small blind. So that considers that makes his range a little bit stronger. It's not like, oh, I'm opening into the chip leader small blind, so I have to fold everything, but there is going to be that consideration. It's the stone bubble. His 3-bet percentage is likely to go up a reasonable amount in this spot. So, but still, like, he's going to have all those king jack offsuits still. He's not just going to open fold something like that. King 10 suited, all those hands that 9's gets to fold pre, plus Pack's range is going to look super strong jamming pre, so he's just going to get extra folds. He might even get something like ace queen to fold pre-flop if it just goes because Jatin is flatted on the button as well. Both of these ranges look quite strong to the opener, so a jam pre from Pack might get some very strong hands to fold too. So definitely a super interesting spot. And king high board going to be trouble for Jatin.
Yeah, Korkmaz going with around 40%. I note the size of the pot, Leo, just going to the turn already. SPR going to be 2 should... I'm trying to think of natural turn barrel cards, but like a 10. Oh, wow. Wow, King of Diamonds.
Yeah, that's not going to be good for Korkmaz at all. He's really not going to like that. Like, there's going to be a lot of King X in Jatin's range, especially once he calls the flop with the player behind. This range is going to be getting pretty strong, like calling pre on the bubble, calling flop multi-way. Really, really bad turn card and just unlucky for Korkmaz, but still 2 outs for the absolute carnage.
For the bubble to be burst in a very short time. See what Jatin comes with. 395 in the middle, Queen of Diamonds in hand as well. Less concerned about hands like ace queen of diamonds. It's relatively small, just north of quarter pot. Setting up a very natural river SPR of around 1 as well for river gem, although I guess going to non-diamond rivers, brick rivers, he's going to have non-all-in sizings on the river. Especially on that river.
Yeah, this size on the turn just allows Korkmaz to believe there's some...
Oh, Pack's face, mate. Oh no, I didn't even remember that Pack had 9s in the big.
Yeah, what a run out that would have been as well. All
wow.
Snapped off by aces, river 9 on the stone bubble, million chips, wow.
Korkmaz was just losing this hand.
Yeah, but I mean, Pack was never going to get anywhere near this river once he peeled pre-flop, so Korkmaz, yeah, can think there were potentially some hands like 10s, 9s, jacks in Jatin's range that peel the flop and then bet this size on the turn just to try and get a showdown. But once those hands don't check back the river after about 5 to 10 seconds, you're really hating it. Now this is going to become a very King X heavy and kind of pocket 5s, pocket 3s type deal. So I expect Korkmaz is going to be able to get away from this on the river, to be honest. Saudi Arabia win. 2-1. GG.
Biggest upset of the tournament already.
Yeah, that was a pretty big one. Especially as they were 1-0 down.
Out ever for me.
Yeah, does get away from it. Nicely done.
So a quick look at the outer table. Armetsky, our warm-up champion, main event runner-up in the MPP festival. Looks like it's Karmatsky against Canet.
Can it fire 70k?
Yeah, on the
On
turn.
the turn. Queen, queen. 6, 6.
So,
Is that what that is? Can you zoom in on our photo? Queen, queen, 6, 6. Rainbow.
yeah. Karmatsky's got a few chips. Probably sitting around
Oh, it's
average.
a flush draw, but not super relevant anymore after it goes bet call on the turn. You expect a lot of flush draws to fold. Maybe some ace high flush draws continue because they might just be the best hand sometimes. Don't know what the action is though, so hard to tell. Could be. Looks like Knit's going to have check called flop led turn, or it went check check on the flop and Knit has led the turn. But there's quite a lot of chips in the pot for that to be the case.
Eight of Hearts River. And Knit coming with the pretty significant size down, given that on the turn he bet 70k.
Yeah, just a real blocker bet. Just going to be a lot of full houses in here because there's not too much for Knit to get to fold. You know, it's not like he's getting flush draws to fold. It's just going to be, if he is trying to get something to fold, it's like a 9s type hand, but 8's made a full house on the river, so it's really like only 9s and 7s, maybe some 10s. His flush draws don't make very good. If it has gone check call flop lead turn, his flush draws don't make very good bluffs either. So I expect this to just be like a 6 or a decent amount. Don't know if we'll get to find out or not.
Yeah, it looks like he's defended the big, Leo.
Yeah.
So definitely going to have, you know, all the suited Queen X, Queen Deuce, Queen 3, obviously going to be defending.
Yeah. I think those are going to be going bigger though at some stage in this hand. Yeah.
So it's big blind 30k. Just take it down on the river with a small bet.
Potentially had some. So if it did, strikes me as it either went check check on the flop and then can it just bet small twice trying to get ace high to fold or call. You know, making ace high indifferent basically.
Well, I'll tell you what. How about if I ever use that line on a live feature table chat?
Which line?
Feel free to berate me, as much as you please.
Which line's that?
The good old, oh, you're going to see in 30 minutes, mate. Oi, oi.
Hey!
Hey!
Let's.
Did I have it? Was I bluffing? That's good banter.
Poland, Argentina. Poland 5.5 to 1. Argentina 1.6. I'm having a little lump on Poland for that now before the price changes.
You did your magic, huh?
I just.
What, in part of an acca?
No,
It worked, yeah.
obviously not. Just a single.
But now you don't want to play.
All right, can you just go for like a mad
Come on, I
acca for
told
like
you.
Like the rest of
50p?
the World
Work
Cup.
all the time.
Just like a 50p
Can't go wrong.
absolute nonsense acca.
Okay, well at the moment I've got a 23 fold
5, 6.
at 12,000 to 1. How's that?
So you put 50p on, you get 6 back.
I'm gonna put £5 on and get 60k
back.
Yeah.
An absolute punter, mate. A 23
Mate,
fold.
it's a fiver. Do you think I care? I just want something to sweat every day. Endrit won one of these ones. The most absurd thing ever. He put like I know. He put like £5 on a bet and won 12k or 18k or something ridiculous. Kid just never misses. You watch this. You watch like every single team lose. No, I'm gonna do a bit more reasonable. I just want a moonshot, you know, because who cares? I'm not gonna miss a fiver, am I?
He's putting maximum pressure.
But
you're not
like to win 60k.
Yeah, when you're 80, you're not going to look back and be like,
yeah, damn, I lost a fiver.
Damn, that 23 fold back that I put on during
ruined my life. Exactly. Yared on the button. Ace Queen playing around 24 bigs. Makes it 80k at the 30k big blind. Sizing up slightly in Jatin with the Queen Jack off in a small blind.
Wow.
Goes for a massive jam. Out of the big blind.
Okay, sorry.
Not too big, I guess. 24 bigs, pretty solid blocker play. I thought he was the small blind for a second, so I thought he was jamming effective with Langar, but now it makes a lot more sense. Yared in a super tough spot. Once again, Jatin just putting people in the bin on the bubble.
Papazlar var, floptan papaz geliyor. Herif vuruyor, kapatıyorum. Bir tane de şimdi 10-10'la açıyorum. Girişiyor bana preflop. Yine kapatıyorum.
Yared very comfortably work his way into the money. Just opened the door for one of the chip leaders to apply max pressure behind the stone bubble.
Ha, yok bir şeyler yani, doğru.
Why so much is the question being asked, and the answer to that is because yeah, pretty much. Pretty much, mate. I want you to fold, and this is what I'm supposed to do on the bubble. Unfortunately, your ace queen just has to go into the muck. So I assume, chat, this is going to be the good old tank fold, but you never know. He may just spike call it off. Stranger things have happened. He will be in great shape if he does find the call. Just heard see open table 5. I don't know if that is part of the high roller or...
You heard what, sorry?
I heard someone shout see open table 5, but I don't think that was from...
Table 5, but that's not high roller, that's main event. They're the ones all over the right side of the room.
Deep in the tank on the stone bubble.
Yeah, really tough spot, to be honest, so can't blame him.
I think it just really depends.
He's gonna be, he's blocking top of range. He's always pretty much got at least 30% equity. He's crushing a lot of hands. Like if he knows that Jatin is, if he's suspicious that Jared is Jatin.
Jared is jatting.
Farid Jatin is jamming. All of his broadways, you know, some Jatin offs, even some suited connectors, all of his pocket pairs, all of his ace-x, then ace-queen is looking really, really good. It's just high-risk spot. Min cash like 9k or something, so it's almost almost 10k, 9,900, so it's almost a full 2x min cash. So it's super close spot, and those shorter stacks as well. The thing is ICM pressure here is a bit more severe even than at, like a pay jump at the final table. This is one of the most severe stages of a tournament because you're getting 0 or you're getting a 2x min cash. Like he's pretty much guaranteed to get a min cash if he folds here. So he's guaranteed to make 10k by folding. So there is an awful lot of pressure in this hand.
I call time on myself.
I think he's probably going to have to fold, and this is something like 9s plus ace king, or maybe even jacks plus ace king on the stone bubble. So it is super close though, and there's a lot of future game involved in these spots. You know, it's like it's not just as simple as okay, I should fold because I got to make money. There's also like what happens if I win. The thing is winning is just not as valuable. The chips you win are nowhere near as valuable as they are costly if you lose, because you are guaranteed 0 if you lose. And if you win, you're 650k. If you double up and then the bubble bursts, you can still just bust next and get the min cash. And if you fold and the bubble bursts and you bust next, you still get the min cash. And if you call, you're not even bursting the bubble. Unless it's you.
They invited me this year for...
Kabaze still in. Also looking for back-to-back cashes. Well, he might have played something in between, we don't know, but you know. Back-to-back main cashes.
We got a three-way pot.
Looks like a 5-5-8 board with either, perhaps 2 spades.
Yeah, you spot on. 8 spades, 5 of spades, 5 of diamonds.
See 5 firing out 85k into a pot of a roughly 200k, 220k, something like that.
The action on C6.
Lets it go. Looks like a very healthy stack there as well, something like 1.6 million for seat 6. Stefan still in and still nursing that short stack. Seat 5 taking that one down with a bet on the flop. Bubble continues. Bit of a glimpse around the room.
My grandfather is from Lebanon too.
Yeah? Which family?
So again, back out to the outer table. Look about. Bon voyage.
Ambassador to Ghana from Colombia. She's the daughter of the old president.
Yeah.
You know, her sister passed away during the...
Outer table action. Looks like an open from Kamatsky in the cutoff. And a 3-bet, small 3-bet on the button, 140k. Button only playing 800k or so. 950 including the 3-bet, so around 32 bigs. And Kamatsky in the cutoff relatively short as well. Only about 500k or so back in his stack. A little over, perhaps we'll count now. 250, 350, 450, 520 back in his stack. 60 in the middle, 580 total, 19 bigs.
It happened! Let's go!
A little bit more, around 40%. 300k to 845.
It showed the boots.
Here first.
Another day in the sunny Crystal Cove. Another final table with 6 figures up top. We are back here from the Merit Poker Room with the introduction to the final table, as always, down to the floor.
Each. And they made a total of 155 entries. And we down to final 9. The guarantee of the $250,000 exceeded thrice, including the first place prize of $184,000 US. So let's meet our finalists. Sitting first with 690,000 in chips. He already made the warm-up final table and he's back for the bigger one. From Dubai, it's Basil Kabazi! In the second seat, we have Frenchman, who's sitting comfortably with more than average. He has 2.5 million in chips. It's Maxime Chilot. The Colombian is in a building, second in chips with 2.9 million. It's time to meet Farid Jatin. I expect lots of applause as we have Turkish player. The top seat belongs to him. He is the shortest at 500,000 in chips. Koray Korkmaz. Sitting in the middle, very accomplished Italian poker professional with 2.2 million in chips. Let's meet Mustafa Khalid. Sitting in a 6th seat, just a couple chips shy of an average with 1.4 million, it's Alexander Ivanov. Maybe 7th place this time will be lucky to the guy who is among the shorties with almost 7,000 chips from Iraq. It's Ali Al-Kubaisi. I would like to invite our 8th finalist, who's now running as a chip leader with 3.3 million in chips from Iran, Milad Oharian. And last but not least, my oh my, what a Mediterranean poker party was for him, and he's back with 1.2 million in chips to the Hyrolas final table. Let's meet Arseny Karmatsky. And I wish all the best to our finalists. Dealer, please, shuffle up and deal.
You heard the man. Dealer, please shuffle up and deal. A couple of back-to-back final tables for two of our players here. And a couple of regulars in the mix as well. Milad Langer, fresh off that 9th place finish in the warm-up. And Basel Kabaza, who ended up coming 5th, Leo? Fifth,
maybe.
Another final table for him this time round in the high roller. 5K high roller, part of the poker vintage style series here in the Merit Crystal Cove. $184,000 for first. Everyone guaranteed $18,900 for their efforts so far. And Leo, I got a funny feeling, mate, this is going to be an absolute treat for all of the purists out there, all the ICM nerds. And
it should be. It's just going to be like a good study session, basically.
Yeah. Over 25 million in earnings for these final 9. So this prize pool, just a drop in the ocean for what these guys have been up to, but still never going to sniff at 184,000 for first. We're gonna. I mean, I'm just looking forward to the like 5-handed play of just like 5 beasts.
Yeah. Hopefully it's like a relatively good average stack by that stage. Get to see some hands, but you never know. It's a relatively shallow structure, so could see some pretty quick action. Big blind 60k. Jatin second in chips with 50 big blinds. Kormaz under 10 bigs. Ivanov picks up king queen off. Under the gun +3. In the coffin, out of position 2 chip leader as well. Lets it go. I think that's a wise decision. Already showing good awareness.
And Benham over on the YouTube channel saying, say hi to Milad, my friend. He's on the fire table. Well, I'm not going to go and say hi right now.
I'll go then.
Go on. You go tell Langer that the people in the chat rooting for him. But we will definitely pass on the warm wishes. Let us know in the chat. We'll see who you are rooting for and whereabouts you are tuning in from. Leo Worthington, at least, in the commentary booth from the UK, alongside myself. Special delivery. Was it Wizz Air delivery? EasyJet.
EasyJet. No, luxury. No, none of that Wizz Air nonsense here.
Wait, hang on a minute. You can't slam Wizz Air like that.
Can, will do, have done in the past. We'll definitely do it again. Terrible. 0 out of 10.
0 out of 10.
Queen 8, deuce, 2 hearts. Both players flopping top pair. There it goes, check on the flop. Action killer card on the turn, but things could have got a little bit spicy there, perhaps, had the turn card been a relative brick, but ace is going to slow it right down. We might see Karmatsky check back again, and we do. 3 on the river doesn't change anything.
It's just a spot where I feel like I'm just c-betting at 100% frequency. You give some thoughts as to he just wants to have just wants to protect his checking back range.
Yeah, doesn't do.
Top pairs.
It's a really tough spot that facing a check raise. Big blind can choose quite a lot of hands to check raise here. We don't always have the best queen. If we had something like king queen, we would always bet. because there's better hands to get, there's worse hands to get value from. But
175.
Queen 9, he benefits his, like, not all of his range wants to bet this flop, so you can't just only bet when you got a good hand and then just check back the rest of the time, because then you obviously become very exploitable. So you need to also bet when you have nothing and sometimes check when you do have a good hand, just to kind of pad each range out a little bit. So that's what he's going for here, just picking one of the ones that doesn't have a flush draw, doesn't really have much backup, and knows it's only worth 1 or 2 streets of value depending on the run out.
Seni with an early pickup here. His opponent probing river for 175, makes the swift call. Here we are, second final table of the trip for us.
I know, aren't we good at making final tables?
Mate, we're the best. 2 for 2.
Just in there every single time. You can't find a final table without us on it.
Rogue chat, questionable banter, and give our opinions on absolutely every
And also, guess what I just did on the break?
What did you do?
I had a dessert.
Well done.
Thank you. It was delicious. It was like raspberry chocolate mousse. Oh man, and they got this little like biscuit base thing, crumble it. It's kind of like shortcake, but not so sweet. Really would highly recommend it.
I'll see you in 10 minutes, mate.
Absolutely above and beyond everything I've already had so far, which has been unbelievable. But oh man, back to the desserts.
Yeah, I can't wait for 2023. I feel like Merit has just been leveling up festival after festival, and
more desserts every single time.
Desserts, food, poker, sun.
Yeah,
just
it is good.
Really has. It ticks every box. It's a festival where you can bring your girlfriend, your boyfriend, your family, you know, whoever it is. Even if they're non-poker players, there's plenty of them for them to do. Basketball, football courts, there's
tennis courts.
Tennis courts.
There's a little turtle conservatory. Did you see it? Conservatory.
Yeah, there's also like an arcade as well with like table tennis and indoor basketball. It is over in the premium, which is like the family one.
There's spas.
The spas, yeah. I try not to tell people about the spas.
Keep it nice and quiet.
Yeah, you know.
Don't want it to be too booked up when you go in to get a massage, do you?
Dimitri saying it's a good ICM check. We don't want to play big pots. That's a very good point, Dimitri. Thank you for your input, mate.
Yeah. For reasons we previously covered. Always appreciate a bit of strategy input in the chat. If you think you got it, come and flaunt it.
And even if you don't think you got it,
do it anyway, because isn't that how the internet works? Free speech for everyone.
Yeah, yeah.
Only costs $8 a month.
Well played, mate. Well played.
Yeah, you usually shuffle some
Ace 8-4 Rainbow. Al-Kabassi flopping the best of it. But Jatin has got a little bit of equity, got that gut shot. Al-Kabassi super short though, less than 10 big blinds back in his stack. I like this min raise pre, big fan of this. See how he decides to proceed, and he decides to check it back. Again, just doesn't really need any protection. Doesn't always have the best ace, there's no reason Jatin can't just have ace 10. Can have some 2 pairs. Protecting his checking back range, but his range isn't going to be very wide here because we've opened pre-off 11 big, so it's not like there's going to be a whole bunch in there, and most of the kind of bluff, quote-unquote bluff raises pre are going to be ace high, so not much like king-queen in there, I think. There's going to be, he might choose to min-raise king-queen. Hard to know what different players choose to do in every single spot. Goes check on a flop, and now just moves it all in on the turn. Gets a quick fold out of Jatin. Up to 900k.
Yes, for those of you just joining us, everyone is currently guaranteed $18,900 for their efforts. Little 6k pay jump.
18.
Yeah, they're
already.
18.9.
Yummy.
Yeah, we'll take. I mean, high rollers typically, you're lucky if you get 100 runners in the high rollers of most festivals. So
yeah.
So yeah, little 3.5 buy-ins.
Well, definitely 200 is, I'd see. You see a lot of like 100 to 150, I'd say, or a reasonable amount. But yeah, I agree. They're generally pretty small. This is on the bigger side, unless it's EPT high roller, Estrella's high roller in Barcelona, and then you get like 2,000 players. Because it's just another 2k basically. Ace 10 off for Knit under the gun. Got a very comfortable stack, 35 bigs or so.
One of my favourite people in poker. Absolutely hilarious follow on Instagram as well. Any of you poker fans out there?
I follow him actually.
Just constantly needling people at the table. If you want to sneak peek into the high roller life, Adrian Mateos getting massages or going to God knows paintball and stuff. They're a fun crew. Part of the Winamax team. And just an all-round good guy as well. Jatin in the small blind, Queen Jack of Spades.
So I asked about that Jack 10 of clubs hand earlier. You know, the 8 big blind. 8 big blind. Stefan Cuba jam with 10s who are in the big blind. And I got one trivial fold and one seems like a call to me. Out of 2 different very good players, so there you go, that's poker.
Was that considering ICM?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. 'Cause that was on the bubble, right?
Yeah, yeah, I described thoroughly the situation.
That's interesting. So it's a mix.
Yes, a mix.
So Jack, I'm going to flat out the small limit saying, is accommodation expensive at the Marriott Hotel? I'll tell you what, mate. What I'm going to do for you is I'm going to post a link in the chat. You can check all that out. But the short answer is no, mate.
What was the question?
If accommodation is expensive at the Marriott.
No, not bad. I can't believe that the diamond is cheaper than here. Is
No,
that
it's
right?
not.
It's
No,
not?
it's not.
Okay, that makes sense then.
But it's called the diamond for
The
a reason.
Royal is cheaper.
Than
right?
here?
Is it?
No.
I think it is.
No.
I'm sure somebody sent you 2 different room rates the other day, and this one was like...
Yeah, the 2 different room rates that I was sent were for here and for the diamond. The ones that I sent over to Jamie.
Jamie.
Yeah.
Okay, fair. I just read it the wrong way around then. That makes much more sense. Diamond is very nice.
It's lush. Yeah, it is lush.
And I find it unbelievable that you can just walk up there and go to the buffet if you're staying here. How good is that?
Yeah, honestly, I don't know how long they're going to continue doing that for. Like, as it grows, as it becomes more popular, I feel like eventually they're going to be like, hang on a minute, we're missing a trick.
Our brains, huh? Good exercise though, walking back and forth. You feel like you're in a resort.
Yeah, the 50 meters that you have to walk up the road.
That's an extra mousse right there.
To go to a 5-star restaurant, yeah.
Honestly, going there is like having a night out. It's so nice. It's
It's nice.
Oh, mate, the toilets are just ridiculous. Instead of having like air dryers or paper towels, they have individual flannels all rolled up by the sink. And as soon as you use one, somebody comes in and replaces it, takes the old one out, and it's just... Oh man, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
If you can't tell, ladies and gentlemen, Leo is in love. Poker paradise in the sun.
It is seriously nice. Highly recommend. And it's like the same price per night here as some dive hotel in Edgware Road, you know. It's literally the same price. like it is literally the same price. Ace-5 off for Knit and the big blind makes the defend. Covering, so going to be able to exert some pressure post-flop on a lot of boards that favour the big blind range. Interesting one, monotone. Knit going to have a lot more flushes than Kamaki, although the low kind of 10 high or lower monotone boards are a little bit better for the opener because their flushes are obviously mainly going to be Broadway combos, Queen Jack suited type stuff like that. So when it comes ace high or king high or queen high monotone, those are actually much better for the big blind than the opener. A little bit more neutral here, but obviously more pairs in Knit's range. Just lacking those over pairs, but can probably, I'd say, have all sets. Doesn't necessarily always jam 10s pre-flop in this kind of chip distribution. 6 on the turn doesn't change anything, but does give Knit's range a few more strong hands. Can have some straights now. Couple of 2-pair combos.
I expect to see Komatsuki either come for like a smallish sizing or check back.
Yeah.
In order to just check back river. Well, ace of clubs on the river.
Interested to see what Knit decides to do here. I think he might bet himself. So it looks like a river that at first you might want to check, but I think his range contains so many strong hands and so many potential bluffs that he actually just wants to bet loads for value. And there's going to be some ace of spades X in Komatsuki's range that's just in a really tough spot. And I think Knit's going to want to force ace X to put money in instead of checking and allowing a load of stuff to check back. He's just going to try and force them to call with the 1-pair type hands. So yeah, it does go for a bet, 280k into 510, just under half pot.
A little bit north, around about 55, 60.
280 into 510, yeah, that's right. Mathematics once again.
That's all right, pal. And now, as Leo already mentioned, Komatsuki to attack with a tough spot.
Yeah, really tough. So many potential bluffs. If Knit's just taking a lot of like 6x that had a spade or a straight draw, or 5x with a spade, potentially just some like king of spades jack type combo. If he's taking any of those, then this becomes really, really tough for Komatsuki. He doesn't really have any interaction with the bluffs either. It's not like, you know, he's not blocking anything that Knit could really use to bluff with. Knit's unlikely to have the king of clubs in his hand with a bluff unless it's exactly like king of clubs, queen of spades, or king of clubs, jack of spades.
Yeah, understandable for him to take his time here. If he calls and he's wrong, it's down to 1.1 million sub 20 bigs in the absolute ICM bin. In the middle of the pack. If he calls and he's right, he overtakes Knit, moves up the ranks to around about 3rd in chips. Does make the call, and he's going to get shown the ace-5.
Nice hand by Mustafa. Nice to see. I would have played that one the same, you know. It's good to just tick one off the list and be like, okay, didn't butcher that hand.
Didn't butcher the hand.
Yeah.
Musty up to 3 million. Good for 20% of the chips in play. Has a pretty nice seat draw as well.
Yeah, got position on one of the other big stacks. He is out of position to the chip leader, but
to Milad.
Milad has not been super aggressive with the chip lead. I mean, he's taken a couple of spots here and there, but not been completely binning.
Yeah, that was kind of because Jetin just kept waking up with hands every hand.
That is true, yeah.
Like, it was just getting opened into him. And Jetin #1 on Colombia's all-time money list. Milad Langer #4 on Iran's all-time money list.
Second only to Pablo Escobar.
Yeah. Mustafa Kanit, second on Italy's all-time money list. Komatsuki, second on Merritt's all-time money list, I believe.
Ace Jack offsuit for Komatsuki. 100 again +2 makes it 120 to go. Gets it through.
Raise and take.
Don't mind that with that hand.
What hand do you mind it with? Aces.
Aces. Ace, king, suited. Kings. Queens. 10-9 of specifically spades. €850 a month, we have enough.
I know, I'm going to see it tomorrow.
Yeah, I would.
It's just a print.
Isn't it? What a free roll that is.
Yeah.
Jesus.
We'll talk off stream. I got a couple of ideas actually that I'll run by you. Got a couple of business things that I'm thinking of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe later.
How many times you hear this?
It's very weird because in Europe doesn't happen often. They call me Mohammed.
Queen 10 suited for Kabaze, +2, 11 bigs. Interesting decision. I think he may elect to just fold. A little bit early position here. Not particularly great blockers, doesn't really block top of the range, blocking some of the middle parts. Not so important, does let it go. Nice fold.
Glenn Miller saying, cheers, guys. Great commentary, Henry. Thank you, mate. Hope you
There's two of us here, you know.
Well, I was about
Why
to.
you gotta do me like that?
I was about to introduce you. For those of you that don't know who's calling the action here at the Merritt Crystal Cove, Leo Worthington at least. UK reg, you see him in pretty much everything and anything in the UK, right?
Yeah.
500s up to 5Ks.
Yeah.
It's in the mix.
Depends what's on. Who's playing?
Who's out there?
But I like to get out there and play in other countries as well. Bit of a traveller. I like to just merge life in there alongside poker tournaments. I'm a big believer in balance and time off, treating your soul kindly and all that jazz.
What do you think of this spot here for Al-Kabazi? ICM fold?
Yeah.
Chips.
Especially with our stack. Absolute easy fold.
Does let it go, and with that, Korkmaz picking up 150k in dead money, almost increasing his stack by 50%. For those of you over on YouTube, if you could go ahead, take a couple of seconds out of your day, click that like button. Really helps us grow the channel, reach new people. We've got a lot of poker content coming up, not only this week for the vintage style series, but also 2023 is going to be an absolute banger. And we've also been told that if we don't get up to 50 likes on the YouTube video, that Leo's going to get his hair shaved off.
Oh, okay. I was going to do that anyway, so I was going to pay. Get it done for free. So nobody pressed that button.
Glenn Miller saying, gave you guys a like. You should have a much bigger orders. We'll get there, mate. We appreciate it. We're going to grow it.
Exactly. Sunflowers grow slowly, my friend.
Planting the seeds.
Planting the seeds. Then just going to the buffet and waiting for them to grow.
Dimitri said, no country flags? No, mate, no country flags, but feel free to ask if there's anyone you're curious about. But yeah, unfortunately for this one, no country flags. Capacity 8-4 of diamonds going in the mark.
Tens for Langer. Already has the chip lead. Getting that one through pre-flop. Don't mind it with that either. Don't mind it with tens. It's like, whatever. Win money, win chips. Keep pressing, next hand. You also would quite enjoy being shoved into by the small blind though. Pretty sweet spot. Dripping with EV, as Sven would say.
So a quick look at the standings. How about that? 56 big blinds for Milad Langer, but a huge drop-off all the way down there at the bottom. Could it be incredibly tight, I would say, for the next level and a half. Those of you watching, until Al-Kabazi, Kabaza, Korkmaz make a move, either double or get busted. Kamatsky, Ivanov kind of in the ICM cage right now, the noose getting tighter until those short stacks make a move. Rihanna AM over on YouTube saying nice content. We do appreciate it, Rihanna. Hope you're enjoying the coverage live from the Merritt Crystal Cove. I promised you would get the live chat eventually. So I'm glad we get to interact with you viewers at home. Let us know where you are tuning in from.
Or don't, I'm not your dad.
Oh my god. What have I signed up for?
You love it.
I could have just kept my head down.
More than an exhalation out of the nose from that one. I'd call
Kept-
that a raging success.
Kept grinding. Could have just... Yeah, anonymity is a privilege.
But you
ladies
wouldn't
and
be
gentlemen.
having such a good time, would you?
Anonymity is a privilege. I could have just become one of those... Could have become... Well, Andy Wilson's pretty famous now, but... Well, we started out grinding 1-2 in Swansea at uni. What could have been?
What could have been. But here we are doing this old thing. Stuck here in this horrible hotel, having to see the ugly sunset every night and eat all this delicious food. God's sake, where did I go wrong?
Just getting put in a 5-star resort.
Where did it all go wrong?
Dunno.
Al-Kabazi opening non-all in from the bottom with King 9 suited. I think King 9 suited. What's the short stack saying? Really short, isn't it? There was like a 280k jam just a minute ago, or 300.
No, it's 11, 10, and 9 big.
9.
So
Okay, so yeah, he's basically like last, but there is still some significant ICM. Next page jump is more than one buy-in, but I think King 9 suited strong enough to jam just about. And
I did think about it.
yeah, Langar's really thinking about the small blind with ace-7 off, how to proceed. Looks like he's folded. Oh no, re-jammed. Okay, yeah, cool. That seems like to be the more obvious choice. So now back on Al-Kabazi. Obviously can't call it off now. And he may well have got a fold if he jammed, you know, from ace-7. And if he did get it in, at least he'd be realising his equity, and he'd be not in terrible shape. You can see it's basically a pure flip. But, yeah, just going to end up having to let this one go. Dominated far too often, never really ahead. Maybe the odd Queen-Jack, Jack-10 suited type thing, but we don't want to just call and hope that that's the case. Not how it works. Especially not when each bust out is worth a lot of real money.
Here we are.
Calls it off.
Wow. 6k ladder. Flicks it in with the King 9.
Everybody else at the table absolutely loving this. Langer probably not loving it that much. Having to win this fake flip that you shouldn't be in the first place. But here we are. Al-Kabazi not in bad shape at all. 44% equity.
Cove. A7 Milad.
Oh,
King 9.
That's so unfair.
That's so unfair. 3 on the turn.
King 9, 3, 1 club. I mean, look. Dead on the turn for Langer. I just want to say, like, when you're at a table with guys that have millions in total live earnings,
yeah.
What are your thoughts? You know, when you can get into these
You are not afraid.
flip spots. You know, I feel like
that is, yeah, I know what you're getting at. Like, you should increase variance for them and yourself because you have less of a skill edge, so you should make it slightly more about luck when you can. But
yeah.
This is just a little bit too wide, that's all. The idea stands for sure. Like King-Queen suited or something, yeah, sure. But King-9, too dominated too often because Langer's just going to be shoving like King-10 off, King-Jack off, King-Queen off, you know, Ace-9 off. 10-9 suited, obviously we're ahead of. There's a few hands that we're ahead of, but mostly we're crushed. A whole bunch of that range has us crushed. So, and that's why I would just jam pre-flop as well, because that's how you're ramping up the variance the most, is by being like, do you want to call off 11 bigs now or not, when your ranges are both 100%. And I got a king, and it's suited, and it's not bad, and I'm on the button. You know, that's how you force them into higher variance spots. You're adding variance to yourself, not to them. By the time when you call it off, you're only hurting yourself.
Well, no ladders just yet. Everyone was sweating that for $6,100. I did get the one comment. Not scared, eh?
Not scared.
Classic.
Ashkenazi 2.0. We've had word that Milad Langer has as if overnight become Milad Arkabian now.
Oh no, that's always been his name.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying for the people at home because they've changed the graphics.
Right. Fair.
So if you see a name you don't recognise, Langar has had a name change. Change of heart. King at 9 suited for Jatin, +1. Makes it 150, 2.5x. Aces for Ivanov in the hijack. How to proceed? Couple of short stacks behind. We could definitely think about flatting. Going to look somewhat suspect, but I think we're maybe just about deep enough to get away with it because we can have some king-queen suiteds, some ace-queens that don't want to 3-bet get it in pre-flop. So definitely an option to just call. We also know Jatin's going to be opening pretty wide, but could be just a nice spot to work in some bluffs. So we might see a small 3-bet too, something like 350, 400. Does just call, loving this, loving this.
Oh boy.
Oh boy, Alcabazi's woken up with 9-7 off.
Oh boy, the trap's been set. There's 450 in the middle. There's 3 players behind.
Yeah.
I mean.
Oh, an ace-10 suited for Komatsky in the big blind. Playing 20 bigs though. I don't think he's going to find a jam versus a flat call. That would be pretty suicidal because the flat's going to contain, like we said, like some ace-jack suited, ace-queens, which you may end up getting to fold, but it's quite a risky play. But we do know Jatin's going to be opening wide. If you think Ivanov doesn't have enough that calls the jam, then he may decide to go for it, but I expect we'll see a call or potentially even a fold. Out of position, not very deep, going to be dominated. Ace high board, not always going to be that good, especially if Jatin barrels it off.
Oh, I don't know, man.
I don't know, man.
It's 10 of diamonds.
It's 2.5x, don't forget, and a call, so strengthens the call a decent amount. And
wow,
fold, yeah.
Take a bow, Karmatsky. Teach me how to do it. I'm just out the tournament in 9th. Fair play, mate.
Yeah, ranges just get so tight in ICM. You're so incentivized not to be involved in pots.
Of course.
You're not trying to win chips anymore. You're trying to ladder up, especially when you're not at the front of the pack. The whole idea of making playing chip EV was to get to this stage, and now you got to switch your game up. Play tight, get that money. Jatin flopping absolute nothing. King 9, no backdoor. Ivanov loving life. Jack 4 deuce, 2 hearts, aces, ace of hearts in hand. About as good as it gets for when you trap pre-flop. You absolutely love to see this flop. But Jatin should be aware that the range is pretty strong. Blocks some folds with the king of diamonds. Some king queen of diamonds. But he also blocks value in king jack of diamonds. So one on each column. Don't think there's going to be much offsuit king X in Ivanov's range. Maybe a random ace king off, but I think that's just going to try and get it all in pre-flop every time. Easy stack to just jam, so I would expect that to be the play.
Vanov deep in the tank.
Check back here would be perfectly reasonable and quite cool.
Let's have the ace of hearts in hand.
Yep, not really much to protect against. Want to keep our ranges nice and wide, cap ourselves a little bit, allow Jatin to just comfortably bet for value with a jack. Still shallow enough to get it all in on over 2 streets. But it looks like he's going to go for a bet.
I guess with ICM we want to do a lot less slow playing post flop.
Yeah, but this is like the prime one if there ever was one, because
Sure.
there really is just like there's just like zero danger right now. Like if he has jacks, he has jacks already. It doesn't matter. It doesn't make any difference. He's not going to have fours or deuces. So unbelievable board. But Jatin just going to let it go. Obviously 0 equity. Nice one, goes Ivanov's way. Pats the aces as they leave him. See you soon, guys. Come back. Hope you had a good time. Tell your friends. Get my camper van imported to Cyprus. Rent it out whilst we get some luxury pad. Paid for.
We'll talk about it off air, mate. We'll talk about it off air. I've reached out to a few people.
Henry's getting into the human trafficking game. Reached out to a few people, see what strings I can pull. Luxury human trafficking, though. That looks nice.
Anyways, back to the action.
Corkmouse +1, King 9-0. Just under 10 bigs. Dueling, deliberating, but King 9 off definitely not strong enough here. We're going to lead a lot better. Does let it go. Ivanov picking up 10s. Back-to-back pairs. Easily done. 1.6 mil, just over 25 bigs, close to 27.
Got Mehmet Halil in the Facebook chat. Said big hello from Garenia, from Mehmet, ex-UK, now resident here in Cyprus. What's up, dude?
What's up, dude?
What's up, dude? Kabasi doesn't mind putting chips in the middle. We just saw him call it off with the King 9. Ace 4 is going to flat in the hijack. And one would rather 3-bet squeeze with. 3-bet will fold. I got a funny feeling he doesn't care based on what we've seen so far. Yep. Ace 6 of spades. Let's see a flop, please, Tita.
Oh,
10. No! Queen 10 4, 3 spades.
Oh,
nut flush for Al Capacity.
Just peels the hijack. How many flushes do you think he's ever going to have here? None, basically, like ace jack of spades, and that's it. If you were playing against quote-unquote a normal player, but we know Kabasi does not care. He's here to play. He's going to love this as well. 100k, yep, don't mind if I do. Flick in the call, I think, in position. Send it. The funny thing is he's not going to be very concerned if the board pairs at all. He's just going to be, you know, it's really hard to just believe that you have nut flush versus full house just because the board's paired every time.
Well, I think he may be leaning more towards raising now, just in case the scare card rolls off, like a fourth spade.
Yeah, absolutely. But nah, he knows.
Oh, Ivanov with the old 10-ounce once, twice rather.
So many cards, so many hands are just like pair and flush draw.
Oh boy. 5
Pocket
clubs,
pairs, yeah, 5
on
clubs
the turn.
Doesn't change anything. See what Ivanov decides to do. Might try and get spicy, get a check raise in, just gets a bit more protection, a bit more value while he's definitely ahead. Well, while he perceives he's definitely ahead. But may decide to just barrel it off. Problem is, if you start barreling, you've got to go big, really, to get it all in. But I guess that's fine on a board like this. Seems perfectly reasonable, so it looks like he is going for it. 525k.
Oh,
You're Al Kabazi now, you're just like, ooh, how much is it? 550. Oh, going into my stack. Okay, oh, cool.
He was 5 cards away from elimination just a couple of hands ago. He's now 1 card away from being the chip leader.
Speculate to accumulate, my friend.
Ivanov with the flopped set of tens. Alcabazi with the flop nuts.
Just click the call button one more time.
Yeah, the issue is that jamming, you just ace queen just folds, aces, you block aces with a spade.
Like you'll get called by tens, obviously, but
you get called by queens, tens. I mean, kings with a spade. I guess.
I don't know if they go this size. This is much more of a like hand that needs protection from spades. Those hands are okay to bet small twice because they're trying to milk 10x and queen x. So Alcabazi just shoves. It's going to be, I don't think Ivanov's going to be able to get away from this one somehow because he could potentially have like 4s or 5s with a spade. He could just be overplaying a hand like queen 10. Ivanov, very suspicious though. It's just like, is this always a flush? How many flushes is he really peeling? You can't really give him ace 6 suited. You got to think it's ace jack, and if he's getting wide, it's like ace 9, king jack. It's maybe 2, 3 flushes. Like he says, I don't think I can fold this. I think he's right. It's just really unfortunate. I don't think you can fold because the times you are behind, you've always got equity as well. The times you're ahead, you're miles ahead, like miles ahead. If he has 4s, he's basically drawing dead. Obviously, 1 out. Yep. Even against king, queen, or ace queen with the ace of spades, you're in really, really good shape here. It's only like a 20. You only have to fade 20%, less than 20%. The times you're behind, you got 25% equity still. Don't think you can ever fold this.
I see. It's talking up a storm on the turn, flicked in 5 time bank extensions.
Just wants to work out if he's covered or not. I think he is.
Yeah, I feel like if you're going to throw in time banks, that's something you should snap ask.
He's got plenty of time now, hasn't he?
Really hand for TV.
This is a great hand for TV.
Who said that? Oh, Ivanov.
What do you think, chat? 1 in the chat if you think he's going to call. 2 if you think he's going to fold.
Okay.
Just getting confirmation from the dealer. So it's 525 on the turn. 1.34 million is the effective stack of Ivanov. If he calls, and he's right, he's the tournament chip leader.
Yeah.
He's going to see that he's actually 1 card away from hitting the showers in 9th. I think the problem is that Alcabazi just doesn't have any offsuit ace-x. I mean, ace queen with the ace of spades.
See people flat ace king pre sometimes. I wouldn't always rule that out, but it's like, does that play this way? Or does that just call the turn? If you've got ace queen with the ace of spades, why do you need to jam? Versus a massive bet.
To get a set of 10s to fold.
You don't want him to fold, do you? You got 75%. Oh no, you're right. Yeah, you're saying if he gets just a flush draw. Yeah, true to get him to fold, but your hand's way too good to bluff.
Mentioning something about half an hour delay.
Perhaps thinks that if he has a set of folds, he would have just raised the flop. Doesn't think he'll always have 5s. It's hard to know if Alcabazi would like just call pre and then call the flop with 5s with a spade, but against anybody else, you'd definitely rule it out.
Alcabazi
looking pretty chilled.
Putting the absolute squeeze on Ivanov on the turn for his tournament life. It's sickening. It's actually a really sick spot,
Yeah,
especially
props
given
for not having called it off already. To be fair, like realizes that it's very unlikely he's ahead.
I don't think you can put the bluff. I don't think. This is my last.
So it's down to one more time bank after this current one.
I fold.
Wow, well
what
done,
a
mate.
Great fold.
Fold of the series.
Show red.
Ivanov.
Says show red. You can't.
And Alcapazi maybe going to look back on that one and regret jamming the turn. Could have just kept giving his man as much rope as possible.
Yeah, see, there you go. That's why I say, like, just when you got the nuts, just cool down. If the ball gets worse, the ball gets worse. But
well, well, well.
What a fold.
Ivanov moves down to 7th, but he's still alive. Look, covers Korkmaz and Kabaza, and anything from here on out, absolute free roll for him. Very well played. You know, you have to run well to win tournaments, you have to win flips, but we often overlook the sick folds that you need to make. Yeah. Not necessarily just the sick folds, but just the folds in general to help you win tournaments. Mustafa Canet still way out in front, but with the blinds going up to 40,000, 80,000.
20 big blind average, right?
Let's go. 184k for first. Everyone guaranteed 18.9. Got a funny feeling, Leo, this level is going to be a bit of a bloodbath.
Could be.
A lot of short stacks. Wouldn't be surprised if we go from 9 to 6 within the next hour or so.
We will see, won't we?
Incredible fold. 500 of you watching over on the Merit Poker YouTube channel. Please do go ahead, drop us a like. And if you're feeling overly generous, you can also click the subscribe button. We have a ton of content coming up this week. I've got the main event coverage starting on Friday. And 2023, got a funny feeling it's going to be a big old year for us here.
A lot of funny feelings, haven't you? You should go to the doctor, mate.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Get it checked out.
Get all those funny feelings checked out.
See what those funny feelings are all about. Shake it off.
Ace 10-0 again for Canet. +1. Makes it 160 to go. He's playing under 40 bigs now. Alcabazi, new stack, 2.5 million. Even after getting the fold, still increases his stack nicely. But when he sees that back, he's already seen that he's made 10s fold, but when Ivanov sees that back, he's going to be pretty happy with himself. Still doesn't make you feel good, though. I promise, I've made folds like that before, checked back, seen that I was right, and then still felt bad about it, because I'm like, why can't I just have the best hand? I had a really good hand. Why isn't it just the best hand? I still lost the pot.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean.
Shilo in the small blind with 10s, interesting spot. I think a little bit too deep to consider getting it in pre versus early position. Does just call. Not many players behind. Knows that Jatin's not going to overcall as much as he would in Chippy V, so like this decision. If you jam or 3-bet and get jammed on, it sucks. If you jam and you get called, you're not in amazing shape. And 6-4, 3, 2 clubs. Can it? Ace of clubs in hand. Shilo got the 10 of clubs though. Shilo probably not peeling all of his pairs pre-flop. Don't know if he's always peeling like 3s and 4s and 5s and stuff here, so might be stripped of a few sets. It's going to be some suited broadways. He's going to have flush draws and some suited ace-x, so good for Knit to have the ace of clubs block some of those. But Shilo also just going to have a bunch of pocket pairs that obviously are going to continue. But there are definitely some folds. But Knit betting about half pot with the ace of clubs. Shilo definitely not going to be folding this one. 210 makes the call pot. 900k now. And another brick on the turn. 9 of diamonds really doesn't interact with either player's range much other than giving Shilo a set of 9s sometimes. Obviously Knit can have pocket 9s too, but Knit going to have a 9 more than Shilo is, but for all intents and purposes, both players thinking about each other's ranges. It's relatively insignificant. Check on the turn. Knit slows it down. Not the turn card we were looking to blast off on, and a 7 on the river. Completes a 4-card straight, but not too much 5 for either player. They can both have a little bit, maybe some pocket 5s, some ace 5 suiteds, but largely a brick. Shilo may just go for a block here. Just trying not to face a big bet on the river. Could still represent a straight, and a straight doesn't necessarily need to bet big either because we're trying to get called by some kind of ace highs and stuff after Knit checks back to turn, just trying to kind of rep some busted flush draws and the like that don't need to bet big. As Chalot does block 250 into 900. Stafford giving it a good old think though.
Maybe.
Planning a bluff.
Yeah, turning his hand into a bluff. Think about the range of Chalud from the small. Shouldn't really have many straights. A lot of his hands that are going to block are going to be an absolute world of pain. Instead, Canet just flicks in the call with the ace high.
No, it's pocket tens. Now it's my turn. Pocket tens.
Blocking.
I'll take it. Oh.
Some of the backdoor spade floats, the king queens, queen jacks, jack tens of the world. Ace 10 no good. What are you thinking about that, Leo?
About the call?
Yeah.
I think I just fold when I got the ace of clubs. But maybe just thinks the ace of clubs isn't very relevant because ace high misdraws will just try to show down because most of them are like ace 10 suited plus. So perhaps he's just thinks he's just bluff catching against like front door and back door Broadway ones instead. But yeah, I think it's, I don't know, slightly reachy, but not the end of the world. 10 of diamonds, no interaction with bluffs, no spades, no relevant clubs. If he had like ace king with the king of clubs, he probably would fold. And he thinks that this one's just a bit better to bluff catch with, and he knows he's going to be really capped to ace high on the river. So if he doesn't ever have better than ace high, right, or his best hand is like pocket eights, something like that. Is there an 8 on the board? No. If he has like pocket eights, something like that just decides to check back turn, I think he's going for value always on the turn with all of his pairs, right? He's not opening like worse than 5s, and 8s is good enough to barrel on the turn, so he's basically never has a pair unless he's maybe turned a 9 and checked it back. So he knows he has to defend his very ace high or worse heavy range. So then from there, he doesn't want to just always call when he's got ace high, so he just tries to pick the best combinations, and he just thinks that the ace of clubs isn't relevant and the 10 of diamonds is a good card to have, so that's one of his best ones.
Still no bust outs here. This 5K vintage style series high roller.
The second all-in with you.
True legends of the game at this table: Kalmatsky, Mustafa Canet, just to name a few.
Ivanov down to just 10 bigs after making a very, very nuanced fold there with a set of 10s, all facing an all-in on the turn on a 3-spade board and getting away from the nut flush. Ace 10 off now for Milad, +2. Expect to see him open. Makes it 160. King 6 off for Kabaze, lets that one go. Chatting on the button with Queen Jack suited. I think appeal is the appropriate play here. This hand definitely strong enough in position, no matter what happens. Only one short stack in the small blind, and if we call and Milad and it goes shove and then Milad folds, or obviously he's not going to, but if it does go shove and Milad folds, we can easily call with Queen Jack suited. So yeah, my play would be cool. See if I'm right.
the background.
Could see free bet being a play as well, but I expect this is a bit too good. Yeah, it does just call. Ace 5 off fucking it in the big blind. I think he'll just be folding this one multi-way, this deep, with 2 of the other big stacks. Doesn't want to peel a dominated hand. Jatin can have some ace-x. Obviously, Milad going to have a lot of ace-x too, but can it does just defend the ace 5 off. I find this interesting. It's one I would personally be folding, but I'm learning something. Jack 10, 8. Milad and Jatin both flopping a pair. Jatin with that gut shot as well on the overcard. Pretty good flop for him, and Milad should have the best hand some of the time at least. I think it will go check, check. Possibly check, but I could also see Jatin betting. I wouldn't be surprised if this is a mix without a backdoor flush draw. 3 ways though, I think we'd benefit a bit more from just denying some equity. We can obviously get called by a lot of worse hands. All of the combinations of broadways that have some kind of straight draw, 2 overcards, some pocket 9s type stuff, and some 10x. Yeah, he is going for the bet. 205. 1/3 pot.
Jatin with over 7 million in total live earnings. Certainly a front runner to close this one out here in terms of just experience, longevity in the game. #1 on Colombia's all-time money list. Milad going nowhere with his middle pair just yet. Feels like a really grim board though. It's the bottom flat range.
Gets grimmer. Should slow things down, I think. Can't see Jatin firing again.
It's one of those, may have the best hand, but good luck getting to showdown with it across 3 streets.
Seven of diamonds completes the board, so relatively bricky river. After the turn goes check, check.
Does check through.
Yep, and Jatin going to scoop that one up to 2.8 mil, takes the chip lead away from Milad.
And Jatin's day so far today. Came in middle of the pack.
Yeah.
Cracked aces. Got ace queen to fold. And he had queen jack. Then got ace queen to call it off when...
He had jacks and he won a flip.
Yeah, just one of those days.
Kabazi 6-5 suited under the gun +3, but definitely not good enough. Should might choose to open this one though in the hijack. Playing a healthy stack. Makes it 160.
Maxim Chalot go for a career best score. Best live cash today at 53,900. Came in the World Series.
Oh yeah, remember seeing this yesterday when we were, or the day before, whenever it was, you know, when we were covering the warm-up, he was in there. Remember seeing that.
He didn't make final table though, did he?
No, he
But
didn't.
it was in the money.
Yeah, he was just in the feature table a couple of times.
Merit Poker Vintage Series. Dana Craven saying that fold, I still can't get over it.
Decent. Agreed.
Ivanov short, but still in it. Gave himself a fighting chance, at least. That's all you can do sometimes in poker. Poor old Corkmans folds round to him in the cutoff.
No mamacita.
No mamacita.
Nothing.
King Queen suited for Knit on the button.
Or 4.
Nice hand for him.
Base cards.
He is opening into the big blind of our wild card. Now Kabasi, 2.4 million. Shakes his head. We'll score also saying, Corey, Corkmaz, go, 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 champ. Yeah, do let us know, obviously, who you're rooting for. Don't tell us where you're tuning in from though. Alright, guys? We're not your parents.
Yeah, don't have to. King 7 suited for Kabazi, still not quite good enough. Getting short. Oh, actually, yeah, blinds up. 40k, 80k. It's getting super sketchy for him, but
yeah, for a few of the guys, it's
still not good enough.
Yes.
Sweaty.
Very sweaty. Especially given that the difference between, you know, 9th and 7th is better part of 3 binds or 2.5 binds.
Ace King suited for Ivanov though on the button. He's wearing 7.5 bigs. What a time to find it. All in.
Nah, min raise in juice on the button. Do it.
Fold and a fold.
Crucial pickup there for Ivanov to get back up to over 10 bigs. Separates himself a little bit. Also gives him like an orbit or so to try and outlast Kabaza. And who was the other short stack? No, there is no other short stack now, right?
All in, all in.
There was one.
All in, all in.
Can't remember who it was. Ace 8 off under the gun for Kabazi. Decides to let that one go as well. Yeah, it's this guy whose name I keep forgetting. He's got not very many.
9, almost 900.
Oh, Korai, yeah.
Korai, yeah.
Hold on.
Jatin under the gun +3, thinking about going for the long range steal with the king 3 suited. Makes it 160.
Again. How's that?
And Al-Kabazi on the button picks up the king jack off. We know he's not a big fan of folding, so we may see him peel this one. Does. Fold from the blinds. We go heads up. King high board could be action.
The old long range still with the king 3 of diamonds.
Not a bad flop.
Al-Kabazi playing with fire, by the way.
Yeah. Don't want to be getting involved with all these short stacks around when we're covered with a hand that can be dominated against a very good player, but I expect Jatin to probably start with a check here. Not really a board that favours his range particularly. Probably going to play a majority of his range as a check, I would guess. Camera on the wrong person.
Just get a little close-up of
there we go.
of Milad.
Al-Kabazi now with the decision, but not much of in the way of equity for him, so I could definitely see him taking a stab here. You're happy to bet fold a hand like this, and you may get your opponents just fold some ace-3 of spades type deal. King-queen of clubs. Oh, we got the king of clubs though. King-queen of spades, you know. Some hands that dominate us. Even ace-king off with no diamond may decide to just jet fold on a board like this. Jatin not going to be able to rule out straights and stuff like that from Al-Kabazi's range. Against some players, you wouldn't be too worried about the 7-8 suited type stuff, because you'd expect it to just fold pre because of the heavy ICM pressure, but we can't be sure of that against a player like Al-Kabazi, so Jatin has to proceed with caution.
Yeah, I don't know if the guys have caught up yet with the ace-6 of spades hand.
No, probably not yet, I wouldn't guess.
Probably any minute now, right?
Yeah, 10 on the turn. Al-Kabazi now picking up a bit of actual equity, but little does he know he's got 73%. Hard to think that you've got 73% equity here after you get check called on the flop. But does actually have a dominating hand here. We may just see him check this one back, try to realise his equity, doesn't want to bet and get blown off what could improve to the nuts. He can still rep some pairs. He can have turned a 10, he can have some pocket 7s, pocket 8s.
Like this?
I like the old tank throwing the time bank.
Big blind.
I like his table presence. Seems pretty dialed in. It's a bit of street poker being played.
Okay.
Bit loosey-goosey with the king 9 earlier.
Does eventually check it back. Queen of diamonds.
Wow, that'd be sick. Oh. Jatin.
Yeah, really interested to see how Jatin proceeds. The 3 of diamonds, not an important card at all, so having that's not bad. King of diamonds is a pretty good one because you block king 10 of diamonds, you block king queen of diamonds, which are some hands that Al-Kabazi could have improved to on the river. And once Al-Kabazi checks back the turn, he's really capping himself to like pocket 8s, pocket 7s. Not much 9x in there, and he's also going to just have some air balls to stab the flop. But a lot of those air balls will have improved to a pair, that's the problem. We probably think Al-Kabazi might continue the turn with a 10 just so he can check back the river, so it's really like, what queen X does Al-Kabazi have? We're somewhat worried about him having a queen, but going to be quite hard for Jatin to be bluffing here as well, and it's really only missed diamonds. He could definitely still have played an overpair this way. He could have something like Queen 10 of hearts with a backdoor flush draw that ran out 2 pair. He can have the overcards with the flush draw himself, so like King 10 of diamonds, King Queen of diamonds. Alcabazi has to be worried about all of those when he has a hand like 7s or 8s or even a 10. And Jatin does go for the bluff. Seems like a very reasonable decision, but Alcabazi sitting on the absolute nuts.
Nothing.
What a life. Stab flop in position. Check,
Absolute
check, turn.
airball.
Backdoor into the stone cold nuts. Your opponent leads into you. You're about to be chip leader of the tournament, regardless of what happens. You think he just goes for the absolute jugular? Just goes for the lot?
Oh, not the old cut out a call and then raise routine. Don't do it. No, okay, we're not. We're just going straight for the raising chips. You ever seen anybody line up a bluff like this?
Yeah. Me. Once. I was drunk.
Free kick.
Cut out 2 towers of yellow. So he's going to make it that much. 1.2 million. So he announces raise, little 3x.
Jatin, I expect we'll just fold pretty quickly. Not too much to do.
Always the possibility to come back over the top with the King of Diamonds in hand. I feel like it's an extremely relevant card.
It is relevant.
Losing to King Jack of Hearts, or apparently King of Clubs, Jack of Spades in this particular occasion, but
What you perceive you're losing to.
I wonder if... Yeah, because turn goes check, check, like he never has queens, never has 10s. Anyways.
Let's it go. Big grin, I had the nuts. What are you going to do? Great start to the final table.
Yes,
21% of the chips in play.
This is good in building, huh? I've seen it.
That's certainly going to change the way this final table is going to play out.
Yeah, they'll start to see some hands now as well.
And perceived recreational of the table has the chip lead. You see the regs tighten up quite a bit, play a lot tighter. So ICM just really pick their spots, waiting for the slip up, should it come. Remember when was it Linus Love, Sam Grafton, Fedor Holtz were 5-handed with Ebony Kenny and how have I forgotten his name? He's like a massive Forex trader.
Bill Perkins? No, he's not Forex, is he? He's oil man.
Sorry, crypto trader. Ah, come on. Oh, High Stakes Capital on Twitter. I'll tell you now. But yeah, you just saw some huge adjustments from Linus pretty early on in 5-handed play because, yeah, Karl Shapir-Gatian, who was the first to admit, by the way, this isn't me putting him on blast. It was like his first ever tournament, I believe. Came to the Triton Series here inside, yeah, first ever tournament, 200k, got 5-handed with, you know, Linus and yeah, Linus had like 20 bigs, Karl just had like 80 and everyone else was hovering around like 20. And Linus was playing incredibly tight. It's like insane adjustments. We jump back into this. Can it? With the aces, Kabaza, GG's, mate. Gonna need a 10 or an 8.
Yeah, I expect to see him just donk jam here, less than half pot. Great flop for our hand. Needs protection against overcards. Still got a bit of fold equity. So he's just going to be all in. And can it probably makes the call? And then
How much?
we'll see Millard get out of the way, I imagine.
Good luck, sir.
It's not dead.
Not dead, no. Couple of 8s and 3 10s. Running straight cards to chop it. Can obviously going to do nothing other than just call here. As you can see, 5 outs twice for Kabaza. Final table of the warm-up. Another deep run here. Must be thrilled with this series and his performance over the last 5 days or so.
Yeah, frustrating to get 2 like non-wins, but here's what it is. That's poker. Still financially a good result.
The 6K ladder. He was making us earn it.
It's a 6.
6
GG.
diamonds.
Hello, my friend.
Nice effort, nice run.
Yeah, another
Double
great
final
run.
table. Congratulations. No, I am coming with you. Wait.
Always love to see the sportsmanship being shown. And then there were 8. Quick look at Kabaza's run. Second final table for him here, the vintage style series, the Merit Crystal Cove. I'm sure we'll be seeing plenty more of him in the main event. That's how things currently stand. Ali Al-Kabazi out in front with 41 bigs. Mustafa Kanat in second with just 40. Shortest stack at the table. Koray with just 4 big blinds, and he's going to be forced all in just 2 hands time.
Huh?
Everyone now guaranteed $25,000. Shout out to the 500 of you keeping us company over on the Merit Poker YouTube channel. Those of you that have just joined us, my name's Henry Kilbane, joined alongside Leo Worthington-Lease in the booth. Going to be here all week for the Vintage Style Series. And whilst we have your attention, if you could drop us a like over on YouTube. Really does help us build the channel. We've got a lot of poker content coming up in 2023. For now, 184,000 for first.
Lots.
25K locked up.
Chonky.
$6,000 fold.
5,000 fold. $5,000 fold.
6,000.
Down to 8.
Yeah.
Ivanov loves it.
Yeah, 6.
It's like $6,000 fold. Fold in the 10s. They now know. They now know.
All in.
Good luck. Corkman's somehow found ace-9. I mean,
Yeah,
how
decent.
do these
You take
guys
that.
do it?
4 bigs. Absolutely loving it.
How do they do it?
Get 4 bigs through a lot at the final table as well. Nobody wants to risk 4 precious big blinds.
Especially these stacks.
Yeah, average
That's
stack.
320.
20 bigs. Ace-9 suited for Shiloh in the small blind. I think we could see this call and it will be a chop
4.9.
most of the time. It's just getting a
with the
count.
2 flush draws.
That's true. Just getting a count of Jatin's stat before he decides how to proceed. I think a call is fine. Ooh, and Jatin does pick up a hand in the big blind though, pocket 10s. And he's only playing 25 big blinds. I expect to see this one go all in.
How does he just wake up with 10s in the big? What is going on today? Such an entertaining day of poker so far.
All in.
Yeah, does just make the show off like this. Didn't take too long. Didn't feel the need to use the time bank card. Realises that small blind range is going to be wide, more than wide enough for this to be a profitable jam. Get heads up. Be in really good shape against the all-in.
Charlotte maybe regretting not doing the jamming himself.
Yeah, this is a yeah.
Oh.
I mean, he's played it fine. He's played,
Yeah,
played it perfectly.
Okay, triple up.
Obviously, we saw an ace folded.
Yeah, potential triple up spot
What
for
we are going
Korkmaz. Needs to find some clubs or one of
Did
the
you fold
2
ace?
remaining aces.
Ace 9? Okay, there is 2 more ace.
There are 2
Or we
more
bust.
aces.
Send me 1 ace.
7k ladder.
Nice, it's done.
For everyone else, should Jatin hold here.
Okay. Ah.
Wow.
10 on the flop.
Got more outs now than he did.
He does. But can be drawing dead on the turn. Should the board pet.
8 maybe. 8, 8. Why not?
King for a sweat.
Okay.
4 of clubs. No help. It's going to need to be an 8 or an 8 only.
Want a jacket? No, no.
A jacket.
You know, every time it works.
Deuce of hearts.
GG.
Should bring a jacket, bro.
Good game. Good luck.
Sends
Good luck,
Korkmaz to the rail in
Good luck.
8th place.
Love to see that.
25k?
25k.
7 left.
Handshakes all around.
30 what?
Everyone now guaranteed 31,006 as we take a quick look at Korkmaz's run here in the 5k high roll. A pretty rough start for him at the start of the day. It's kind of handcuffed throughout. Did manage to get that double on the final table bubble. Alexander Ivanov folding the 10s earlier on correctly. He's managed to ladder 2 spots now. Earned himself an additional $12,000 thereabouts. Got to be pretty happy with himself after. It's never easy to fold sets. Never easy, especially against Ali Al-Kabazi. As the blinds have gone up to 50,000, 100,000, meaning there's just 155 bigs in play between these final 7 players, Arseny Kamatsky and Ivanov, the 2 players at the bottom of the chip counts with sub 10. Everyone else, bar Milad. I mean, Milad's sat on 19. He's in the cage. He's gonna have to be patient and pick his spots.
Mr. Bhattacharya.
Ace King for Milad. Blinds up 500k, sorry 50k, 100k with a 100k big blind ante. So Milad now playing 19 big blinds. A few too many big blinds to just want to open jam here. I think we'll just see an open. Good one to induce. You allow worse ace X and king X to possibly 3-bet jam behind. Allow dominated hands to defend out the big blind. Not going to get peeled to an awful lot. Can hit in the big blind with the queen 8 suited. Nice hand to defend with.
Вообще ничего не заходит, просто пас. Да, как бы. Это еще такая структура, что как бы на первое катать прилично.
9-7-3, one club. A whiff for both players, but a pretty safe board for Milad to continue on. Going to be a lot of draws that he is ahead of in Knit's range. Don't know if Knit's just going to take off on a 9-7-3 board super often, so happy to just bet that one and not cap ourselves, but he does decide to check. And a 10 on the turn gives Knit an open ender, and that combined with the capped range that Milad is representing is probably going to see a bet out of Knit. But it does decide to just check. Interesting. Would have definitely played this one different, so curious to know why he decides to check on the turn.
I would have played you differently, mate.
Alright. Whatever.
Whatever.
6 of diamonds on the river. Can it makes it straight? Should always be the best hand. Occasional flush in Milad's range that just checks back twice.
Oh, sorry. Oh no, you're in. Yeah, no. My phone.
Can it go for a bit of value?
Huh? Yeah. A6.
285. Gonna be hard to see Milad want to pay this one off.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking a lot because.
Because if anyone's capable of having a bluff here, even on this board, it's going to be can it. It does eventually let it go. Quickly, Leo, 3 most underrated movies in your opinion. Go.
3 most underrated movies
you've ever seen.
Put me on the spot. Like
Put
that.
you straight on the spot.
Okay. It depends. I don't really know how other people rate them, so I might say underrated, and you'll just be like, "Oh, but that's really highly rated." I'm gonna go with.
It's your opinion, isn't it?
Yeah. Okay. My opinion.
We don't judge the brain in this booth.
Okay. Let me think about it. I'll give you an answer in 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Oh, it's 3 movies. I just carry that kind of information around in my head. Oh god, I hope somebody will ask me what my top 3 most underrated movies are at some stage. I better have that list to mind.
Well, you've always got to be prepared for these things, mate. You're in the commentary booth. Get questions thrown your way all the time, especially from chat.
I'm gonna say Apocalypto.
Apocalypto. Can't say I've ever seen it. Let's have a look.
One of them, definitely.
That's very highly rated as well.
Is it? Okay, yeah, so not underrated at all.
No, I mean, it's like, it's probably not
well known.
Not well known, yeah. But it's rated 7.8. I'll have to give that a look.
Prisoners. Also, I think probably quite not really underrated, but maybe a movie that a lot of people haven't seen. Maybe that's the angle I'm going.
That's
for.
what I meant.
Movies that I think are good that I think people won't have seen much. Prisoners is a really good one.
How have I not seen this? Maybe I have.
Jake Gyllenhaal made a lot of good movies. Number 3.
So far, you're crushing it, mate. You found 2 movies that I haven't seen, and they're both highly rated on IMDb.
Number 3, I would go for. Maybe Dead Poets Society, but I feel like a lot of people have seen that, so it's not really underrated.
I don't think they have.
No, you reckon?
No, I don't think they have.
Pretty interesting movie.
Yeah.
Very good story to watch. Do you know, there's actually another one I like called Jungle, which is based on a true story. It's got Daniel Radcliffe in it.
Okay.
It's about. Well, you can read the synopsis if you want, but I'll tell people who are listening and somehow still interested in us talking about movies. But it's about a group of young guys who meet whilst they're traveling in like Bolivia, and then one of them comes across this kind of self-proclaimed tour guide who wants to show them like a real piece of the world instead of just like what the tourists see, you know, and takes them on a trip into the jungle to meet this kind of lost tribe. Okay. And then things kind of take a bit of a turn at some stage, and various things happen. I won't ruin it. I'm shocked. 6.7. I think that's a bit low.
Box office 1.9 million.
Yeah, quite a small one, but good. I enjoyed it. Good story, quite gripping. Good acting, and yeah, a very interesting storyline and a kind of a movie that really makes you imagine what you would be like in this situation, you know, tough life or death kind of spots. Back to the action. Al-Kabazi defending the big blind. Oh no, Ivanov limped the small blind, excuse me. And flopping 2 pair on the 9-5-4 rainbow, and Ivanov got some kind of interaction with this board. But he is only playing 5 big blinds. Backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw. Got an overcard, but not going to want to start putting money in yet, I don't think. He's going to want to just try and realise his equity if possible. It's also a board that the big blind's going to connect with a decent amount when he just checks back. This is a limp, so not surprised to see this. And yeah, I think Al-Kabazi just wants to start betting, build a pot. Plenty of stuff he can get value from.
Kurt TY saying LFG Leo, hashtag movie buff. Yeah, you did bang off 3 really good ones there, I think, mate.
Must have, yeah. Just glad you're satisfied. I do like my movies. Lots of travelling leaves lots of time for watching movies, doesn't it? Download stuff in the airport and all that kind of, you know. Yeah, I like to look around. I like to spend a bit of time on IMDb as well and look for movies that I haven't seen that are pretty highly regarded. So.
Yeah, I've been re-scrolling the top like 250, but I've just seen everything in my teens.
Yeah. No, there's definitely some stuff out there, but I mean, all that kind of like even the IMDb top 250, it's all subjective, isn't it? So
yeah, that's true.
Everybody likes different stuff.
Kamatsky, 11 big. It's going to be the big blind next hand.
Six suited for Ivanov on the bottom, 5 bigs. He's going to want some kind of high card though. You want to get it in at least with a good chance of being ahead. 8-6 suited, never really going to be ahead, so lets it go. Al-Kabazi coming in hot with a raise out the small blind with the 10-8 off. Putting the hammer down with the chip lead. Came to win. I really want to go on like a long haul boat journey. Something I've always wanted to do. You know, like there are some
on a cruise.
There are some not a cruise. There are some like shipping companies and stuff that allow a small number of passengers to come on crossings from like Europe to America, for example, or whatever around the world. I think that'd be really cool. Random, I know, but just thought I'd let you know. Just came across this video, that's why.
Yeah, I saw that on Twitter. Yeah,
always
bin that, mate.
Why?
Bin that.
Yeah, you would. You need all your creature comforts. I like to be.
No, I don't mind. I mean, come on, man. You've out in the jungle in Thailand, like pulling rat snakes out of trees, just because everyone in the house was scared. But still, that's extreme.
Yeah, it's extreme. I like a bit of extreme though. I feel like it takes your mind to new places, and you just get to experience. I like to experience things that I know not very many people will get to experience in their life.
Jump out of a plane as many times as you want me to. I'll go scuba diving with.
But that's not
any
wild
shark.
now. That's all.
You know.
Yeah, you know that's all commercialised, isn't it? Jumping out of a plane and going swimming with whale sharks and whatever. I did
Not
that
whale
in the Philippines,
sharks,
and it's all just like pre-made tourist destinations. This kind of stuff is just random. It's just a random experience where there's nobody there to serve you. It's just.
You ever punched a bull shark before?
I can't say I have. Something you recommend, or?
Only if they're swimming towards you, trying to bite you. Yeah, no, that would be an experience for sure. But I think I'd spend most of the time hurling. I mean, especially that.
Yeah, I mean, that was pretty excessive.
That was down in New Zealand, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. It does put things into perspective, though. You know, we're sat here in 2022 playing a card game for a living, commentating, you know, from a 5-star resort. 3 people ago, you say what the average lifespan is around, what, 70? So 210 years ago, yeah, 3 people ago.
3 generations, you mean? Or
no, I mean 3 people
3
ago.
full lifetimes ago.
Yeah, 3 people ago.
Okay.
I can't remember who used that. I think it was
3 people ago.
Anyways, 3 people ago, they were crossing the oceans in
wooden boats.
Wooden boats, mate.
Yeah. I know. I bet they were having a great time as well. I bet the like sense of camaraderie and accomplishment was unbelievable. No phones, people just living in the moment, falling overboard, drowning at sea, dying of scurvy.
Wow,
just really
yeah.
in there, you know.
Sounds great.
Wet feet. No boot warmer when you get to the other side. You can't just pop into McDonald's and, you know, get a coffee to warm you up or whatever. It wasn't like that.
The lack of control as well.
Oh yeah.
Like you're in just at the mercy of the captain and the oceans and God knows what. Sometimes it's kind of like poker. Sometimes
you're just at the mercy of the
variance on the deck. Matsky, the discipline laid out. Shalhoub going to defend. This is, I feel like we got 7 left and we're going to be 3-handed in
yeah, it's like
one
every 5 hands we get some big action hand. King, sorry, 8-5 deuce. 2 diamonds though, not much action here. Shiloh checking out of the big blind. Jatin, King Jack with the Jack of diamonds. A board that interacts somewhat with the big blind, but it's going to be stripped of a few more of these kind of weaker pairs. Pre-flop he's going to fold a few more of the offsuit combos and the like with the ICM pressure. A couple of short stacks still knocking around, so Jatin may just decide to c-bet this one. Still plenty of hands he can get folds from. Can turn the best hand a bunch versus a pair. Not going to get check raised very often.
Shout out to Dana for sharing the stream over on Twitter. Getting some interaction from the Twitterverse, bringing some people over.
Does go for a c-bet and gets it through. Seven suited for Kamatsky on the button. 8, just under 9 big blinds. Don't think this is going to be strong enough to shove. It does hit the muck. Shiloh in the small blind, no. Pocket 10s against a covering player, and Jatin got a perfect hand to ISO. Chilan hits him with the limp, going for the limp jam. I like this. Doesn't build a bigger pot out position with a hand that can potentially be in trouble on a fair few boards. Gives himself the opportunity to just limp jam and win a decent pot pre-flop. But Jatin checks it back, and at ace king 10-2 spade, Shilov flopping bottom set, spade in hand as well. Board he's going to see bet with most of his range, so expect to see Jatin definitely continue at least one here.
$500K in the middle, and well, Queen of Spades on the turn should slow things down, at least for Jatin. It's blind v blind. Now checking it on over to the Colombian. Gonna throw out a time bank chip. Really deliberate with every spot, Jatin. Real signs of a great poker player. Always takes his time. Tell he's really thinking all parts of the game through. Even this spot here comes with the 27-ish percent, 28%. Setting the price for himself, I guess. And how about quad tens? How about quad tens on the river for Jalal? I would say daily quads. We've already had quads once already today. 780 in the middle. Board pairing river, and Jatin gonna check it back and get shown. Quad tens, allowed up to 2.7 million. It's tight up there at the top. Chip leader with less than 30 bigs. Difference between 7th and 1st, better part of 150K. Everyone guaranteed $31,060 for their efforts so far. Next page jump up to 37,250. Then they get steep.
Even of ace 7 off under the gun.
What are you matching?
5 bigs.
Okay.
Jams. Good luck, all in.
I don't give a shit. On final table.
Gets it through. Nice little pickup for him there, up to 7.5 bigs. Still clinging on to some fold equity.
Arundam Nayak asking for the payouts over on YouTube. There you are, mate. Where have you been, Arundam? Where have you been?
King 10 off, Kamatsky. Jams his last 9 big blinds in the hijack. Not loving it, but it's got to go. Bottom of the range. King Queen suited in the small blind for Knit. I think we will see this eventually get called.
Mamma mia.
Especially when he has nothing to worry about in the big blind. The shove covers the big blind, so only just under 9 big blinds effective. King Queen suited going to be dominating some of those jams, as we see here. He is dominating the King 10 off. So yeah, I don't think we'll see this one get folded.
Just some
875.
confusion about the old clock. Does make the call.
Ivanov, he's 6 off, but he knows he can get a ladder here if he folds, and Knit likely to have the better hand in this spot more of the time than Kamatsky.
He is in a great spot to get said ladder after folding the set of 10s when we were 9-handed correctly, might I add. Now 5 away from another $6,000 ladder. Kamatsky, MPP opener champion, then came second a week later in the main. Can he get lucky here?
Queen 9 deuce, pretty good start for Knit, but Kamatsky picks up an extra out. 4 jacks now, give him the nuts. 9 on the turn, doesn't change anything. No jack, and we're going to be down to 6.
Any jackarinos? 4 live in the deck. No dice. Gonna lose Arseny Kamatsky. Another strong performance here at the Merit Crystal Cove.
Speaking with Federico.
7th place in the vintage style high roller.
6 people left.
Then there were 6.
Everyone locked up $37,250.
A man with the backpack. Same lucky hoodie. Arseny Kamatsky out in 7th, $31,060. Everyone now guaranteed $37,250. And for those Italians out there, loving life, Mustafa Canet going on a 3-month tour. Going to be traveling around the world playing some live poker, kicking things off here in Cyprus with this high roller, and what a great start to his 3-month trip. Chip leader with 6 left. Do believe we are coming up on the end of the level, which means we'll be going into our first break of the day. Nicola Marto saying "Mamma mia," laughing alongside us here in the booth. Grande Musta.
Ace King suited for Jatin. 26 bigs. Makes it 200k to go. Ivanov in the small blind gets out of the way, and Alkabasi not much in the big blind, but doesn't mind a call. Lets it go though this time. Wants to retain that chip lead. Things are leveling out a bit between the rest of these players, but we still got Ivanov right down there at the bottom, looking for a spot any minute. Made his ladders. Made a couple of ladders, but on life support at the moment.
say we expect to go from 9 to 6-handed with the next level or so, given just how shallow the average stack was. 155 bigs in play, 6 left. Average stack of 25.8 big blinds. 500 of you watching on the Merit Poker YouTube channel. Love to see it. Let your grandparents know, let your neighbors know. And we are live from the Crystal Cove. Our capacity 2.2x from the small with 10-9. Milad in the big, playing 12 bigs, 4-3, taking his time.
Yeah, not much to do here, just got to let it go really. Not strong enough to defend at this stack depth, even versus that small sizing.
Nine. Ace 9.
Is he bluffing at this conversation? Ace 9. Nice.
Nice.
Ivanov has found the spot. Jamming the ace-7
Can I have a count, please?
over the hijack open. I don't think Musti can fold this. Getting over 3-1 on a call.
No, absolutely not.
Just going to get confirmation from the dealer. So cards on their backs. Ivanov, the all-in player at risk, but must be thrilled to just be here.
Good shape.
6 left, gets it in good. He's going to win this 60% of the time. He'll be back up to 1.28 million.
Good flop.
That's a great start.
Couple of backdoors for Knet in the overcard, but takes away the 5.
Just calls for the king. Fair.
Yeah, I mean,
fair.
It is what we need. Takes away all the backdoors for Knet. Now just a king.
Did call for it.
Did call for it.
No dice.
On the river, Ivanov doubles up.
15, huh?
Well, they're 13 bigs after being short for a long time, making a great fold, staying patient.
Yep. Yeah, discipline lay down earlier. They do say make money from folding, and he's done exactly that. Earned himself an additional 20k or so. Musti loses a small one. Little 10-minute break coming up in 9 minutes' time.
10-8 suited for Ivanov now under the gun, but gonna want to preserve his stack, I think. Three suited for Alcabazi, man who loves to get involved. He's gonna open by the looks of it. Nope, decides to let it go. And queens for Milad in the cutoff. 12 bigs.
Came in to this final day, final 19. As chip leader, came into the final table as chip leader. Lost that big pot earlier on against Kabazi. He rejammed the small with the ace-7. Kabazi called it off for 12 bigs with the king-9. Just sweating that one there with Canet. Back-to-back final tables for Milad. Came 9th in the warm-up when his kings couldn't hold against ace king.
Yeah, I know.
You look alike, huh? You look alike.
I think brother, yes.
Jatin on the button, Queen Jack-O. He's opening into Ivanov's big blind, freshly doubled to 13. So has Musti in the small blind as well. Lewandowski just missed the penalty for Poland.
Did he?
Yeah. Ivanov going to get out of there. So headed into on the first breaks of this final table. Going to be going into that break six-handed unless something happens in the next hand.
King 3 off for Milad. Gets out of the way. King 9 off for Shilo into the muck.
Okay, 35 bigs on the button. Come with the raise of the Queen 8-0. Alcapaci in the big blind, most likely going to defend. Does have Canet covered to the largest stacks. As the rest of the players stand up to go on break. We're going to see a flop.
Oh yes, could be a good one as well. Could be action.
Could definitely see these two hands collide on certain board textures, that's for sure. Well, that's one of them.
Summit, bit of summit.
King 10-9. Kabasi, bottom pair and a gut shot. Can it? The Queen of Spades. The gut shot himself. Pretty quick call. 200k into 450. Sorry, into 550. Kabasi kind of beating him to the pot. 6 of spades on the turn. Kind of turning. Double gutter. Now facing a 525k turn barrel. Can it really leaning into Kabasi's one pair holdings?
Yeah, blocks the turn straight, blocks the flop straight. Can have a good blocker on spade rivers as well. Blocks some strong top pairs, so really like this bet.
Really great sizing from Canet. And does get the fold to regain the chip lead.
9 jack, I have 9 jack.
9 jack.
Grande Musta.
You're ahead, but I put you in a tough spot.
He did put him in a tough spot indeed. Mustafa Canet leading the final 6 when we come back from a break with 34 big blinds in. Take a look at that. Milad down to 12. Alexander Ivanov on 9. Still anyone's game though. 180k for first. Don't go too far. When we come back on the flip side of break, Leo and I are going to be calling the action all the way down to a winner. We'll see you guys shortly.
Bet this flop, so you can't just only bet when you got a good hand and then just check back the rest of the time, because then you obviously become very exploitable. So you need to also bet when you have nothing and sometimes check when you do have a good hand, just to kind of pad each range out a little bit. So that's what he's going for here, just picking one of the ones that doesn't have a flush draw, doesn't really have much backup. And
see, I don't know how long they're going to continue doing that for. Like, as it grows, as it becomes more popular, I feel like eventually they're going to be like, hang on a minute, we're missing a trick.
Our brains, huh? Good exercise though, walking back and forth. You feel like you're in a resort.
Yeah, the 50 meters that you have to walk up the road.
That's an extra mousse right there.
To go to mousse. A 5-star restaurant, yeah.
Honestly, going there is like having a night out. It's so nice.
It's nice.
Oh, mate, the toilets are just ridiculous. Instead of having like air dryers or paper towels, they have individual flannels all rolled up by the sink, and as soon as you use one, somebody comes in and replaces it, takes the old one out, and it's just, oh man, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
If you can't tell, ladies and gentlemen, Leo is in love. Poker paradise in the sun.
It is seriously nice. Highly recommend. And it's like the same price per night here as some dive hotel in Edgware Road, you know. It's literally the same price. Like it is literally the same price. Ace-5 off for Kennett, and the big blind makes the defend. Covering, so going to be able to exert some pressure post-flop on a lot of boards that favour the big blind range. Interesting one, monotone. Kennett going to have a lot more flushes than Kamaki, although the low kind of 10 high or lower monotone boards are a little bit better for the opener, because their flushes are obviously mainly going to be Broadway combos, queen jack suited type stuff like that. So when it comes ace high or king high or queen high monotone, those are actually much better for the big blind than the opener. A little bit more neutral here, but obviously more pairs in Kennett's range. Just lacking those over pairs. but can probably, I'd say, have all sets. Doesn't necessarily always jam 10s pre-flop in this kind of chip distribution. Check, bet, cool. 6 on the turn doesn't change anything, but does give Knit's range a few more strong hands. Can have some straights now. Couple of 2-pair combos.
I expect to see Komatsuki either come for like a smallish sizing or check back.
Yeah.
In order to just check back river. Well, ace of clubs on the river.
Interested to see what Knit decides to do here. I think he might bet himself. It looks like a river that at first you might want to check, but I think his range contains so many strong hands and so many potential bluffs that he actually just wants to bet loads for value. And there's going to be some ace of spades X in Komatsuki's range that's just in a really tough spot. And I think Knit's going to want to force ace X to put money in instead of checking and allowing a load of stuff to check back. He's just going to try and force them to call with the 1-pair type hands. So yeah, it does go for a bet, 280k into 510, just under half pot.
A little bit north, around about 55, 60.
280 into 510, yeah, that's right. Mathematics once again.
That's all right, pal. And now, as Leo already mentioned, Komatsuki to attack with a tough spot.
Yeah, really tough. So many potential bluffs. If Knit's just taking a lot of like 6x that had a spade or a straight draw or 5x with a spade, potentially just some like king of spades jack type combo. If he's taking any of those, then this becomes really, really tough for Komatsuki. He doesn't really have any interaction with the bluffs either. It's not like, you know, he's not blocking anything that Knit could really use to bluff with. Knit's unlikely to have the king of clubs in his hand with a bluff unless it's exactly like king of clubs, queen of spades, or king of clubs, jack of spades.
Yeah, understandable for him to take his time here. If he calls and he's wrong, it's down to 1.1 million sub 20 bigs in the absolute ICM bin. Middle of the pack. If he calls and he's right, he overtakes Knit, moves up the ranks to around about 3rd in chips. Does make the call, and he's going to get shown the ace-5.
Nice hand by Mustafa. Nice to see. I would have played that one the same, you know. It's good to just tick one off the list and be like, okay, didn't butcher that hand.
Didn't butcher the hand.
Yeah.
On the stage right now, the noose getting tighter until those short stacks make a move. Rihanna AM over on YouTube saying nice content. We do appreciate it, Rihanna. Hope you're enjoying the coverage live from the Merritt Crystal Cove. I promised you would get the live chat eventually. So I'm glad we get to interact with you viewers at home. Let us know where you are tuning in from.
Or don't, I'm not your dad.
Oh my god. What have I signed up for?
You love it.
I could have just kept my head down.
More than an exhalation out of the nose from that one. I'd call that a raging success.
Kept grinding. Could have just... Yeah, anonymity is a privilege.
But you wouldn't be having such a good time, would you?
Anonymity is a privilege. I could have just become one of those... Could have become... Well, Andy Wilson's pretty famous now, but... Well, we started out grinding 1-2 in Swansea at uni. What could have been?
What could have been. But here we are doing this old thing. Stuck here in this horrible hotel, having to see the ugly sunset every night and eat all this delicious food. God's sake, where did I go wrong?
It's getting put in a 5-star resort.
Where did it all go wrong?
Dunno.
Al Kabazi opening non-all in from the bottom with King 9 suited. I think King 9 suited. What's the short stack's name? Really short, isn't it? There was like a 280k jam just a minute ago, or 300.
No, it's 11, 10, and 9 big.
9.
So.
Okay, so yeah, he's basically like last, but there is still some significant ICM. Next page jump is more than one buy-in, but I think King 9 suited strong enough to jam just about.
I did think about it.
Yeah, Langar's really thinking about the small blind with ace-7 off, how to proceed. Looks like he's folded. Oh no, rejammed. Okay, yeah, cool. That seems like to be the more obvious choice. So now back on Al-Kabazi. Obviously can't call it off now. And he may well have got a fold if he jammed, you know, from ace-7. And if he did get it in, at least he'd be realising his equity, and he'd be not in terrible shape. You can see it's basically a pure flip. But yeah, just going to end up having to let this one go. Dominated far too often, never really ahead. Maybe the odd queen jack, jack 10 suited type thing, but we don't want to just call and hope that that's the case. Not how it works. Especially not when each bust out is worth a lot of real money.
Here we are.
Calls it off.
Wow. 6K ladder. Flicks it in with the king 9.
Everybody else at the table absolutely loving this. Langer probably not loving it that much. Having to win this fake flip that you shouldn't be in the first place. But here we are. Al-Kabazi not in bad shape at all. 44% equity.
Ace-7 Milad.
Oh, king 9. That's so unfair.
That's so unfair. 3 on the turn.
King 9, 3, 1 club. I mean, look. Dead on the turn for Langer. I just want to say, like, when you're at a table with guys that have millions in total live earnings.
Yeah.
What I mean, what are your thoughts? You know, when you can get into these.
You are not afraid.
It happened. Let's go.
A little bit more, around 40%. 300k to 845.
Didn't show the boots.
Very warm welcome back to the Merit Crystal Cove here in Cyprus. We are down to the final 6 players, would you believe, of the 5K high roller. It's led by that man, the Italian BFG, Mustafa Canet. 34 big blinds as he leads the field with 184,000 up top. Final 6 players, all guaranteed $37,250 for their efforts. Alexander Ivanov down at the bottom of the counts, but still in, courtesy of that huge fold he made earlier on. Found the fold with the set of 10s when we were 9-handed. Give him credit for such a disciplined laydown on the turn. His opponent did make it easy for him, or easier I should say. You can see the full list of payouts there. So next ladder 9.2k, and they start getting big. 15, 22, 47 and 55. The difference between 6th and 1st, a part of 145k. As we get back underway. And of course, over on Facebook saying big hello. Big hello.
Not even.
Ivanov getting the jam through. Milad in the small sub 10 bigs. This is going to go in. Kind of tied at the bottom now with Ivanov. Does just ship it in. And Chanel with the snap fold. Someone's birthday in the background by the sounds of it. Al-Kabasi. Bit of a loose open from the cutoff. Does have an ace, blocking ace kings, aces, ace queens of the world. And he does have everyone behind covered. Jatin gonna make the defend. We are going to go heads up to a flop. 690k in the middle. 6 left. Queen, Jack. Bassi with the ace of clubs in hand. Unfortunately, chat, at this stack depth, I see a lot of this for the time being. Not going to get to see many flops unless we lose a couple of players and things get a bit deeper. See if Musti can close this out.
Thank you.
Swing and a miss for both players.
Mr. Cove. Mr. Cove, hold the first time sit open.
Chat, if you haven't already, do give Mustafa a follow over on Instagram. Puts out great poker content, a lot of behind the scenes poker content.
One more, please. The same with lemon, tea, and sugar. Thank you.
Excuse me, can I have a macchiato with a bit of hot milk? Yeah, thanks.
Kind of just ripping into Ivanov. Yeah, as I was saying, gentlemen, make sure I plug the right Instagram. Mustafa Canet, poker hero, part of the Winamax team. Just a true legend of the game. True Italian legend. Came into today as the chip leader.
Thank you.
This is grim for Ivanov. 8 bigs, facing a cutoff open. Does still have fold equity.
All in.
Yeah, it does just move it in. See if Jatin calls this off here. If he thinks Ivanov's, I mean, if he knows Ivanov's jamming 4s, as well as some weaker suited ace-x, queen-jack, king-jack, king-queen. Really depends what he thinks the range of Ivanov is. He does make the call. Big flip for both these players. If Jatin can get there, it's going to take away the chip lead from Italy's Mustafa Canet, be up to over 4 million himself. If Ivanov can hold, and we're really flying. King 8-6. So far, so good for the Russian. Deuce of clubs on the turn. Changes nothing. Ivanov just 1 card away from finding the hold with the pocket 4s. And he does. 9 of diamonds on the river. Overtakes Jatin. One absolute spin, all off the back of that huge fold with the set of 10s.
I've been on small blind, large hand.
Kind of feel like that means now Mustafa just gets to really lean into everyone. So it's leveled the playing field a little bit.
Oh, thank you.
Al-Kabasi. The 2.3x from the small. Milad in the big, gonna look to do an Ivanov and hold with the small pair. Big blinds does have fold equity. See if he wants to take this spot. Looks back up at the clock. He does eventually move all in. He's going to get a count. Don't see Al-Kabasi folding this. Could just have the best hand. Be up against Queen Jack, Queen 10. King 10, King Jack. And he does make the call, so cards on their backs. Still six-handed. Milad can get there. Sorry, if Milad can get there. If Milad can hold, rather. It's going to be ridiculous, because Mustafa's the only player on 40. Oh, wow, Queen in the window. King, Queen, Jack, 3 diamonds. Milad, the 11 outs twice. Any diamond or 3. Al-Kabasi to take the chip lead and take us down to 5 players. Boats up on the river. King of spades. Handshake between the two. Al-Kabasi with the elimination. And then there were 5. $37,250 locked up for these final 5 players. Sorry, $37,250 for our man. Lad came in as one of the chip leaders of the day. Battled well. Kind of got crippled early on through no fault of his own. Took the jam spot from the small with the A7, and it was Ali Al-Kabasi who decided to call it off with the King 9 suited. Left him kind of handcuffed from an ICM point of view. Another solid performance here for Milad. Everyone now guaranteed $46,460 for their efforts. Playing for $184,000. Just 120 big blinds in play. Shout out to the 400 of you keeping me company over on YouTube. Take a couple of seconds to drop us a like. Help us grow the channel, reach more people around the world that love the great game. Italy's Mustafa Canet leading the way for most of this final table. Now has Al-Kabasi to contend with, who's peeled with the 7-4 of spades on the button. Wants to see flops. closer on the king 10-6. Rainbow, might I add. 4 diamonds on the turn, giving Al Kabasi bottom pair. Facing a 40% delayed turn. C-bet. He announces raise. Raising it up to 800k. Taking it to the streets. Highly unorthodox play after the flop went check. Now deciding to take off on this turn card. All of a sudden we're playing a 2.3 million chip pot. Can it with 3 behind. Don't think Al Kabasi's raising turn to just give up rivers. Deuce of spades rolling off. So can it with the 100% check mark. 2.3 million in the middle.
I win.
Yeah, he does just check it back. Mustafa Canet saying, I win. It is good if Kabasi checks back. And Canet regains the chip lead. Grande Musta. True Italian legend of the game.
One more, please. Thank you.
Number 2 on Italy's all-time money list. Biggest live cash, 1.6 million. Hasn't grinded that much this year, outside of the World Series. Did see him put out an Instagram story over the last couple of days saying that he is back on the live scene. He'll be grinding it out.
$1.6.
First recorded live cash. La Notte degli Assi. Back in 2009. Bunch of 300 euro tournaments back in the day. His fifth live cash back in February 2010. Came second in a 1K at the Porto Marso. Funnily enough, Dario Sammartino came third in that same event. That's how far these two have come. Just how far these two have come. The Italians kicking off in the chat. Bassett going to come with the delayed C-bet. It's an incredibly small one. 125 into 680. Less than 20% pot. Overcard to the board. Maybe a river card that Al Kabassi decides to try and bluff on.
Much?
Can it in just cruise control? Kabassi, couple of ill-timed spots against Canet. Canet now has 40% of all the chips in play. So only 15.5 million of them. Did say he is back. Plans to grind live poker for the next couple of months. Let's try and get one through.
I call.
Queen 4 for Ivanov. I tell you what, the quite the victory. If he could go from folding a set of tens where we were nine-handed. Then closing this one out. The fact that he's managed to ladder 4 spots. Vanov with the check raise on the 10-4-4. Chalode comes with 1 over, some backdoor straight draw, some backdoor straight opportunities rather, backdoor clubs as well. Does eventually just bow out. Now the immediate short stack and 1.5 million. Opening the ace-5 of diamonds into our Kabasi's big. Asking how much the raise is. He's going to make the call. Does have Jalal dominated. This comes ace-high. We could very quickly be down to 4-handed. Queen 8-4, 2 diamonds, swing and a miss for Kabasi. Nut flush draw for Jalal. As a co-commentator returns from break.
Hello, hello. Have I missed anything good? 5 players left.
And the lads bust. Ivanov doubled. Al-Kabasi gave Mustafa Kanat 2 million, 2.2 million or so. So
bluffed it off, or?
Yeah, bluffed it off in 2 spots against Mustafa, who's now got 42% of the chips in play.
Wow.
5-handed, but yeah.
So I did miss some stuff.
Missed some stuff, some
how
funky.
How did Milad bust?
Blind v blind, Al-Kabasi 2.2x of King Queen O. He ended up jamming his final 10 bigs with pocket threes.
Yeah.
I think it's absolutely fine.
Yeah.
And yeah, Kabassi called it off and rivered a boat. It's not to be.
Easy.
Everyone now guaranteed $46,460
nice.
for their efforts. Payouts in the chat on a 15k ladder. Where'd you go up to? The restaurant upstairs?
No, just a buffet.
But down here or upstairs?
Oh yeah, upstairs.
Yeah.
I thought you meant like way up, because there's a restaurant on the top floor, isn't there?
Oh, is there?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Apparently there's an a la carte restaurant all the way at the top, which I'm guessing is where the 24-hour room service probably comes from. I'm not sure, but
rest.
Yes, there was one. No, I just went up to the one upstairs. Yeah. Kabassi going for the open again. Blind versus blind, just a min race. 240k, and Shiloh in the big blind with 10-5 off, 16 bigs. I think we'll probably see him just fold 10-5 off. Not really strong enough to want to get involved. I would have thought 10-6 would be the bottom, but it looks like he is going to just defend. Perhaps deems he's got a big enough edge post-flop against this specific player that he just wants to continue a little bit wider. How much has Jatin got at the moment? Still about the same?
No, I mean, we got runaway chip leader. Jatin's on like 2.5, I think.
So it's all pretty close.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, Ivanov's done a great job of not only getting to five-handed, but holding
nice
his
to
own.
like be rewarded for that fold kind of immediately, instead of being like, oh well, I made a good fold in the long run, but I still busted 8.
Yeah, he's in a good spot.
Good turn card for El Kabassi. Picks up top pair to go along with his open ender. Shilor does have a pair. Went check on the flop though. Shilor gets away from it. El Kabassi back over 3 million.
Right, I'm going to run and get some food, mate.
Yep.
You got a phone in that?
Yep.
A laptop?
Phone.
Okay.
Be alright without you?
Steve Keep G saying big up for Musta. Yeah, look at that, mate. I mean, pretty grim. Mustafa Canet with 40% of the chips in play. Ali Al Kabassi now down tied with Ivanov. And Chaloud and Jatin. I didn't realize how short Jatin was. Jatin down to just 10 bigs. Could be over pretty soon.
Yeah, blinds up now. 160k big blind. 2 shorties and 5-handed. Yeah, things go fast 5-handed, so.
Kurt saying Chaloud with the Luke Schwartz like poker scowl. Yeah, it does actually have a little bit of a Luke Schwartz style poker scowl. Right, I'll play one last hand with you. Want me to grab you anything on the way back?
Absolutely not. Had more than enough of
I'm
everything.
not surprised. Any desserts?
Oh, yep. There was one. Got to be done. Look, I'm only here for another 6 days. I'll work it off when I get home. I went to the gym this morning.
Good man.
Put the treadmill on max for a little while as well. Really earned the space. The calories.
I'd like to see Al Kabassi just jam this for 10 effective.
Yeah.
Kind of really sucks to raise call off. It's just going to get through. Jatin and Chaloud both sub 10. Kurt saying Jatin nicely playing quiet though. Yeah, I mean it's been a pretty card dead final table after the absolute heater that he started off the day with.
Found his way to 5th at the very least, so still not too bad. for if you've not got any hands, like making 4 ladders is decent at the final table.
Yeah, 100%.
That's what earning those chips earlier in the tournament does for you. It just allows you to kind of coast some of the time when it matters most. He's made like, what?
30k
30k since this final table just by coasting off a stack he made earlier.
Still in with the chance to spin it back up. All right, won't be too long, mate.
No worries. Even off picking up 9s in the hijack. He's one of the middle stacks. Kind of joint second in chips, but he does have a small lead. So he is second, but very, very close in third. Opens to 320, and Alcabazi finding a pair as well. Less than 20 big blinds effective between these two. Chip leader is still in the hand in the big blind, but not a major consideration just yet. From what we've seen in Alcabazi, I think we'll just see a peel here. That's just cool. Shilod finding ace jack offsuit on the button. 11 big blinds for him. He knows that Alcabazi's range is going to contain a few more hands than it's supposed to. So obviously he decides that is more than enough reason for him to shove, and he is all in. Don't think we're going to see Ivanov fold this one.
Can you make exact count, please?
Nines just ahead of too many hands. 8, 7s, even 6s might be jamming with Alcabazi, perceived dead money, and then obviously a bunch of flips. So can't imagine he's going to fold this one for 11 bigs, and he can re-jam. Pretty confident that Alcabazi is not calling it off much of the time.
17-15.
Thank you.
Oh, your English is so good.
Getting better, you see. I'm studying.
Yeah, you better. You got better. Sure. Yeah. I mean,
I pass you now.
I speak so many languages, bro.
Well, I pass you in English.
Okay.
The other languages,
I'm not on broken English for sure. But I'm British these days, innit?
Oh, British. You hang out with Martin too much.
Ivanov just lets it go. Interesting.
Fun.
Would have expected a call there. I would have thought 8s would be really, really close to the line and probably into the muck, but I would have expected 9s to get called. Now Alcabazi with the decision. Same spot, really. Just a flip. But obviously he beats a couple less hands, a few less hands. But the interesting part of it for Alcabazi is that Shilod's going to be sharing outs with what Ivanov has folded a lot of time. Ivanov's going to be raise folding a lot of like ace-x there. He might have ace-jack off himself. And, you know, king-queen suited type stuff like that. So having a pair becomes really valuable if 2 of those Broadway cards have gone into the muck. But Alcabazi decides to let it go, and Shilod chips up. Adds $1 million to his stack with no showdown. Take that all day long. Very important pot for Shilod there, moves him up the rankings nicely, takes from second in chips and third in chips, and catapults himself into second place. Jatin now the short man. Ivanov with 16 big blinds. Jatin down below 10 though. So still a game of laddering still for these middle stacks, and Mustafa's going to be looking for a lot of spots to play hands when he can, but so far he hasn't had the opportunity in his last few hands. Been a bit of action before him every single time, but he'll be looking for his kind of under the gun and under the gun +1 spots to open nice and wide. Shilod picking up ace-jack off once again. Be an open, of course. Ivanov in the big blind. Into the mark 4-3-0. Nice couple of hands there for Shilo, up to 20 big blinds now. Comfortable. So 50 hands in and we've lost 4 players already, so pretty fast rate of busting 1 player every 12 hands so far. If that keeps up, we'll be done pretty soon. Jatin just counting out his stack, down to 7.5 big blinds. A little less even. Lets it go. Nothing for Knit. Can open a lot, but 9 deuce off, not making it in there. Lots of benefit to him as well, just allowing collisions to naturally occur as they should between the other 4 players. He's not really got anything to lose by that, but it's not hard when you've not got too much of a commanding chip lead. You've got a decent, you know, you got 10, 15 big blinds more, but a couple of opens get jammed on and doesn't take much at all to close that gap, so you still have to be careful. Aces in the big blind for Al-Kabazi, facing the almost 3x open from Ivanov out the small blind.
Where you go after this, Musta?
I'm not sure. I come to Vegas for sure.
Oh, you go to Vegas?
Yeah, go Vegas 100%.
Al-Kabazi just shoves.
I don't know if I go before to Dubai.
Doesn't fancy
London.
Trapping. Be a nice spot to just call,
Or
but
Italy. Like, I'm till the 28th here, and then.
Not sure what Ivanov's up to here with the tank.
You go Miami?
No, I'm gonna hang out in Europe.
Europe?
Amsterdam, Paris, with the wife, and then.
You married?
Yeah, I got married.
Congrats.
Thank you. And after, yeah, Vegas.
You go Prague then? No, Vegas.
So we have time for stuff.
But
like
I go
this,
for the only the
personally.
main.
Now it's cold in Europe.
Huh?
Now it's cold.
Yeah, it's pretty cold. I was
Especially
in
as
Vienna
everybody
for a
else is
little.
going to see that. Just
Very
don't
nice
get
city,
it.
but very cold.
Yeah.
But it's okay. I like the cold. I just don't like that the sun never comes out. You know.
And it's too dark too. London, sun comes out at 8 in the morning and goes down at 4:30.
It's crazy, man.
The norther you go, the worse it is.
Why tank like this in a spot? Why tank in a spot like this on the feature, says Mike T. Exactly. Couldn't agree more. Just don't get it. Why? I mean, what? Not regardless of feature. Why at all?
Yeah,
You're kind of taking. I feel
Sweet.
like you're taking other people's time that you're just not entitled to for absolutely no reason whatsoever. You're just, you know, seconds here and there adds up. You're just. I just don't get it at all. Back into the action though, Jatin in the hijack. King 3 off, no good. Knit though, definitely going to want to open this one. Al-Kabazi in the small blind now, King 9 suited. Decides he wants to see a flop. Not worried about no ICM pressure here. And Shilo, the 10-7 suited in the big blind. Definitely going to be interested in peeling. 3 ways to a flop. Could be some fireworks. Definitely potential to get some interaction between a couple of players on the board. Queen 7-3. Can it? Flops best. Really, really good board for his hand. And I imagine just going to take it down with a c-bet. Can't see him checking this one back multi-way. Just wants extra protection from the overcards that exist in both ranges. Could definitely see a check heads up here sometimes, but does bet 320. Al-Kabazi with a hint of backdoor equity, but don't think it's enough for us to want to continue here. If we did, would definitely want to be as a check raise, not as a call. And Schiller with second pair. Backdoor flush draw. Going to definitely want to continue. Can have the best hand, can turn the best hand, can turn a lot of equity. Nice and small as well. Off to the turn at 1.76 million chips in the pot. 4 of clubs completes the 5-6 straight. Shiloh definitely could have 5-6 suited. I think Mustafa would have opened the 6-5 suited as well. So both players can have the nuts here. Can it just still with a bit of an advantage with all those over pairs though, but also 7s, 3s, 4s existing in both ranges. 8 on the river, not changing much. Some 7-8 suiteds made 2 pair, but only a couple of combinations. Queen Jack still the best hand. I think Shiloh just wants to check this one once more, and Knit's obviously going to be able to go for value pretty confidently here, facing a check twice. Would expect even weaker Queen X to block bet the river, so he's going to be targeting just the worst 1-pair hands. There's going to be a lot of hands that made 1 pair on the run out like this as well, like the 4-5, 6-4 suiteds, 8-6, yeah, maybe not 8-6, not much 8x made a pair, but on the 4 we made a pair a decent amount of the time as the big blind. Expect Mustafa to go for something like a half pot, 60% pot size value bet.
All in.
Goes for the shove. Love this. Did not expect this. Not something I would have thought of to do myself, I don't think. But when you break down the ranges and you work out there's just a lot of 1-pair in there, it does make sense what's going to look most like a potential bluff. It's just does Mustafa need to bet all in to force a 7 to fold? That's what Shiloh is questioning. Maybe he calls everything up to pot and Mustafa just wants to give the appearance that we're going for the bluff. Can't imagine Shiloh is going to want to pay this one off. Don't think players like Mustafa Canet are kind of winging it and, you know, just getting to the river and going, oh, I should just decide to jam here. He's going to know that this is a part of a bigger plan, perhaps. Mustafa knows that this looks like a very bluff-heavy line, so... Or it's supposed to look like it's a very bluff-heavy line, but in reality it may not be. Levels to what you think your opponent, how you think your opponent's going to perceive what you do. Two different players may perceive the same action totally differently, so it's down to you to decide how your opponent's going to respond. And Yeah, two players may respond differently to two things. In the completely same spot, two players come up with have a completely different perception of what something means. Like some people are going to look at Mustafa's overbet here and be like, oh, this is just always a bluff. And some people are going to look at it and be like, oh, overbets are rarely a bluff if ever. And this is probably just value that's chosen a good size, but Shiloh does manage to get away from it. And then you wonder if like maybe a smaller size is better, because Shiloh, if he's kind of close and umming and ahhing versus an overbet but ends up folding, but if he calls 2/3 or whatever every single time, or majority of the time, then suddenly 2/3 looks like a much better size overall. So it really depends on how we think Shiloh would have responded to a different sizing as well. You obviously you want to pick the one that makes the most chips. Especially in a spot like this where every chip is so valuable, and then crippling people is just such a benefit when you're the chip leader. I can't help but feel like winning a bet of some kind off Shiloh is going to be like favourable there, but Mustafa, much better player than myself, so just saying it how I see it. Now it picks up King Queen off in the hijack. Sixes for Shiloh now in the small blind. 15 bigs, just under. Could definitely see this jammed versus the chip leader. Aggressive, very good regular. Five-handed. Six is going to be winning a decent bit of money here, I would imagine. Can't see him doing much else. You don't love it, obviously, but it's not a bad spot by any means. You just know you're going to be met with a lot of folds. So does go for the shove. Jatin gets out of the way. Canik going to get a count, but I think going to arrive at the conclusion that it's too many big blinds, and yeah, let this one go.
Can I ask one more Turkish tea with lemon? Okay. Thank you.
Can't see Mustafa ever calling this off. Personally, let's just let it go.
Like back.
Huh?
Like back.
Yeah. Flip. With a flip. Maybe.
I just want to in 30 minutes to see what you have.
Good fold.
Huh?
Good fold.
Usually when you say good fold, you have you don't have.
Shiloh wants to be put out of his misery, but Mustafa's not going to grant him the satisfaction of knowing early, going to wait like everybody else. He can find out in 30 minutes. He would have just found out, obviously. We are seeing it on delay, so can we rest assured knowing he made a good fold. Could tell, I think, when Mustafa jammed the river there with the Queen Jack, he wasn't quite sure that he was making the right play. It felt like he was definitely kind of umming and ahhing as well, and I wasn't quite sure what was going to be best, but we'll never know. Perhaps he is 100% sure that that's the best move for that spot versus that specific player in this situation. Al-Kabazi picking up 10-9 off in the cut-off. Min raise. And going to be forced into calling this one off as well. That's the problem with opening these like in ICM spots. This is a bit of an aggressive open. These off-suited connectors are really not benefiting you at all. It's all about the blockers and the unblockers. This is blocking a lot of middle stuff that would get added into the fold category for most ranges. So not what you want. And Jatin puts most of the rest of his stack in. Al-Kabasi just going to have to put it in here. No choice. Getting way too good of a price just for 3 or 4 bigs.
830? 4. I go. Oh, no online. Hello. Online or call? No problem.
Last call for quota, hold 5 times is open.
So, Jatin all in with the chance to get back up over 10 bigs. $10.95, top 2 for Al-Kabasi. Jatin in terrible shape now, needs runner to stay alive, otherwise he's going to be eliminated in 5th place. Deuce on the turn, seals it, drawing dead, just like that.
GG, bro.
$46,460 for 5th place. Another great run to add to the Hendon mob, but not the result he was looking for, especially when he got it in with ace-king there against the 10-9 off, but that is poker. Everybody now locked up $61,800 as we take a look back at Farad Jatin's highlights from this tournament. Had a great start to day 2, was running the show for a good while with 2 tables left, but ran out of steam a little at the final table. Nothing really he could have done differently, so another tournament well played by him. We're down to 4, just like that, even of 11 big blinds. The lone short stack. Shilode chilling for a little bit now, 19 bigs. He can, his game is just him versus Ivanov at the moment. Trying to avoid coming 4th. Canet still running the show, but Kabasi, after flopping top 2 there with 10-9, drawing things a little bit closer. And as we know, he doesn't like to necessarily play by the rules, so he may not bend to the pressure of Canet quite as easily.
Very big, you know. You cannot go 5 minutes.
Ace Jack off for Al-Kabasi now. 4.6 mil, almost 30 bigs, as we just saw. 29 big blinds. Definitely going to be opening this one.
Bro, abbiamo break in 15. E l'abbiamo... Ci ha messi d'accordo.
Mustafa picks up ace-9 off in a small blind. Maybe a spot he decides to try and leverage some pressure over Al-Kabasi, but perhaps looking for better spots. Knows his opens are going to be very profitable. Wants to play more out in position than out of position, but decides to just call. Take it to the streets, covering. Perceives he's going to have a decent edge in skill when it does go post-flop, and Ivanov gets out of the way. Almost $1 million in the pot already, just with an open and a call, so you can see how this might be done with relatively quickly. Big pots every hand, and 9-high flop. Canet flopping the best hand by a good margin. Al-Kabasi down now to 3 outs, and an ace would be bad news for him. Good news for Mustafa. A 9-7 deuce 2 hearts. Mustafa going to wrap around this board a decent amount. Lots of straight draws, lots of flush draws, lots of pairs. Al-Kabasi decides just to check it back. Avoiding trouble for now. 10 on the turn. Al-Kabasi picks up the gut shot. Still got the 2 overcards. Mustafa probably not going to think a 10 interacts with him that much once he doesn't bet flop. A lot of the Jack 10 type stuff, pocket 10s, even King 10 perhaps. Going to want to start betting flop. Queen 10, Jack 10, so pretty good card for Mustafa, and he does just fire out a block bet, trying to get value from the kind of king jacks, king queens, queen jacks that exist, and even some ace highs, and I think ace jack definitely wants to peel one off here, but decides not to. Playing nice and snug, lets it go, makes a good fold, gets away from... Says really good hand. Shows the 9, keeps it honest. Image building. Always got it, guys. Keep folding. Don't worry about it. Nothing to see here. Mustafa extending his chip lead there. As back into the booth comes the man of the hour, Henry Kilbane, fresh off of a feed. And he's got his cable all wrapped up around my leg, so he can't get his headphones on.
Mate, those desserts are just so dangerous. It's
Which
ridiculous.
one did you have today? I had the little white Yule log thing.
I saw that.
With the raspberry. Oh,
it looked good.
Oh, it's so good. It's so light and perfect. The chocolate one's a bit much, you know.
I went for the chocolate mousse, mate.
That's grand. Was it on the base thing?
No, the like the little creme brulee chocolate.
Oh yeah,
thing,
there's a better one. So the ones that look like, the base looks like a Snacker Jack. You know what I mean? Yeah. And they've got coloured things on top, and they're a bit wobbly. I think we actually looked at them the other day. We were like, oh, it's a bit wobbly. Don't know what it is. It turns out they're just different flavoured chocolate mousses, and the mousse itself is like, mwah.
The food here is just this whole resort. Like, can we just ask them if we can move
It is perfect.
Can we just move
perfect? You just missed though. Jatin busted in 5th place. Got it all in with ace king against the 10-9 off of Alcabazi. Alcabazi flopped 2 pair. He opened and then it was all in for like 4 bigs, 5 bigs. So had to call it off. Flop top 2.
Same as the king 9 suited. Just loves flopping top 2.
Yeah, didn't turn a boat this time, but did turn him dead. 10-9 5 deuce or something like that.
Here we are. 4 left.
4 left.
61 locked up. Best score for, if I'm not mistaken.
Shiloh, his previous best was the WSOP.
Yeah, 55.
50 something K, yeah. So this has definitely improved upon that.
Ivanov, mate, just sat there. He's just in the mix.
Yeah, he did a weird little tank where he opened 3x blind versus blind into Alcabazi, and then Alcabazi had aces shoved, and he just did like a 2-minute tank with 10-7 off. And it was a bit like, come on, why are we doing this?
Level going up by any chance? Or
no.
Certain somebody in the big blind next hand or something?
No, I don't think so. Just.
See Mike saying the spot felt like it had some context. Is that?
That was a different hand.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Mustafa jammed the river against Shiloh with top pair. Shiloh folded 2nd pair. Well, flopped 2nd pair. Ended up being 3rd pair.
What an absolute treat this has been.
Are you still talking about the desserts?
Just this whole trip. Cyprus in general. Life.
Threes for Ivanov now in under 10 big blinds. We should probably see this one moved in. Last in chips, so no ICM pressure for him.
Mr. Mark, please come back to your seat. Your break is over, Mark.
How much, please?
And Shiloh definitely not going to be folding this, so we're going to be flipping for another potential elimination.
Ivanov. complete the ultimate spin.
Sorry?
What's Ivanov's Hendon Mob saying?
Pardon?
Shilov moves all in over the top. Mustafa gets out of the way, but folds a queen and a 3. So should Shilov hit a pair, Ivanov is going to be drawn to 1 out, but we're not there yet. Ivanov got a bit of extra equity because we have seen a queen folded. So Ivanov, yeah, just kind of under the radar type of guy. An ace 4 deuce. Not the worst ace high board, but an ace high board nonetheless. 1 3 and 4 5s remaining for Ivanov. We know one of those 3s has been folded. 3 of hearts, 4 on the turn. Doesn't change anything. 1 remaining, 3 or 5 for a straight. Otherwise, Ivanov, after making that great fold with a set, is going to be leaving us 4 on the river.
Thank you.
Shilov fills up. Ivanov busts out in 4th place.
He's got to be thrilled with that, right? 61.8k.
Can't be too disappointed with that. That represents about 30% of his total cashes on Hendon Mob so far.
Take a quick look at his run over the last couple of days. Fourth place finisher, Alexander Ivanov.
We're looking at the wrong one as well, so it's actually, he's just made more than his entire lifetime earnings so far.
Yeah,
and that cash.
Honestly, I have no idea.
Nah, could not be. Could well be somebody different, couldn't it?
Yeah, could be somebody different.
You never know, but I mean, that seems pretty reasonable.
No cashes here ever, and the last one did have cashes here, so
maybe it's his first time.
West Coast.
So three-handed.
Three-handed and aces for Shilov after knocking out a player. A bit of momentum coming his way. Second in chips, out of position to the chip leader Mustafa Kanit. But he has the button here.
And the aces.
And the blade. Number 1, pair of 1s. Oh, and 10s for Kanit in the small blind. There's no way this doesn't end up going all in pre-flop, free-handed. We will see Kanit free bet call this one, or potentially just shove, but it seems a bit much. I think 10s is good enough to perhaps induce some worse pairs to jam, but we shall see. Wouldn't be surprised. No, he is going for the non-all-in. And there's no way he can fold to a jam. How much do you love seeing a free bet when you've got aces?
Oh, what? When
Isn't it just the best?
Three-handed when there's 180 bags up top.
Yeah, it's not bad, is it?
What a spot.
Could see Shilov trap. Either option, fine. If he thinks Kanit's going to be applying pressure because it's like 1, 2, 3 in chips, so Shilov is the one that Kanit should attack the most. I could definitely see him peel here, but perhaps he just thinks it's going to be very value heavy.
30 big blinds effective. Well, yeah, the crazy thing is this is for
everything.
2/3 of the chips in play.
Yeah.
10 million chip pot. If he does jam, that is. It's obviously a world where he just flats and
we get
board
4-4 deuce rainbow.
King high, queen high, jack high. Hand number 61 of this final table.
Blocking quite a lot of 3-bet calls, obviously, when you've got 2 aces in your hand, but you also do make it slightly more likely that your opponent has a pair themselves if they're not using it an ace-high kind of bluff. So, let's see what Shilov decides to do.
Yeah, you're also blocking the ace-3, ace-4, ace-5 bluffs.
Yes. I'm personally calling because we're just going to create such a nice SPR. You know, we made it 320, so we call 800k. Pot goes to 2.6 mil. We've got 3.6 behind. It's just so easy to get the chips in so many ways. We never have to fold post-flop.
2 million.
Goes for the option I would definitely pick last, which is the non-all-in 4-bet, and this is going to absolutely stink to Kanit. I'm really, really surprised to see this move. I don't understand the benefit. I don't understand what you think the perceived benefits are of this versus a jam or a call, because there's no way we're ever putting in 3 million and folding, so you're effectively saying I'm all in.
Yeah, and the 2 time bank 3 million 4-bet.
Yeah, it's not great, is it?
No, it's not.
I mean, as in, you know, for Knit, it's not great. It's not like you look at this and go, this is cool, compared to if he'd have just time banked for a bit and then shoved.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, is this close? But this feels very nasty when you're in Knit's spot. And he might make a fold here, honestly. He might get away
sure.
from it.
Mustafa's certainly
Capable.
been around the block and capable
He's
of...
seen this kind of thing a lot. And yeah, after a while, like we've been talking about earlier this week, experience is something that you can't buy and you can't study. It's something that you have to gain yourself. And your intuition screams in spots like this. I've been in this spot, similar spot like this, you know, many times myself.
He does move all in.
I think he decides his hand's just too strong, which is fair. He obviously is not expected to get a fold once he moves all in. He's basically just decided, yes, we're all in. But
wow, cards on their backs.
Still 2 outs, still 2 live flush draws. Some straights possible, but if not, Shilod's going to be up to almost 10 million, 2/3 of the chips and players, Henry said, and Mustafa going to be down to a little over 10 bigs. Queen, Jack, Jack. No improvement for Knit. 9 to make things interesting.
9.8 million in the middle.
Jack to make things really not interesting at all. 7 of hearts on the turn. That doesn't change anything. Just those 2 outs for Mustafa. Needs to find a 10 or he is going to be crippled. 2.1 million side pot. That will be what Mustafa gets back. Should he lose? Jack on the river to make things really not interesting. And Shilod doubles up to our new chip leader, new peak stack, biggest stack of the tournament so far for any player. Commanding lead now, free-handed. Just going to see if he can close this one out. This will be massive for him. Already locked up his biggest score by far.
Yeah.
How much are we on? Something? 60?
Now?
70? 83,400. So yeah, almost doubled his biggest score actually. And a win here would be worth around 1/3 of his total live earnings this far. A little over. Had a few nice scores recently though, a few 5 figures. 12k, 11k, 12k, 35, 53.9 in the main event. Any wins? That was a win for 13k. That was here at Cyprus, $400 bounty. So that was probably a bigger score as well because it was a knockout, but it wasn't a PKO, so it wouldn't have been a whole bunch more. It would have been a couple of grand more maybe.
Yeah, 2.8, something like that. Don't know why I chose exactly 7 KOs, but yeah.
Around 3k, not good enough for you.
Yeah.
1,000,005.
He's definitely had a lot of those annoying runs, you know?
Yeah, 6th.
Like the 40th where there's like 300k up top.
Level will be 25 minutes. When you use the clock and heads up, not now. Heads up. Now you are on break. Now break.
Break.
Oh, okay.
When you go down to heads up, you play your flag.
Yes.
2, 4, 4, 5, 4, 7, 50.
Clock will be 25 minutes.
يعني break 25 minutes?
No, when it goes to heads up. No.
Well, good.
This is different.
Yes.
One story, it's...
No, it's a break.
Break now then.
Yeah, so we're going on a quick, let's say quick, 13 minutes, 30-minute break.
13 minutes.
And then we come back.
Finish this battle off. Shilod going to be looking to take it down pretty soon.
Yeah, so don't go too far.
Feeling good about this spot. Look at that. Got more than the other 2 combined.
Yes, man, this is a really interesting dynamic because like Al-Kabassi's already shown that he doesn't mind, you know, getting involved and playing hands, and if he wants to tango with Shilod, it makes things really strange for Knit.
Yeah, and Shilod, it makes things really, because he can't just go exerting pressure on both of them because one of them's not going to listen.
Yeah.
So we could see Kabassi end up as chip leader or bust in the next 10 minutes after we get back.
83.4 guaranteed, 184,000 for first. We'll see you guys on the flip side of break. Don't go too far. It is the vintage style high roller. all around.
30 what?
Arendam Nayak asking for the payouts over on YouTube. There you are, mate. Where have you been, Arendam? Where have you been?
King 10 off, Kamatsky. Jams his last 9 big blinds in the hijack. Not loving it, but it's got to go. Bottom of the range. King Queen suited in the small blind for Knit. I think we will see this eventually get called.
Mamma mia.
Especially when he has nothing to worry about in the big blind. The shove covers the big blind, so only just under 9 big blinds effective. King Queen suited going to be dominating some of those jams, as we see here. He is dominating the King 10 off. So yeah, I don't think we'll see this one get folded.
Just some
875.
confusion about the old clock. Does make the call.
I don't know if he's 6 off, but he knows he can get a ladder here if he folds, and Knit likely to have the better hand in this spot more of the time than Kamatsky.
He is in a great spot to get said ladder after folding the set of 10s when we were 9-handed correctly, might I add. Now 5 away from another $6,000 ladder. Kamatsky, MPP opener champion, then came second a week later in the main. Can he get lucky here?
Queen 9 deuce, pretty good start for Knit, but Kamatsky picks up an extra out. 4 jacks now, give him the nuts. 9 on the turn, doesn't change anything. No jack. And we're going to be down to 6.
Any jackarinos? 4 live in the deck. No dice. Gonna lose Arseny Kamatsky. Another strong performance here at the Merit Crystal Cove.
Speaking with Federico.
7th place in the vintage style high roller.
6th.
Ivanov has found the spot. Jamming the A7
Can I have a count, please?
over the hijack open. I don't think Musti can fold this. Getting over 3-1 on a call.
No, absolutely not.
Just going to get confirmation from the dealer. So cards on their backs. Ivanov, the all-in player at risk, but must be thrilled to just be here.
Good shape.
6 left, gets it in good. Just going to win this 60% of the time. We'll be back up to 1.28 million.
Good flop.
That's a great start.
Couple of backdoors for Knit in the overcard, but takes away the 5.
Just calls for the king. Fair.
Yeah, I mean,
fair.
It is what we need. Takes away all the backdoors for Knit. Now just a king.
Did call for it.
Did call for it.
No dice.
On the river, Ivanov doubles up.
15, huh?
Well, they're 13 bigs after being short for a long time, making a great fold, staying patient.
Yep. their discipline laid down earlier. They do say you can make money from folding. True Italian legend. Came into today as the chip leader.
Thank you.
This is grim for Ivanov. 8 bigs, facing a cutoff open. Does still have fold equity.
All in.
Yeah, it does just move it in. See if Jatin calls this off here. If he thinks that Ivanov's, I mean, if he knows Ivanov's jamming 4s, as well as some weaker suited ace-X, Queen-Jack, King-Jack, King-Queen. Really depends what he thinks the range of Ivanov is. He does make the call. Big flip for both these players. If Jatin can get there, it's going to take away the chip lead from Italy's Mustafa Canet, be up to over 4 million himself. If Ivanov can hold, and we're really flying. King 8-6. So far, so good for the Russian. Deuce of clubs on the turn. Changes nothing. Ivanov just 1 card away from finding the hold with the pocket 4s. And he does. 9 of diamonds on the river. Overtakes Jatin. What an absolute spin. All off the back of that huge fold with the set of 10. Kind of feel like that means now Mustafa just gets to really lean into everyone. It's leveled the playing field a little bit.
Oh, thank you.
Capacity. The 2.3x from the small. Milad in the big. Gonna look to do an Ivanov and hold with the small pair. Big blinds does have fold equity. See if he wants to take this spot. Looks back up at the clock. It does eventually move all in. It's going to get a count. Don't see Al Kabasi folding this. Could just have the best hand. Be up against Queen Jack, Queen 10. King 10, King Jack. And he does make the call, so cards on their backs. Still six-handed. Milad can get there. Sorry, if Milad can get there. If Milad can hold, rather. It's going to be ridiculous, because Mustafa's the only player on 40. Oh, wow, queen in the window. King, queen, jack, 3 diamonds. Milad, the 11 outs twice. Any diamond or 3. Our capacity to take the chip lead and take us down to 5 players. Boats up on the river. King of spades. Handshake between the two. Al Capacity with the elimination.
It happened. Let's go.
A little bit more, around 40%. 300k to 845.
Show the boots.
Final 3 players here at the Merit Crystal Cove. It is the Vintage Style Series 5K High Roller. And what a treat of a final table we've had so far today. Henry Kilbane alongside Leo Worthington, at least in the commentary booth, going to be calling the action for this one all the way down to a winner. And France's Maxime Chalaud way out in front with 2/3 of the chips in play after getting his aces in against the pocket tens of that man right there, Mustafa Canet. Leo,
Christian.
Yes.
How are we?
Great. How are we?
How are we? How are we?
How are we?
That is a great question. How are we?
We collectively, as a species,
Dangerous territory.
not that good.
Not doing great. How are we? The
We
phone?
here in the booth, pretty good. Feeling protected on this island, like I'm immune from what the outside world has to throw at me. It's just...
What do you mean? Well, you're safe. You're in a safe space.
Yeah, I feel like I'm in a bubble.
Yeah, we kind of are. We're in a booth.
Yeah. I meant it more on like the Merit Crystal Cove general area feels like its own nation.
I know what you mean. Yeah. Yeah, no, it feels like...
Forgotten about
we're just
everything else that
oblivious
exists in
to
the world.
Everything else that's going on.
That's so good. Just what a great place. If there was poker running here all the time,
there is.
It would be unbeatable. Yeah, but I mean like tournaments like this every week. If this was like the new King's Casino, I don't see why they can't have it. There must be enough traffic to keep, you know, people from here and there close enough.
That's what I'm saying. There is. Outside of festivals, there are still daily cash games.
And yeah, but I mean tournaments.
Oh, tournaments, yeah. But you could just like grind cash.
Could do.
In between festivals. Kind of just pay the bills, get really good at deep stack poker.
That's true. It's an option.
Yeah, and then during the festivals, you're a regular. get treated like a VIP. I mean, everyone gets.
And you get to live here if you play the cash games, right? Because if you play 6 hours a day, you get a room.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
So you could literally just live here for free. This would
Well,
be your
I
life.
mean, the
This would be
problem
your
is
life every
that
day.
games might. There might be days where games don't run.
And then you're not allowed to stay.
Yeah, it'd be a bit. Yeah.
That's why you get buy some local apartment that you do 1-day rentals on for poker players, isn't it? Get in the business. Buy everything surrounding Merit Crystal Cove and then turn it into a very reasonably priced Airbnb. I wouldn't be in it for the money, you know, not so much. I like to provide something like they're doing here. Although it feels like they are making loads of money. It's more like they're also doing it for the sake of providing a good service.
I mean, I'm not being funny. Them desserts that we devour in America,
they'd be
some of those
$10
cakes,
each,
like minimum
for one.
Like
Yeah.
You go to a restaurant in America.
Yeah, 100%.
Bottles of water.
That buffet would be $40 per person.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, that water that would be $4.
That's
at least
glass water, mate.
Yeah, that's at least 4.
Good
Plus tip, plus tax, plus VAT, plus service charge.
Yeah, and now the waitresses at like the Aria and that, they turn their nose up at you if you give them $1.
Yeah,
because of inflation.
Yeah, inflation. We are actually worth $2 now.
It's just like, well,
it's not my fault your boss doesn't pay you.
There we go. Controversial takes live on air.
Yeah, no, their whole tipping culture is just completely effed. Blows my mind. How their sense of what's right and wrong is just so warped.
Yeah.
They think that
That's-
even
that's
people.
not, mate. That's just not.
Back to the poker.
Like we're going way too deep here.
Warped, I tell you. Thinking that the customer should also pay the bill, pay the wage. If the person
Capitalism,
who's
yeah.
capitalism, but it's
Mike T saying, is the buffet just a serious occasion or is it a year-round kind of thing?
Year-round, I think, because it's put on by the hotel.
Yeah,
it's nothing to do with the poker.
Has to be year-round.
Yeah, because it's all-inclusive hotel, so.
Yeah, like there are a lot of people here that don't play poker.
Yeah,
not many.
No, I'd say
Still.
quite a lot. I think there's more than you think.
Yeah, we do have our own little bubble, don't we?
Because there's quite a lot of people like women over 50.
Yeah.
And I haven't seen that many women over 50 in the field when I walk around. Like not enough, nowhere near as many as I've seen. Perhaps there's a lot of wives, I guess.
Yeah, that's the great thing about this spot is that there are a lot of.
They're not bored here. You're not bored if like you bring your partner here and just leave them to it. Pretty hard to get bored. Shallow all in versus Al-Kabazi's small blind limp for 20 bigs gets it done. Closing in on 10 million.
Shout out to the 500 of you watching over on the Merit Poker YouTube channel. If you haven't already, do go ahead, drop us a like. It does help us reach a wider audience, grow the channel. We've got a lot of poker content coming up, not only for this series, the vintage style series here, but also 2023. It's going to be jam-packed with poker action at Merit. We did say 60 likes and we don't get fired, so 10 more to go. Appreciate it. If just 0.2% of you, no, that's wrong. Great maths, Henry. Forget what I was going to say.
0.5%. How many? What are you trying to get to?
Trying to get 10 people.
10 people. 0.25 of some kind, or 0.2. Yeah, 0.2.
Oh no, because 10% is 50.
So 1% is 5. So 0.1% is 0.05.
Where are you going with this? I'm trying to get 10 people to click the like button.
Out of 500.
Out of 500, which is
Okay.
2%.
2%.
Where are you going with this 0.05
I
star? I don't know.
I thought that you were trying to get 2 people to click the like button. Out of 500.
Well, the good news is no one clicked the like button because we went on a...
A few people unclicked it though.
Yeah, another butchered maths tangent.
Maybe loads of people who are watching don't have YouTube accounts. They just like are a casual guest user. Because I don't think I've got a YouTube account, so I don't think I can like stuff.
How do you not have a YouTube account?
I just
You don't
go on there and watch
follow
videos.
any channels or anything like that?
No, I just go on and look for stuff. Follow any channels? Nah.
YouTube's just university gold mine. It's insane.
Yeah, certainly is good. That it's all free.
Get to watch like Harvard lectures for free, which you wouldn't guess if you saw me. Like pigeon. Order. Still three-handed.
Who's going to get it done? I feel like Al-Kabazi's just going to go on a rampage in a minute. Just going to unleash the beast. So he looks over, sees that stack of red chips, and he's like, I want them. That looks nice.
Well, this could definitely be it for Canet. Well, it's definitely going in. 8 bigs on the button.
100%. All in.
Kabasi not going to be able to call this one off. Neither will Shalal, so can it get the jam through? Australia are somehow 1-0 up against the best team in the world. Various discussions here in the commentary booth. Politics, football, poker. Our views on world capitalism and why poker should be legal in every country.
Yeah, isn't that crazy that it's not even legal? You're not even allowed to gamble with your own money in some countries.
Yeah, but you can still play the lottery. Great,
Yeah.
makes sense. Yeah, amazing. Loud with the Jack 10 in the small. Expect to see him open jam this for 10.
All in.
Does.
All in. All in.
Someone go out there and tell him that France are 1-0 down and he needs to...
Put him off his game.
Yeah.
Don't know, do you reckon he's a football kind of guy? Doesn't strike me as the type.
No?
No. But then a surprising number of poker players are really into football, which I didn't necessarily expect. They probably were into football before they were into poker though, weren't they, most people? Football's the kind of thing you get into when you're pretty young.
Yeah, I think...
simple. Oh, kickball. Just have universally offended thousands of people with that statement.
We just lost about 20% of our viewership.
Me kickball. Kickball and goal. Me win. I'll learn to take a joke, will ya? Shiloh on the button makes it 400k. Can it in the small blind, king 10 off. This will be in as well. 8 big blinds. 2 high cards. Good enough against a nice wide button, open range, big blind chip leader. We've seen him jam the button as well. So, Canet does put it in. Al-Kabazi going to get out of the way, and Shiloh, 1.3 mil to call, 6.5 big blinds. I think we actually just fold. Canet's range is going to be too strong. Not really in good shape against anything. He's probably not shoving queen 8 suited.
Well, so it's open to 4, 1.3 to 2.5.
Yeah, plus ICM, plus future game, and keep Canet short. Allows you to just pressure them both. Whereas doubling him up gives him a bit of wiggle room. 3-bet jams against us, being able to open, being able to 3-bet not all in. Like, we just keep those options to a minimum if we just fold here, and then he's just still stuck with 12 bigs.
Yeah, I don't like queen 9 anyway. Like, we're just dominated so often.
Yeah.
Wow, does call it off.
Yeah. Obviously, he's in okay shape here, but even this is not that great. Canet's 2-1 favourite. We do get to knock out a good player, but I think the benefit we're probably gonna get to do that anyway, and doubling him up is bad.
Mustafa Canet, the all-in player at risk, but in good shape.
9 on the flop though. Shilod pulls into the lead. Now a 3-1 favourite. Canet gonna need to find a pair or some running straight cards, but Shilod has a queen in his hand, takes away some straight possibilities. 3 on a turn, nothing. Just a king or a 10, otherwise we'll be down to 2 players heads up for the title, and Shiloh will have a commanding chip lead. Queen on the river. Canet is out of there in 3rd place.
$83,400. Great return for the Italian. back on the live scene here in Cyprus. And just like that, a little 46k ladder for Shalod and Aman Ali. To get a quick glimpse of Mustafa from today's action. GG's all round. Yeah. Everyone now guaranteed a 6-figure score, 129,100. We're going to take a very short break, ladies and gentlemen, so don't go too far.
Just a couple of minutes.
Literally 2-3 minutes break. When we come back, we are going to be crowning the Merit Poker Vintage Style Series High Roller Champion. Is it going to go to France, or is it going to go to Ali Al-Kubasi? 62 bigs, place 16. We'll catch you guys in a few minutes' time.
It happened! Let's go!
A little bit more, around 40%. 300k to 845.
Show the boots. It happened! Let's go!
A little bit more, around 40%. 300k to 845.
Show the boots.
We are heads up for the trophy here, the Merit Crystal Cove. It is the Merit Poker Vintage Style Series High Roller. We're down to the final 2 players here in Cyprus. Both players guaranteed a 6-figure score. Maxime Gelaud with the huge chip lead, coming in with the 4-1 chip lead to be precise. Both players guaranteed $129,100 for their efforts. My name's Henry Kilbane, joined alongside my co-commentator, and I say partner in crime, and I mean that because he's digging holes for us that are going to get us in trouble. Leo Worthington-Lees.
Hello.
Hello.
Sorry for any offence caused. I'm sure we'll all be friends. Saying it in the chat, Black Friday sure didn't help things regarding the old online poker scene in the US. No, it's true, and the lottery is regulated. Poker not. Yeah, but it's regulated in other countries. It's just the regulation that's the problem, not the poker. It's not like it can't be regulated. Social card clubs are a good way to get around that. Yeah, I've been to Dallas and played in a couple of those. I've been to Texas, went to Dallas and San Antonio and played in a few of those social card club places. I like it. Great system.
I haven't been yet. I don't know all too well how it works, but
you just pay like a membership fee, which is usually like $100 or a couple $100 for a month, and then you buy hours because they don't charge rake. So you buy hours, and the Texas Card House where I went to in Dallas, it was like there was a special when I was there the whole month. It was if you buy 10 hours, it's $110, so $11 an hour, and that's it. No rake. Playing like 3K deep, 2-5. Played 100, 200 with 100K stack. One guy had a 100K stack and every single pot rake free.
Wow.
Yeah, so makes a big difference. And I think even in regular time it was like it's only $13 an hour, so that's the most you ever pay, $13 an hour. So people are incentivized to play a bit higher, so most of the games are 2-5. There's a couple of 1-2s and stuff, but it's mostly 2-5 and higher.
Well, looks like I'm going to be
PLO as well. Rake free PLO. Stop it. PLO double board bomb pots unraked.
Yeah, I've heard.
Oh, those games are fun. Just every dealer change, every half an hour or so, and it suddenly goes to 3K deep PLO double board bomb pots with guys.
Well, they've started spreading double board exclusively now in certain places.
Yeah, I played that game at Resorts World.
It's just taken off.
It's because it's really fun. So much variance. It's unbelievable.
People make just huge mistakes.
Absolute blunders. I had a guy call in one in Dallas. Back to here, all in and a call.
Jack 3-0 just rips it in for 13 for the win.
For the win, just like that.
Gelaud just needs to hold with the ace high. 5.5 million in the middle. Kabassi just ripping it in, man.
Jack 3.
Absolutely rifling it. Finds the 3.
Can he hold on? Shiloh not finding it quite so funny. It's like, oh wait, this is my tournament.
Meant to be.
Queen on the turn.
Changes nothing.
Finished. No more cards.
6 outs for the Frenchman. He has got a football game to get to.
Queen on the river. Al-Kabazi with the early double up to 5.5 mil. 2-1 chip lead still for Shiloh. But a little frustrating to not win that one.
650.
Yeah, I played a double board PLO bomb pot with a guy in Dallas once who called all in on the turn with a king high flush draw on one board and nothing on the other board for like $3,000. Made a flush on the one board where I already had the nuts on the other board and then made the same nuts on this board, both with a flush, and he made a straight on the board he'd called it off with, and he was like, yes, I've won half the pot. And I was like, sorry buddy, but I've actually won both boards and you were drawing dead about 15 minutes ago. Pretty wild games out there. Definitely recommend getting over there if you like deep stack cash games. Lots of action. Pretty cool city as well, Dallas. Yeah, legislating and regulating gambling not a priority for us right now. No, absolutely not. I work at a poker club in Dallas. I work at Shuffle 214. Most of our games plays 2-5, even though it's 1-2. Yeah, even the 1-2 games were like $2,000 deep or whatever. It was crazy. Nothing like the games I've played anywhere else. Really, really good action. Absolutely loved it. Mike was there in September, never paid more than 12 an hour in Houston, San Antonio, or Austin. PLO, double ball bomb pot, straddle any size, insane games, and no rake means the 1, 3, and 2, 5 get ridiculously deep. Yeah, absolutely. No rake, obviously, multiple benefits. One, you're not paying any rake, so you win 100% of the pot. But also, like Mike says, it keeps more money on the table. So if everybody buys in for $1,000 at a 2-5 game, and there is rake, but nobody adds on, then after a few hours, there's going to be a couple $100 gone off the table, you know, perhaps more. So no rake keeps the games really, really deep because all that money stays on the table. And then if somebody gets stacked and they reload, every single penny they lost is still on the table. So the games get super deep. Makes it really, really good fun. You get loads of big pots, loads of action, can play, yeah, just super deep. Thousands of big blinds deep, super often. I've been in a 2-5 game there with a 10k stack and not even had the biggest stack at the table, not even had the second biggest stack at the table. It's absolutely insane. Yeah, about 12 an hour, yeah. 11 to 13. I've seen 11, 12, 13, but never really seen anything outside of that. Played a couple of private games in Dallas as well, which was really fun. Shiloh limps the button. Queen 5 suited. Al-Kabazi in the big blind checks it back. Playing about 30 big blinds effective. And an 8-6-4, 1 diamond. Bit of something for both guys. Middle pair for Al-Kabazi, and Shiloh flops the gut shot. Got the backdoor flush draw, got the overcard. Just takes a stab at it, and Al-Kabazi, of course, continues with his pair. King of Hearts on the turn doesn't change anything. Somewhat of a brick. Don't know how much Shiloh is going to like limp King X, bet the flop with it. So don't know if it's too much of a scare card. Actually, a relative brick in this kind of situation. We're more playing the kind of flop texture still. Ace, really same thing applies. Like, how much ace X are we really limping pre and then just stabbing the flop with? Probably not too much unless it was just like an ace 6. Ace 8 probably strong enough to go for value on a turn, so not really repping anything if we bet the river, and he decides to just give it up, which I like. Al-Kabazi takes that one down. Yumi says we had a table last week, round of each with 1 orbit PLO, 1 orbit of high-low, 1-2, and the biggest stack got to 20k by the next day. Yeah, playing for 16 hours straight. You see that a lot. You see these mega sessions because obviously you can build up these insane stacks that you don't do anywhere near as often in raked games, and so the games can get absolutely massive. I've like left, gone home, had a shower, gone out for breakfast, had an 8-hour sleep, come back the next day and basically jumped into like the same game I was playing the day before. Great atmosphere in there as well, and they let you bring your own booze because it's more of a social club, so they've got a liquor license, and you can bring your own booze. They don't serve it there, but you're welcome to bring your own, put it in the fridge. You can get food. There's plenty of delivery places nearby. Really great friendly staff as well. They've got a stream game. This is Texas Card House I'm talking about, but I'm sure the same applies to all of the rooms. Hold good tournaments every now and then as well. They just had like a 1 million guaranteed 1.6k somewhere in Texas. I think that was at the lodge, and obviously you got the lodge as well. Didn't go to the lodge actually, but we'll check it out next time I'm in the area for sure. King 6 suited on the button for Shiloh. Does decide to limp. So perhaps he could have had some kings last hand, but just the ones with the gut shot, I guess. Al-Kabazi in the big blind with the ace deuce offsuit.
Mr. Robin.
Ace.
Mr. Robin.
Al-Kabazi putting in the 6x ISO. How do you like them apples, Shiloh? Tricky spot with the king 6 suited against such a massive raise. Feels like a hand that wants to see a flop. You wonder how much super nuts is in the 6x range. Wouldn't you want to go a bit smaller if you've got a hand like aces kings? You know, this is going to be a lot of ace x. Don't know if ace king even goes this big. Kind of wants to get some action, so Shilov does come along, which I think seems pretty reasonable. In position as well. Got to play pots. Probably going to think he's got a decent edge post flop against Alcabazi. And Jack 8 deuce rainbow. Alcabazi flopping bottom pair, the best hand. Slows it down a little with a check. Shadol checks it back, just see if he can turn some kind of equity. Not too much for him there at the moment, and 5 on the turn, pretty inconsequential. Probably not going to be too much 5x that Alcabazi is thinking about. So fires out 1.6 million into 2.6 million, goes big with his deuce, just going for maximum protection, I guess. And Shilo gonna just have to slide this one into the muck, give up another pot, and Alcabazi gonna take the chip lead if Shilo does fold. Here he does, and that sends Alcabazi into first place at the moment. Having a good time, love to see that. Alcabazi now with the king 6 offsuit on the button. Just completes. Imagine Shilo will just want to check this one back. These kind of middle connected hands can flop pretty good equity. Not much to be gained by raising them pre-flop. 6 could make things interesting. Queen 8-4, Shilo with the gut shot. And if you suspect that Alcabazi is just kind of limping in and betting every flop with a very wide range, then this makes a pretty nice one to go for a check raise. But decides to just call, try to realise his equity. Ace on the turn. Alcabazi just checks the king high back. Thinks he might still have a little bit of showdown value. 10 on the river. I think Shilo needs to start thinking about bluffing this one. He can get away with just blocking. Like, not too much ace-x in Alcabazi's range in this line at all, so definitely could go for value with a queen here. And we just have 7 high, bottom of our range. Does just go for the block like that. 600k, gets the quick fold.
At the conversation you've started, mate, in the YouTube chat.
I know, I've been interacting with them.
They love it, absolutely love it. We're just gonna have to. Actually, no, better not say that live on stream. Anyways, back to the action. Heads up.
Things are level now.
Are they really?
They are. Actually, Alcabazi has a very slight lead, I believe. Although Shilo did just win the last hand, so maybe not anymore. Yeah, just back and forth, 4 big blinds in it.
Oh, wow, wow.
Are you? Is that where you? Alcabazi ISOing once again versus the limp and getting it through this time.
ادري انتهى، هو مسألة وقت، بس الحظ شوي يساوي.
Ace-10 for Shiloh in the big blind, facing the complete. Kind of want to ISO this one. He'll be not loving it, but only because if you face like a limp jam, it kind of sucks a bit, but our hand I think is good enough. We've just got to decide to go with it. Gets it through.
For those of you just joining us, our heads up here in the Merit Poker Vintage Style High Roller. $129,000 guaranteed for both these players. Little 55k heads up match. Believe this heads up match alone be the biggest score for both of these players. No talks of a deal.
Nope. I think that's pretty unlikely. Neither of these guys. Alcabazi certainly doesn't strike me as the type who wants to deal. I think Shiloh probably thinks he has a bit of an edge, so
100%, yeah.
Alcabazi looking comfortable. Feels like he's got it under control.
That was the first person to spin the wheel. The King 9 suited.
Both flopping a pair. Interesting, interesting.
That looks like a lot of chips. 1.1 million by the looks of it. 1.2.
Into 1.4.
One more time, Mocha, Coco, George, Andre, Ozan, Patrick, Charlie.
Absolute vomit. First of all, it's like, hang on a minute, the SPR going to the turn is going to be less than 1.5. What's going on?
Interesting turn card coming up. 4 of spades. They both pick up a flush draw. Check, check. Quick check back from Alcabazi on the turn. King of spades on the river. Shiloh running out the second nuts. And Alcabazi has a flush himself. No! We got to go for value here, I think. We can have so many potential bluffs. And there are so many worse hands that Alcabazi can call with or consider calling with. I think, yeah, and he just checks back a flush. I'd say pretty big mistake there. We should be winning a juicy, juicy pot there on the river as Shiloh, I think. Might kick himself when he sees that hand play back later.
Yeah, I'd say so. Even if it's in the form of a little block bet at 1 million, it gets Alcabazi down to 4 mil.
Yeah, exactly.
Mr. Power, come back to your seat, please. Your dinner break is over. Mr. Power, come back to your seat, please. Dinner break is over.
Shiloh now Back to a 2-1 chip advantage. Limps the 8-3 suited on the button. And Alcabazi with King 10 off in the big blind. Paying about 25 bigs. Just rips it in there, gets it through.
I get some more.
A 55k heads-up match between these two. Main event, day 1 has started here, day 1A. Tomorrow, day 1B, Thursday, day 2. As of Friday, we're bringing you day 3 coverage live from the Crystal Cove.
That should be good.
Yeah, main event, you always get an eclectic mix of players, different play styles. You get Krasanilkovas of the world.
Ashkenazis.
Yeah, Ashkenazis, that's it.
Kamikaze Ashkenazi.
Oh, brilliant. Well, we should have used that. We're definitely going to use
Where
it.
was that?
Where was that?
Shilo limping at the 6-4 off. 6-5, sorry. Alcabazi ships it in there, gets it through. Pre.
Yeah, I think he's going to use a pretty heavy limp-only strategy. 30 effective against Alcabazi.
Unpredictable.
Wants to see a lot of flops in position. Utilize that post-flop edge to keep the SPR as high as possible and kind of dictate size of the pot as and when he can. We just saw Alcabazi bet 1.2 to 1.4 with 10-5.
We did. Ace deuce off for Alcabazi. 30 bigs now on the button. See what he decides to do. Just completes. Should I probably check this one back?
C3, please, dealer.
Check, check. Seems fair. 8 on the turn. Probably think Alcabazi's going to fire a lot of his hands that interact with the straights on the flop. A lot of his gut shots and stuff like that. Probably going to stab and Queen Jack type stuff. Probably not going to just limp pre-flop. Strikes me as a raise for him. So Shilor does lead for a bluff, gets it through like that. Confetti.
Just fell onto the table, didn't it?
Yeah, that little silver slap. Pre-released. Shilo checks. Limps the 6 deuce off. Alcabazi checks back 6-4.
Nothing, mate. It's just there's just you say certain things, and I want to be immature, and then I remember that we're we're live on air.
I want to be immature too. It's all right. I would have said the same. Pre-celebration.
Shalal just with the stab gets the fold. Completely different heads-up match from the warm-up.
Yeah,
Shalal
turned
seems
into a bit of a
like-
snooze fest for some reason, didn't it?
Yeah, the warm-up just went from...
I think it was because they've been playing for such a long time. On day 2, or day 4, excuse me, and 3 days before that. Exhausting to play that many hours in a row.
Yeah, it felt like a sugar crash.
Yeah, exactly. It's always like that. Adrenaline keeps you going, then it's over.
Well, then you get heads up and you're just like...
Yeah, okay, I've made it. El Kabazi with one of his many sizings, this time a 3X. Shilol just lets it go the 8.5 off, looking for a bit of a better spot.
That was for me. Born in 1994.
94. Yeah. I was born in 1965, 1985, whenever it was he folded. 8.5, 1958.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Nice one, mate. So you're 60, yeah? 64.
64. Looking good.
$64, that's more than double my life away. That's actually insane.
No, not double your. It's not double your life away. I know what you mean, but you said it wrong. It's your life again away. If it was double your life away, that would be 60 years away. But it's not 60 years away from now. It's 30 years away from now.
Actually, it's 37. So, you know, bite me.
60% or whatever. 110% then. If you want to be picky. King 9-4. Al-Kabazi flopping a pair again. He's good at that. Has flopped a pair most hands. That's going to help heads up. Pretty difficult to make a pair heads up. You'd be surprised. Shilol turns the gut shot.
Yeah, no showdown. Try and force out some fours, some gut shots. Even lean into back, unblocking spades as well is kind of nice. He does come close to pot. Turns equity.
Gets a quick fold.
Well
Nice.
played, Shalom. Showing some great awareness so far this heads-up match. He's playing a limping strategy. Gets to play post.
Mr. Power, come back to your seat, please. Your dinner break is over. Mr. Power, come back to your seat, please.
He just won't come back to his seat, will he? Keep on calling him over. Come back to his seat. 2.5x. The old 4 deuce of diamonds.
Sneaky. Pair each.
It's a school 5
Yeah, 1.2 in the middle. Kabazi may blast off here. Comes with the half pot. Seven of hearts on the turn. Wow. 9-1 favourite to win this hand unless Al-Kabazi can get him to fold the better hand on this ball texture. May decide to knuckle this one back. He does. 10 of hearts on the river. Shalom going to win this one at Showdown. And he's going to have Al-Kabazi back down to 20 bigs. King 8
Looking
is
good.
good, my mate. It was almost even at one point.
Yeah, actually, Al-Kabazi took the lead. But Shiloh has pulled it back. 46 big blinds, plays 16 big blinds. Over a 2-1 lead.
Yeah, nearly a 3-1 lead for the Frenchman, Maxime Shiloh. Looking good to close this one out here in the Crystal Cove. Heads up in the Vintage Style Series High Roller 5K buy-in. And we are down to the final two. Heads up for the trophy and the $184,000 that comes with it. With players guaranteed $129,000 at least. Oh, 55K heads up match.
Casual.
Shiloh limping in on the button as the blinds have gone up. So Al-Kabazi down to just 14.5 bigs. Don't think this is a call in theory, but I think it's a call against Al-Kabazi. Seeing the Jack 3, tables the King 9.
Jack money.
It's had him on the ropes once.
Yep.
Al-Kabazi spiked the 6 out before. Can he do it again to regain the chip lead?
8 لازم بالفلوب مو مع كينج 9.
6-6-5. All 6 out still live for Al-Kabazi. And number 92 of the final table could have been dead on the turn. Shiloh just 1 card away from a high roller victory here in the Crystal Cove. Deuce of spades on the river.
That's gonna do it.
Is indeed.
Shiloh with the double fist pump wins his first big tournament, 6-figure score. Congratulations, sir. Enjoy this moment. You can see it settling in now. Absolutely buzzing with that. Understandably so. Big, tough tournament, tough final table. Lots of crushers.
Yeah, long old day. Not necessarily in terms of actual play time, but just the spots that you know you're playing against Mustafa Kani, you're playing against some of the best players in the world. It's not easy, but Maxime Shiloh coming out on top, 522K in total live earnings. He's going to add an additional 184 to that, taking him over the 700K in live earnings and smashing his previous best live cash of $53,900. There's a look at the chip counts, or sorry, payouts rather, to Ali Al-Kabazi, Mustafa Kani in third, and Alexander Ivanov, who's going to be thrilled with that 4th place finish after, well, making a huge fold 9-handed. Farid Jatin, Colombia's #1 poker player of all time, out in 5th. Milad Okhabian in 6th. Arseny Komatsky in 7th. Korkmaz in 8th. And Bazal Kabeza in 9th. A couple of back-to-back final tables for a few of them. Going to throw it down to the floor to have a conversation with our champion, Maxime. And Leo and I are going to be back on Friday for day 3 coverage of the Merit Poker Vintage Style main event. From us in the booth, wish you good night.
Good night.
The high roller champion, Maxime Shiloh. Maxime, biggest career live cash today, $184,000 going your way after taking down the 5K high roller here in the Crystal Cove. I don't want to take up too much of your time because I know France are currently playing in the World Cup. You got your
winning for
friends.
so far, yeah.
They're winning so far. You got your friends that are waiting to take a winner's photo with you. But just quickly, run me through today because it's been a very quick day. We've only been here for 7 hours, and you are now $184,000 richer.
Yeah, it's really insane. It was like you said, it was really fast, like 7 hours from 8 a.m. to the winner. It's really amazing. The table was really tough. Really good opponent, Mustafa Kanit, for example.
Yeah.
Yeah. The structure was like only 20 dips, so it was really hard to make big pots and stuff. So yeah, I was lucky. I had good setups and I played well as well. So I'm happy.
You mentioned a couple of the tough players, but you held your own, man. Like you showed from the start when we joined the final table of 9, there was a lot of ICM implications straight off the bat.
Yeah.
Is that something that you've been kind of preparing for at home leading up to these festivals? Can you tell me what you're planning to do now with this bankroll boost of 184,000? Like, are you going to be going back to the drawing board? Are you going to be playing more live? Can we see you here again in future main events?
In Cyprus, I will go the more far I can because I don't play anymore so much tournaments. It will not change a lot, but I like really a lot Cyprus tournament here at the Merit, so it's a pleasure every time. So I will go here the next time,
Mate, I'm not surprised that you like it here, right?
Yeah.
You got the sunshine, you got poker,
everything is
you
good.
got the beach, you got the buffet, you just got everything, you got tournaments, you got everything. Well, listen, man, I don't want to take up too much of your time, like I said. Once again, massive congratulations to all of us here, taking down the 5K hurler. Best of luck to you and your guys in the main event.
Thanks.
And once again, congratulations to our champion, Maxim Chalou. Well done, mate. Peace.
It happened. Let's go.